Okay, howdy y'all. Welcome. Sorry I kept y'all waiting for about 10 minutes. Um, but yeah. Oh, howdy Gabriella. Yes, you're on time today. I'm glad to see you. So yeah, I had a small errand to run, but we're back again to play. Am I muted? Oh, okay. I was like, I just unmuted myself. Okay, it's good. Okay. So yeah, I had a quick errand to run, but now I'm back to play Our Life, Beginners and Always. And I looked at, well, I didn't deliberately go and look, but it was recommended to me in my on YouTube of someone else's playthrough of the wedding DLC, and it said the video was about 5 hours. So I don't know, you know, people play things at different lengths, so I don't even know if that's an accurate time to gauge it on. But we haven't even finished all of step 4 yet either, so I don't know if we're gonna finish the wedding DLC today. Yeah, we're just gonna see. Yeah, it is long, and I'm kind of happy that it is long because I want to get as much time with Cove I have left. I'm not ready to give up. I'm not ready to end this game. I'm just sad. I was sad thinking about it. But I'm glad to know that we have it's a little bit length to that story. But yeah, if we do get to the part when, like, if we do get to a part in the story when the wedding's, like, you know, about to happen, um, yeah, I was thinking about naming this because I was thinking about naming the stream, going to the chapel, and gonna get married, since that's the name of a song. Like, it's a popular song from Gonna Get Married. So like, oh, that would be a perfect title, but I don't know if we're gonna get to that part yet in this stream, so I didn't name it that. Okay, but anyway, that's enough talking. Let's go. Goodness gracious! Just looking at it, I'm like, wow, is that Cove right there? I forgot that's how Cove looks like, or our Cove looks like. The short hair, I'm so shocked by the short hair. Okay, so he asked us if we want to take another walk. Also, let me turn on the desktop audio so y'all can hear. Okay. He wanted us if we could take another walk around the neighborhood before we leave. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, of course. Hands to help you get up too. You took it. You had up both arms, wordlessly asking him to lift you up. You shuffled out of bed without assistance. Cole's grip was strong as his fingers closed around yours. He pulled, tugging you up with ease. Before you could head out, you and Cole both needed to get dressed. You did so quietly. The strangeness of the hour meant that your bodies seemed less coordinated than usual, each article of clothing a new puzzle, but you managed it. The two of you were eventually ready to head out into the wide world. Dawn still hadn't broken when you left the hotel, yet it was easy enough to get a ride down into Sunset Burn. The journey was peaceful. You might have expected sleep to attempt to claim you once again with the sky still so dark, but Cole's excited energy was infectious. Morning was finally starting to come over Sunset Bird as you arrived, almost like the sun itself wanted to be there to welcome you. Cove turned towards you, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. One more summer beach trip? You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you were here and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. The two of you tore gleefully down the street towards the beach, as excited and as ungainly as the kids you once been. You were laughing with joy and at the absurdity of it all, being here at the break of dawn with the boy who you once discovered on a nearby hill, who never completely grew up. As it was still early, you did your best to keep the noise down. To the side, you saw Cove covering his mouth to stifle his own giggles, similarly aware of the people sleeping in the condos around you. You thought of what the mean old not grandparents would have said if they could see you now. All you could do was continue running and stumbling towards the beach, away from the residences and their sleeping occupants. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You stand close by the damp sand. You got into the water with him. Let's get in the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cold as when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper. I can't believe it's over. I can't either, right? I can't. How are we already at this point? I went by way too fast. Boy, you really sounded like a kid again, you joked. I think it was good enough. You shrugged, you nodded. Like, obviously this is talking about us returning back to Sunset Bird for the anniversary, but this game in general, I can't believe it's over. I can't. A ghost of a smile crept over Cole's face, like the sun peeking out between clouds on an overcast day. Oh. Oh, look at this. Wait. I can actually see myself in a CG. I was like, who is this? Oh yeah, that's my hand. Wow, they actually put me in a CG. Oh. This is so sweet. Cole reached out and enveloped your hand in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that we came on this whole visit back. But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. I'm most grateful for meeting you too. Thank you. Thanks for being here. You smile at him. Cole looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes. This is so sad. It was making me cry. Not turning his face away from the sea of affection, from the gentle curve of a smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks. You counted yourself lucky. Even though you were leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you. This place had gifted you with so much that you carry with you wherever life may take you. The memories you made, the lessons you learned, the people you built relationship with. You keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bird forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept past the last of the night's shadows till the day truly arrived. Your spirits were high as the sun rose ever high in the sky. This is the end credit music. I don't want to hear this again. It's making me sad. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on sandy feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This is where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected on the curb. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it began, just as you couldn't believe what adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. It was only when you heard Cole's voice calling your name That you remembered when you were and realized what you'd done. And what a present it was. A shining sun, a clear blue sky, and Cove James holding his whole name by your side. All the most natural things in the world. So, what's the next step? You watch Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Oh, exciting. You give me too much power. I don't know. If I don't want to be, you should pick. You clam up. I don't know. I don't know. That's too much pressure. Hey. His voice was light, gently coaxing you out from your shell. How many choices have you already made to get this far? I feel like that's a little meta. Is he talking about me as, does he know he's in the game? I'm sure you can handle one more. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things you could count on to be consistent. Cove, your family, his family, all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things. Since the beginning, to see who can reach the end of the street the fastest. I just want to wait and see what happens. You want to keep walking and go through town, I guess? Although the time you had here was running out, you liked the idea of lingering while you could. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little place that you both called home. There's a lot that's still out there in the world. A lot of different ways things could go in the future. But for this, I think that'd be perfect. That'd be the perfect choice. You beam, his approval of your suggestion lifting your spirits ever higher. Your days growing up in Sunset Bird have been so wonderful. Even the prospect of leaving again made your chest ache. Yet you weren't going to let that stop you. It would be hard, but you knew that it would still be there, waiting, whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments, now, just as you fondly reminisced about your child. Okay. Hello again. Thank you so much for getting the Cove Wedding DLC. Because you're engaged to Cove in this playthrough, you can choose to continue the story into the wedding planning events if you like. And you could always make a save here and come back if you want to return to the option later on. Yes, I want to play the wedding DLC. Right? Let me just say, I want to see what happens if I don't. Like, will the game just end? Hold on. Oh, okay. In that case, the game will return to the main menu now. Thank you. Well, no, that's not what I want. Why would you save? You should just say no if you don't want to say no. Welcome to the Cove Wedding DLC. The events are set after step 4, but it's not specified when. It could be that during the same summer, the next summer, a year in the future, springtime in California, etc. You can assume the timeline is whatever it needs to be to make sense for the choices you made to progress the relationship. Before starting, would you like to pick out an engagement ring for Cove to wear? Yeah, sure. Okay. So we got... Okay, gold is the only one that we have. This one has a bunch of diamonds on it. This nice pearl one. This one pearl with the nice petals coming from it. A plain ring. And I guess a avant-garde type ring, I guess. I don't know what it's supposed to be. I like this one. This one's really cute. I like it. I like the pearl with the floral motif. Wonderful wedding. Wedding. Side by side, on a purple dyed faux leather couch, you sat with your fiancé Cove. The air in the chic office smelled non-distinctly perfume. No, luckily it was a demure touch rather than smothering. A soft hum came from the air conditioning, gently flowing the scent around the room. It was the first time either of you had been there, and you weren't sure if the atmosphere was meant to comfort or impress visitors. For some people, it wouldn't make a difference either way, like with your like with your own partner, for example. Cove's hand was intently gripping yours. You can feel him trembling and hear the squishing noise the couch made each time he shifted around. One part came from his usual nervousness over these kinds of matters, and the other came from an almost uncontainable excitement for the same reason. This place was the headquarters of a well-known event planning agency in the area, and this office belonged to their planner for a very particular type of special occasion weddings. You were here to plan your wedding together. Soon he wouldn't be only your fiance, Cole would be your husband. And on that occasion there was going to be a ceremony, reception, and everything. You felt truly content. You were overflowing with thrilled energy. You matched Cove, shaking from nerves. It felt totally natural and like no big deal to you. You focused on being concerned for Cove. I'd probably be nervous. With your in unison shivering, you hoped you both didn't slide down off the cushions. The saving grace that was getting you through this was knowing that this meeting would be straightforward. Introducing yourselves to the planning team, getting familiar with one another, and going over only some basics. The entire process would take multiple visits here and trips to other locations. Before setting up the appointment with a planner, you and Cove decided that you were going to set the wedding in, or at least near Sunset Bird. You also had a good idea of who would be attending, how large the wedding needed to be, and a few other details related to your lives together going forward. That was as far as you had gotten in the process when you decided to bring in assistance. All the plan was going great, you thought. It was going to be a pain, but would be worth it, you felt. You were thankful you had a professional to do this with. Planning the day with Cove as a team was something you looked forward to. Thankful that we had a professional, probably. Cove caught your mind wandering away from you, and the corners of his mouth lifted encouragingly. His second hand reached over to clasp both yours and his fuss. A metallic sensation pressed against your skin, the engagement ring securely on his left ring finger. Your feet shuffled against the black and white striped rug that covered over the center of the hardwood floor as you returned a smile back. Here we are. Here we are. It's really happening. His finger squeezed your hand deeper into his hole. I'm not really good with, well, any of this, but I'm sure that whatever it ends up being like is going to be amazing. It has to be, because I'm marrying you. Oh, you're so wonderful. I completely agree. I'm glad you're feeling good about things. Yeah, and hopefully you only panic a moderate amount along the way. You had to turn your face away out of shyness. You gave an earnest nod. Yeah, I agree. It was such a kind sentiment, but it was the truth for both of you. And then there was a series of quick knocks. Your conversation stopped as you shared unsure looks between one another. Come in. In response to Cole's words, a shiny wood door off to the side swung open. Hello, lovebirds. Who would say that? I guess, Liz, right? Elizabeth? Hello, lovebirds. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, I was not expecting Baxter. Okay. Hello, lovebirds. Standing in the entryway was a tall man about your age. His dark gray hair was swept to the side, and on his neck was a distinctive mole. His curved grin and brown eyes grew wide in sync. Love would have been alive. You two dolls had broken up. Cole stared while frozen in place, at deer in headlights, his mouth open and then closed again soundlessly. Baxter? Do you know this person, Cove? This is awkward. This is amazing. Your eyes darted between Cove and the man, confused. You were speechless seeing him. Um, he has a new hairstyle. Completely different. Um, um, the former tourist stepped further into the room while chuckling. I'm flattered you two people of excellence remember me too. And I didn't even have to dress in black and white. His style choices might have changed, but you realize now that wait. His style choices might have changed, but you realize now the design of the rug might not have been entirely an arbitrary choice. Oh, that's right. The rug is black and white. Interesting. So I'm guessing he's our wedding planner? Nice. It was exciting to see that it was really him. You can only feel shock and disbelief. You were ticked. Wow. This was an incredibly unexpected reunion. It's been a while. Years. Yeah, it has been. Quoth dropped his response heavily. The tone likely would have been even firmer if he wasn't still disbelief that Baxter had reappeared in front of both of you. And as a wedding planner, of all things. Your wedding planner. What happened? Do you have an explanation for it? Well, as professional as possible, Baxter strode to the other half of the room and took a seat in the rolling office chair opposite the couch you were on. He used the tip of his feet to smoothly twist the chair's position so that it faced you completely as he continued to reply. I went back to college, eventually graduated, joined a great wide career world, grew up and learned some more. I'm still learning. To fully settle in, Baxter dropped an elbow on the armrest of his seat and rested his cheek against the propped up fist. That's the curated version. Life is a wonderful journey. The words were spoken flatly, inauthentically, and punctuated with a dismissive Cole's own sharpness. If there was something else. Even Cole's raised an eyebrow at how clear the displeasure was. Baxter was aware of the impression he was given, but only half shrugged with one shoulder over it. His eyes drifted away from you and your partner. Whatever the story was, you definitely weren't getting the full version of it. Well, we just wonder what happened. Well, I'm glad we got to meet again. Okay. I hope you've been alright. This is so weird. I missed you. You didn't comment. Well, I'm happy we got to meet again. A being formed in his brows, a small sign of regret. It is nice. That's my introduction taken care of, then. Let's swing things back around to the real reason you came. You're getting married! Congratulations! You were given an enthusiastic round of applause from the audience of one. How did the engagement happen? It must have been wonderfully emotional. A shame I left town before I could find out. A fond, familiar flush of red crept over Cole's cheek. We had come back to visit Sunset Bird for Pascal's parents' anniversary. It started out as a normal trip. On the last day before we had to leave, went out to the poppy hill beside Pascal's house. I had been waiting for the right moment the entire time, and that was it. I asked Pascal to marry me. He said yes. The pitch of Cole's voice shot up dramatically going through that last sentence. It's so cute. Oh, wait. He said yes. And got him shimmying in the seat. Oh, just thinking back to that moment had him nearly tearing up from joy. Tearing up. Is it? Probably tearing up from joy, yeah. How romantic and very fitting for the two of you. Baxter slipped a pen out of his jacket pocket and tipped it against the desk counter at his side. He looked between you and Cole satisfied. Thank you for answering. Considering we're already acquainted, it should make the process that much better. I'm sure your special day is going to be one to remember. Cole's uneasy single word was directed towards you. In a whisper, he elaborated on what he was supposed to mean. Are we really going through with this? Having Baxter plan our wedding? I'd like you to. Cove quietly yelled. It wasn't unreasonable that the person on the other side of the room could hear the conversation, but Cove had not expected him to answer. Oh, I mean, I think I could do it well. I can do it right. And there's very few weddings I'd like to see go off like a charm than this one. He spoke in a conciliatory way. Baxter's normal boldness was entirely missing while asking for this chance. You and Cole faced one another on the couch. The softness in his eyes and the sloping of his brows shared his thoughts without him needing to say a word. He was being swayed. You nodded to your partner. There was a pause, and then Cole spoke. Okay. While still on the couch, Cole brought his torso up to his full height, and held his head high. The look on his face was determined. So this is actually the reality that exists now. I've got a question for you, Baxter. Yes? Cole's strong stance began to crumble as he shrunk into himself once more. Is your offer for dance lessons still open? Your new planner gasped before quickly settling into laughter with a clap of his hands. Of course, always. That's a relief. I'm probably gonna need them. But I'm not the best dancer, so I guess I will say this one. It'll be nice. Yeah, I like that. Got it. That works for me. Now. He shifted closer in his rolling chair with a glint in his eyes that made him look like the teen he used to be. Let's roll up our sleeves and get into the details, which I don't mean literally. No need to crumple my jacket, but I'm going to have to ask you quite a few questions. So am I. To start, have we thought of the possible surnames? Yours, his, what are you imagining? I don't care, I just want to marry him. But we've actually already talked about it. Yeah, we're going with both of us using my last name, Whitlock. Both of us using his last name, Holden. Both of us using a hyphenated name, Whitlock Holden. Both of us using a hyphenated name, Holden Whitlock. Both of us keeping our own last names, Pascal Whitlock and Cole Holden. Okay, this is an interesting question. It's like most of my life, if I ever consider myself ever to get married to someone, I mostly thought about marrying a woman, and traditionally in the United States, the wife takes the husband's surname, so that's what I've always thought about. But recently, I've thought about for example, if I got married to a woman, I thought about name, she keeping her last name, and then our children would take both of our last names. Like I heard that in Spanish-speaking countries, children inherit the first surname of both of their parents, and I thought that was a interesting idea that I was interested in. Maybe if I wasn't put in a situation. So I think I'll say we can keep our own last names. Also, how is the stream, by the way? Because I'm seeing that OBS is telling me that the stream's connection is like I'm seeing it switch back and forth between good and poor connection. So is this stream buffering too much? Good to know. Nothing wrong with that. And what about titles in the wedding? Bride, groom? It could be whichever you like, honestly. Can I be a groom? Of course, it's your day. I'm a groom too. Wonderful. 2 grooms for a couple of the wedding. Baxter Flip opened a notebook set on the desk. Can I get an idea of scale? Only an estimate. Doesn't have to be a complete guest list, and even if it was, you never know how many of those invites will accept our SVPs. Don't stress too much over who's going to be in attendance. Cole stepped off cloud nine he had been hovering on since the start of the conversation and planted himself back firmly on the purple couch in Bax's office. Okay, sometimes it's buffering, but it's fine. Okay. For sure there's gonna be our parents, four of them. Pascal's sister, his uncle, aunt, and cousin. Wow. We've only seen Lee, but we haven't seen our uncle and aunt. Some grandparents should be there, but not all of them. We'll have our friends Miranda, Terry, and Derek. You're still friends with Miranda and Terry? That's wonderful. Yeah. You nodded agreeingly as Cofield Baxter in. That's right, but I was also wondering if we can invite Shiloh. That's right, but I was also wondering if we can invite Jeremy. That's right, but I was wondering. That's right, but also I was wondering if we can invite Shiloh and Jeremy. I would like to invite both of them. Cole snorted, covering his mouth to resist a full laugh. We can try, but I kind of don't think they'll show up. Baxter's eyes shifted from your face to Cole's and back again. It was sharp. He was trying to read the room. Co-workers of yours? The Mirth Cove had rapidly turned into more of a nervous chuckle. You momentarily forgotten that it wasn't a conversation between just you and him. Shiloh's someone we've known since we were kids. It's just, he's not exactly reliable. He's always done what he feels like and doesn't do anything else. I think Pascal likes him more than I do. I don't hate him or wouldn't let him come to our wedding though. Shiloh isn't that bad. Exactly. He's hard to like, but harder to hate. It's just for old time's sake. Imagine how fun it would be. I want to do it for Liz. You know she still has a soft spot for him. You accepted Cole's description without retort. I mean, yeah, I don't need to add anything else to it. Alright, and Jeremy? Cove didn't resist laughing with his whole heart this time. We met him as teens, barely. We were like 13 and he was a little younger. He was horrible. Mean, angry, and unreasonable. But thanks to Shiloh of all people, we met him again years later. Turns out Jeremy's okay now, more bristly than hostile. I kinda got attached even though we were not friends, because Jeremy's the kind of guy that wouldn't describe anyone as a friend. Except for Pran. You both ended Cole's explanation with him and had matching smiles with him to boot. Jeremy's great. Can't believe it grew on me. It'd definitely be entertaining to have him there. Having to attend would make him annoyed, and that's the goal. That summed it up well, so he left it there. Yeah. You've got some interesting relationships. I'll put it down and we can certainly send invites when the time comes. It'll be up to them to decide what to do with the offer. Who else? You and Cole continue to come up with make up the wedding parties? Or is everyone a normal guest? We're thinking of having a wedding party. We hadn't actually planned on something like that. I don't know what a wedding party is, so I have to look that up real quick. Wedding party meaning. The wedding party describes an entire group of people who participate in a wedding, like the bride, the groom, the bridesmaids, the groomsmen, and the parents. Okay. So it's like the best men and best women, that type of stuff. Yeah, let's have that. Right. We hadn't picked exactly who'd be in it yet, but we were having wedding parties. Of course. Let's discuss who's with who now then. It can be an equal split between the both of you, but that's not a rule. If one of you has a bigger wedding party than the others, completely fine. It's about the two of you, so do as you please. Okapi Flower, I'm doing well today. How are you today? Glad to see you here. That's a perfect choice. You've come a long way, Cove. You simply nodded understandingly. That's not dumb. Having that close a relationship with your father is a beautiful thing. Pascal, do you know who will be the lead of your wedding party? And the title isn't important. Best man, best woman, or best person. Maid, man, or individual of honor. It's all fine. Well, it has to be my sister, right? As my maid of honor. Very well. Anyone else in the parties? Well, I'm good with whichever friends and family. I'm good with whichever friends and family being in my party, but I kind of want the size of things to be sort of close. Everybody would be there. Everybody would probably be in Pascal's party if there wasn't more of a split. So that's okay. There'd probably be 3 or 4 in the parties at most. That makes sense. Oh, but I wanted to have everyone else in my party. I don't want that many anyway. You nodded in acceptance of Cole's request. You just shrugged. Great. For your own party you chose, well, we'll have my mom, Pamela, my ma, Nolani, my cousin, Lee, and yeah, he can have everyone else. And I'd use groomswomen, groom's attendants, wedding attendants, wedding crewmates. Groomswomen. Is that even? With that, you successfully mapped out the members of your wedding parties. Perfect. Perfect. I'll make notes. That statement was extra clear by the clicking noise of Baxter keenly tapping his pen on the armrest. On the topic of guests in that sort, are you open to attendees giving speeches during the reception? We can make it so only select people are arranged to say some words about the couple, or have an open mic for anyone interested in taking it, or discreetly circumvent anyone from gathering the attention in order to talk. I feel like it'd be nice to have some specific people talk. I'll be fine with anyone making a toast or giving a speech if they want. Can we not do speeches? I'm gonna say I'll be fine with anyone because I want to see whoever makes a speech. I want to see whoever makes a speech. I want to see what they have to say about us. I'm okay with that too. People are gonna tease us whether it's in a speech or not. Good. He continued along casually, accepting all your input. And are you thinking of writing anything yourselves? For custom vows. Just remember, it's an option, not an obligation. There's no pressure to make a custom declaration if you're not comfortable with it. Oh. I had custom vows in mind, if I'm honest. Truthfully, I hope on doing a normal wedding speech, normal ceremony speech. I want to let Cole decide what he felt up for. I mean, which one do you want to do, Cove? I think I want to write my own vows. I'm gonna be nervous either way, and there's a lot I could say. Then that's what we'll do. Cove's eyes squinted up from his cheeks as he smiled at you so sweetly. You were feeling butterflies already, and the vows hadn't even been said. Just lovely. And that's highly personal, so you each can work on them privately, outside of our appointments. Baxter relaxed a bit in his chair and looked you both over. His smile curved wildly. There was a look that made Cove nervous. You can feel him begin to fidget uncomfortably at your side. Let's talk more about the traditions and wedding norms. We're all friends here, so I'll be frank. If one of you sincerely asks not to be splattered with cake or whatever else, and the other does exactly the opposite simply because they think it's funny, I'll personally see to it that your marriage ends. Wow, okay, Baxter. If you can't treat your partner in the boundaries with respect on your own wedding day, you don't deserve them as your spouse. Now, I sincerely doubt that's going to be a problem with you two, but it's an occupational hazard. With that said, do you have any requests pertaining to either the ceremony or reception? We can arrange for anything special that you do want included. Well, I definitely don't want anything happen with the cake. It should just be for eating. I like to do a proper cake cutting with Cole without all the mess. I want to smash some cake. Kobe can smear it on me too. It'd be fun to smash some cake in Cole's face, but I wouldn't want to get any on myself. Cole should, but I don't. Cole should, but I wouldn't want to smash cake on him. Um. Okay. Nothing at all. Cutting without any smashing. Mutual smashing. Smash on Cove. Or smash on me. That was cute. So I think that would be fun. And plush. I said plush. And plus, it'll be kind of childlike. Baffled Cole's gaze remained fixed on you silently. He didn't appear opposed exactly to the idea, but he didn't rock with a surprised laugh. Are you really? I mean, why not? Your grin grew in amusement as a stunned expression. You drew an X over your heart with your finger. Cross my heart. I promise not to make too much of a mess. It'll be fun. Okay, let's smash some cake. It's ours. He added a quick addendum to that statement. But only part of it. The rest is for eating, right? Yeah, of course. Right. There'll be enough for seconds. And thirds. That promise sold Cove completely on the idea. Very well. Baxter clapped his hands together, pleased with the direction of the conversation. That's another important detail done. We should discuss who you'd like to officiate the ceremony next. I can arrange for a standard justice of peace to be there, but if there's a pastor, minister, rabbi, judge, or anyone else you have in mind, please send me their preferably right away. I can work things out with them, so we're all set for the ceremony. Unsure of what to say, Cole glanced over to you. He scratched his cheek contemplatively. I don't mind having a justice of peace officiating. There's a religious figure I have in mind that we could ask. I do have a certified figure in mind that we could ask. I mean, I'm a religious person, but I don't know if Cove is a religious person, but he probably wouldn't care anyway. But let's just, keep it neutral and have a justice of peace. Me neither. He shrugged, glancing over at you to make sure. A simple justice of peace was all you needed. I'll get that motion right away. Now, have either of you considered how you want to arrive at the ceremony? Will one come in first and then the other come down the aisle? Or perhaps you both want to enter together? I'd love to see if Cove come down the aisle. I have my heart set on walking down the aisle. Cove, would you want to walk together? Oh, what are you thinking, Cove? He remained silent. I'm trying to imagine. I mean, having either of us come down the aisle to each other would be cute. But walking down together could also be cute as well. So let me just see what Cove wants to do. He closed his mouth, thinking over the question. His eyebrows pinched together as he imagined the various possibilities. Would you want to do it together? I had a feeling he would say that. I would. I love that. Great. Cool. Exhaling his tension away, Cove closed his eyes. A weak laugh rattled through him. I think I can handle that distance without my legs giving out from under me, especially if we're doing it together. Thank you for doing this with me. I'm so happy. No matter what, I promise everything's going to be okay. I believe in you. You laughed at the idea of him tripping down the aisle. You grinned. His features softened with affection. Cove nodded, having complete faith in you. I'll hold you to that, and to you when we're walking. For better or for worse, I hope. You both laughed at that. The last bit of tension eased in Cole's shoulders, and you knew that things were going to be all right. Cole's face was a shade panka from the conversation, but he was pleased with what you both settled on. You will too. That sounds lovely. Baxter clicked his pen before dropping his attention to his paperwork. He glanced back up, giving you his full attention. Oh, and are you intending to exchange wedding bands? It's possible to skip that. Yeah, we've got rings. No, we don't need rings for that. Cove answered, explain how you would exchange rings. Cove answered, explain how you wouldn't exchange rings. Yeah. We can easily save a moment for that in the ceremony. And a small reminder, couples generally take off engagement rings before the ceremony to wear just the wedding band during the wedding. Thanks. Excuse me. You couldn't help picturing the matching wedding bands you had gotten together. They were gold, rose gold, silver, platinum, black. You can't go wrong with gold. And a round band, a jewel band, a V-shaped band with jewels. Jewel. The stones you both decided were white diamonds, black diamonds, pink diamonds, green emeralds, blue sapphires, yellow topazes, purple amethysts. I mean, why not go with a classic diamond, you know? They were incredible. But before you completely lost focus, Baxter spoke again. Do either of you want a bouquet? A small chuckle fell from Cole's lopsided grin, but Baxter was serious and waited attentively. When Cole realized that, he shrugged. I like flowers, but I don't need a whole bouquet. I'd like to have one. I don't need one either. Don't be shy. You should have one, Cove. We should both have one. It'll be nice. Can't imagine that. Both of us having bouquets. Hmm. La. How about both? Since we're both coming down the aisle together, let's both have a bouquet. Seriously? The word punched out of him in a stuttering laugh. You more than like flowers, and it's your wedding. It's all right to indulge for the day. I'm going too. His lip twitched while he thought about it. You could tell that the resolve was crumbling. All right, we'll both do it. Let's keep that ball rolling and talk about what they would look like. Can they have white poppies? Would you mind? No, they need those. Since the instant Baxter brought up the flowers, you had been positive Cole was going to ask for those. Are there any others you want highlighted? Okay, let's see. They got roses, buttercups, snapdragons, hibiscuses, peonies, sunflowers, tulips, orchids. Type your answer. No, the white poppy should be the only focal point. How about, yeah, just have the white poppies. White poppies it is then. They'll be gorgeous. That's always been our favorite flower since we were kids. And now you're bringing that to your wedding together. Ah, the epitome of romance. Bashful, Cove averted his gaze. With that decided, Baxter picked up his pen again and took note of your specifications. He subtly nodded as he wrote. Well, since you're having that, this means that you have the option of bouquet toss during the reception. Ah, that sounds kind of fun. What do you think, Pascal? Yeah, if you want to do it, we can have one. Yeah. The longer you thought about it, the more fun the idea became. Cole's grin curled excitedly. Baxter's gaze lifted up from his notes. Marvelous. it out, but we still have time to talk about the ceremony itself. There's vows, but from there you can personalize it with more rituals and such. If there's any particular tradition that you like to have, you're welcome to let me know. I don't have the things I need. I'm not very traditional. I just want to be whatever Pascal hopes for. Pascal? I just want to keep the ceremony simple. I like to jump the broom. I like a sand pouring ritual. Can we have a hand fasting ritual? I want to do the breaking of the glass. I like a blanket ceremony. I will want to have a floral garland exchange. Can there be a confetti tossing when we leave? I mean, jump the broom is a staple in African American weddings, so I have to pick that one. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. We'll arrange for that to happen at the end of the ceremony. Anything else? I wish they had. I imagine like if I did have a wedding, I thought about having a second line band. It's like a African American jazz band that plays like it's especially common in Louisiana, where they play. It's a whole parade basically. They have a whole marching band with a parade, and they play the music, in celebration. While, the bride and all the, you know, attendants, have a parade. I wish they had that as an option, like a band to play music or something like that, but they don't have that. Anything else? I don't know what a hand fasting ritual is. I'm gonna look these up. I've never heard of some of these before. Hand fasting. So it's a symbolic act that takes place during a wedding ceremony where the hands of a happy couple are bound together with interesting. It's commonly associated with Celtic and Germanic peoples. And sand pouring ritual. I don't know what that means. Sand pouring ritual. The Unity Sand ceremony is a variation of the Unity Candle ceremony full of symbolism. Two people take sand from their individual vessels and combine the grains into one. The act represents the joining of two individuals and creation of a new union and family. Interesting. I've never heard of that one before. And then what else do they have? A blanket ceremony. A blanket ceremony. It's an ancient Native American tradition. A couple is wrapped in a blanket and then kiss while wrapped up. Oh, interesting. I'm glad that they incorporated that. What else do they have? Floral garland exchange, tossing confetti, breaking a glass, so yeah, like traditional Jewish weddings. How about confetti after we leave? It will end on that. He tapped his pen on the table twice. I know the perfect place to get some. It's biodegradable and very nice. Glad that we'll be environmentally friendly with these wedding festivities. That's awesome. Yes, thank you. Anything else? Nope. Content with your wishes, Cove nodded agreeingly. Very well. So that's the ceremony. Now, any reception venue you choose will be large enough to have room for casual dancing through the evening. But I need to know if we should schedule any particular kinds of dance. First, such as the first dance between you and Cove at the start, for example. Both of you turned to each other curiously. A deep red blush crept across his cheeks, and when he felt overwhelmed, Cove's gaze dropped to the floor. Only if you're good with it. I would want to have a first dance. Yeah, let's have a first dance. Cole perked up at your answer. Despite still being nervous, he gave an eager shimmy in his seat. You beamed, overjoyed with the idea of your first dance together as a married couple. It'd also be sweet if we had dances with our own parents. Yeah, that's a staple, right? It would be sweet if we had songs where we dance with each other's parents. I want to plan a money dance. We should dance with our parents and a money dance too. We should plan a dance with each other's parents and have a money dance too. You're looking forward to that moment with Cove. Oh yeah, I would see Nigerian weddings, and they shower the bride and the groom with money, and they dance together. Um, I thought about like if I had a wedding, I thought about maybe that'd be fun to have a in that at my own wedding. Uh, this is one very beautiful music video that showed different Nigerian weddings. It was a Igbo wedding, a Yoruba wedding, and a Hausa wedding. And the Igbo wedding, they had the money dance. And with Ancestry DNA, not Ancestry DNA, 23andMe, I was able to find a half Igbo ancestry. So I thought that might be a fun tradition. Do people usually dance with their own parents? Or the parents-in-law. I have to look that up. What do people usually do? Parents dance wedding. I don't know. Groom dance with his mother. Okay, people usually dance with their own parents. But I kind of like the idea of dancing with each other's parents. That would be fun. So, you have been daydreaming about all these dances since the wedding planning began. You really wanted a special moment to honor how much Cole's parents mattered to you. Since day one, they've both been warm, inviting figures in your life. They didn't have to welcome you with open arms, but they always did without a second thought. You were grateful to them for so much more than their son. A rose of blush dusted his cheeks in a deeper pink. A parent dance. That'd be great, actually. And we can definitely do a money dance. Cole snickered. He hadn't initially remembered that one, but he liked the idea of it a lot. His lips curved into a bent smile, imagining it. You both had a feeling that your friends and family would enjoy showering you with a good fortune and well wishes. Then it's settled. Then it's settled. Wrong voice. Baxter continued to keep track of the details by jotting it down on paper. He kept up with the pace of the conversation with words and writing it easily. Oh, and speaking of the ceremony and reception, that's my area of expertise. If you're going on a honeymoon afterwards, that'll be something I recommend perhaps a travel agent for. Or, honestly, arrange between only you two without any middleman. Cove didn't blink at that cap. Yeah, I get it. Fantastic. Now back to the wedding. Do you have a sense of style you're aiming for? Is it formal? Casual? Do you have any particular color you want the wedding party to wear? Are the clothes for the couple meant to be a surprise for the wedding? Or would you prefer picking that out together? I'm not sure. Also, what about hair? I can brush my hair back so it'll be fancier. Though if that's not important, I can keep it the same. Good question. What do you think, Pascal? You considered the series of inquiries and responded by saying, I like a casual feel, personally. I was hoping for a formal occasion. Excuse me. We could do something between formal and casual. I can go with whatever level of formality Cove is good with. I would like it to be a little dressier, you know. I don't know what between formal and casual means though. How does that look? I kind of want people to be decked out, but it doesn't have to be so rigid, you know. So we'll do that and see how that looks. Yeah, cool. And it doesn't matter to me what the wedding party wears. I'd be happy if the main color was blue. I'd be happy if the main color was yellow. I'd be happy if the main color was green. I'd be happy if the main color was purple. I'd be happy if the color was pink. I'd be happy if the color was red. I'd be happy if the color was orange. How about red, since that's my favorite color? Also, I'd love to surprise you with my outfit during the wedding. I feel a lot better if we helped each other get outfits for the wedding. I don't care if the clothes are a secret or not. Let's leave it a surprise. That'd be nice. I would like if yours was more of a full suit set though. I'd like it if your outfit was kind of simple though. He was sure Cove would look great no matter what he picked. Let's leave it up to Cove and see what he decides to do. And Cove, it'd be wonderful seeing with a fancy hairstyle. I think your normal hairstyle is perfect. Do whatever you want with your hairstyle. Yeah, since we left this outfit up to him, let's leave the hairstyle up to him too. Okay, I'll figure it out. Excellent work. I know there's been a lot of Q&Aing. There's much to consider for this big event. For this big of an event. Then Baxter's pen was placed back into the pocket and he ran his now free hands along the smooth inside edges of his jacket. You two for being so forthcoming. I've got a strong idea of where this is going now. I'm already looking forward for the next meeting when we can truly get into the specificities. That's everything? We're leaving? Yes, you can go. Or you can stay if you want. That's the end of the session, but I'm not throwing you out. That's alright. Bye. Okay, Cove. If that's what you want to do. Cove awkwardly waved Baxter off, despite still being seated and not going anywhere yet. He got so into the discussion of the wedding, he'd forgotten his usual stiffness around Baxter for a time, but that spell broke. Baxter accepted the answer and pushed off the armrest of his chair to stand up straight. You and Cole followed his motion, getting up out of your own seats together. The wedding planner took one stride closer to the center of the room and reached out his hand towards you. Yeah, okay. He grinned while giving your hand a satisfying shake. Bye. It's great that you're Baxter. It's great that you're Baxter. I love that. Have a good day. I'm expecting special treatment since we're good friends, you joke. Don't work too hard. You wave goodbye. I mean, the type of person I am, I will probably say have a good day. I say that all the time. Goodbye for today, Pascal. I'm glad to have seen you. Then he offered the same gesture to Cove. Your partner accepted it casually, giving Baxter's hand a solid shake. Take care, Baxter. Thanks. And same to you. You've got a wedding to be ready for. Don't forget to look out for yourself and your fiancé. I'll remember. The two men released each other's hand, settling an agreement to take this chance and put a new foot forward in their relationship. With that, the two of you found your way out of the office building. The pop and subsequent click from the opening and closing of the car doors played out in sync between you and Cove. As he buckled in for the ride back, Cove commented on the experience. The sentence was hesitant, and it had an upward bend that made it sound like a question. That went well? Before you could respond to that, not exactly a question statement, Cove continued on with a new, actual question. I mean, we got Baxter Ward as our planner somehow, but he seems good at what he does, right? He put his hands on the wheel and peeked at you through the reflection in the overhead mirror. Right. Baxter will do wonderfully. I just hope he doesn't suggest a monochrome color scheme, you joked. He's absolutely the guy for the job. I don't know. As long as he's grown out of hitting on both of us, it should be fine, you tease. You didn't have an answer for him. Redden. Cove had pulled out of the parking lot as he spoke. The wheels rumbled easily down the newly developed city street of the area. But that was the end of Cove's attempt at conversation making. He went entirely quiet. The pensive look on his face didn't allow you to relax into a normal, comfortable silence. Cove, are you okay? His mood easily lifted back up at the sound of his name. Forgetting all the Baxter stuff, I'm just really happy we're doing this. Sometimes I still can't believe we're together. We're engaged, and soon we're gonna be married. It's incredible, and it never stops feeling like that. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. Not really. I love you. I feel the same way about it. It's like living an incredible dream. You put a hand on his shoulder. You felt relieved that he was okay and settled in. How about a simple I love you? Too. His cheeks squished at his eyes from the size of his grin. Nothing could stop him from looking forward to the upcoming occasion. Finding the lack of words felt right between the two of you. You took the chance to let the day sink in as best as you could. After all the years you've known Cove, you now were going to have a wedding with him. The scenery slipped by faster than your eyes could keep up with as you got further and further into your own thoughts. Then, suddenly, the day had ended and you were drifting off to sleep in Cole's arms. It was early afternoon when you stepped outside, breathing in the good weather. The gentle breeze warmed your skin while you waited for Cove. He wasn't far behind, but there was still a serene moment to watch the puffy, white clouds move across the sky. You were grateful for that because the second you both hopped into Cove's car, your brain was filled to the brim with wedding planning once again. Before you could progress any further, you need to cross one of the most important details off the list: officially putting the wedding party together. This was the goal for today. Despite the nervous energy fluttering in your stomach, you were already anticipating the stops and phone calls planned. Peeking over at Cove, you hope he was too. Pascal, I have high hopes for today, and that's scary. But otherwise, I'm okay. What about you? Cove turned away while his eyebrows pinched together. His grip on the steering wheel tightened briefly before he made himself relax the stiffness in his pose. Tense, but good. Better than good. Really, I'm excited. Me too. Every time you imagine the conversations you'd have today, they all boiled down to the same feeling: joy. The people you picked were all important figures in your lives, and you just couldn't wait to see how they take the news. Cove nodded and added a happy hum in response, and with that, you were on the road home. Naturally, Cove navigated the car towards the old neighborhood. It was soothing. Winding down the familiar paths of your childhood, you spent so many years expanding your world little by little on foot, and then by car. The older you grew, the further you went, but there was always a place back there for you. Cove parked along the upper end of the street. Side by side, you headed out, aiming for his dad's condo. Your first visit for today. Cove wanted to ask his father to be his best man, and you would be there for him. Cove's newly outstretched hand was halfway to the doorknob when he paused uncharacteristically. Actually, I'm gonna knock. I think he'll just be happy to see you no matter what. The warmth intensified in Cole's expression. His hand changed direction and he gave the door 2 firm knocks. It didn't take Mr. Holden long to answer the door. His initial shock quickly melted into a cheery grin. Hey, come in, come in. His attention bounced back and forth between you and Cove as he moved aside to let you stroll on in. Hey, Dad, how are you? Sport? Cool. Well, Cove stalled, bashfully staring down at his feet and rubbing the back of his neck. You knew just how important this was to him. He took a deep breath and didn't wilt under his dad's growing concern. Pascal and I were talking about the wedding, and I realized that I need to ask you about something. I'm all ears, son. Whatever you need, I'm your guy. Cole swallowed nervously and nodded. Then the corner of his mouth started to perk up. I was wondering if you might be alright being my best man in the wedding party. Miss Holden slammed a hand to his chest, clutching his heart. You waited for any kind of sign of life. A part of you wasn't even sure if he was breathing until he finally gasped in a lungful of air. Cove, you don't have to do that. Cove's eyebrows bent up, but his delicate smile grew wider. Nobody's forcing me. This is what I want. Dad, you've always supported me. Through the good and the bad. For my whole life, you've taken care of me. His expression was earnest as he stepped forward. Your chest swelled with pride, listening to Cove's honest plea. Why would I want somebody else to be my best man? Completely touched, Mr. Holden grasped his son by the shoulders and then wrapped him in a hug. Cove embraced him just as tightly and rested a cheek on his dad. There's nothing in this world that would stop me from being there for my boy. Dad. Sniffling, Cole's voice came out softly and laden with emotion. With teary eyes, Mr. Holden invitingly reached an arm out to you. You joined them. The simple invitation instantly had your vision clouded with tears. The Holdens felt like family to you, and now realizing just how settled in, how much all of you were now, without question, family. Inching forward, you let yourself be pulled into their loving embrace. You clung onto them both. Finally, Mr. Holden pulled back, letting his shaking form settle again. Well, I'm sure you're both busy, so I won't keep you. Mr. Holden crossed his arms. Despite the misty eyes, he beamed, taking in the sight of you and Cove. But I really appreciate you both coming by, and I'm around if either of you ever need anything. Thanks. And yeah, we need to invite the rest of the wedding party before we see their wedding planner later. You were our very first stop today. Mr. Holden managed to brighten even more at hearing that. Cove Shadow nodded and rubbed his arm. Very good. You're being so responsible. I won't hold you up on your way. Thanks. Again. I guess we're on to our next stop? You glanced over at Cove. He nodded shortly and you felt a common surge of confidence. Have fun spreading the good news. We will. Bye, Dad. See you soon. The sun was warm on your skin as you left Mr. Holden's house. Stretching your arms overhead, you pivoted to Cove, feeling refreshed. Ready? Yep, let's go. You moved your attention over to your mom's place right in front of you both. You pointed at the house. We're already here. Stepping up to the condo, you rang the doorbell and waited. The longer you stood there, the stranger you felt. Because this still felt like your own door. The expression on your face pinched together oddly, but it was short-lived as your mom swung the door open and validated your thoughts. Hello, oh sweeties, welcome home. She eagerly ushered you both inside towards the living room. Ma then went over to the hall and cupped a hand to the side of her mouth to be heard in the other room. Pam, come see our guests. Mom curiously peeked out of the bedroom door. When she realized who it was, she beamed and gave you a little wave. Hey, kiddos. Hi. Hi, I miss you both. Your mom's expression softened. Mom joined you all in the living room and standing alongside Ma. What can we do for you today? We've been working on some wedding preparations, and we were hoping to include you in that. I wonder what that could mean. Ma raised an amused eyebrow and then turned to Mom. Charlotte Cole glanced at you, wordlessly asking you to take the lead here. Mom and Ma, would either of you want to be a part of our wedding? Cove and I were hoping that Ma would be a wedding attendant, and Ma would also be a wedding attendant for me. Ma excitedly looked from you to Mom, and then she was thrilled. If you want me as a wedding attendant, then I will be. All I want is to be there for my wonderful child's very special day. Mom stepped forward and put her hands on her hips. She beamed proudly. You bet, Pascal. Whatever you need, because out of all my kids, you're tied for first place. Oh my gosh. You only have 2 children. Hanging your head, you buried your face in your hands. Mom chortled, completely pleased with her own joke. Teasing aside, Pascal, you've made me very happy. A small, relieved sigh took away from the remaining worries twisting your gut. That went even better than you thought it would. A silly, sweet grin spread ear to ear as Mom as she swayed gently where she stood. She peeked at Mom. I can't believe it. I'm in the same party as Nolani. That's so exciting. Oh, hello, miss. It's nice to see you here. How long have you been at this lovely party? Oh my gosh, these 2 people. Mom placed a hand over her heart as she spoke. They both had pink cheeks from laughter, pretending they're hanging out together at an actual event. Everything was so much sweeter knowing your moms were thoroughly enjoying this. Spying on Cove out of the corner of your eye, you caught the fondness he exuded watching you in return. He seemed pleased with your mom's reactions. Okay, well, we'll let the two of you go about the rest of your planning. Thank you so much for surprising us with this. I brushed back her hair, observing you affectionately. Excuse me. Mom nodded in agreement. You've got a lot to do. but I'm sure we'll be able to hack it. Oh, we will. Just prepare yourselves for the best wedding you've ever seen. We're waiting for it, right, Lonnie? Yes. Next task on your to-do list. With one last glance around the neighborhood, you silently said goodbye. There was so much more to do that day, and that will require hitting the road again. Humming to yourself, you watch Cole bring the car towards the city. Your next visit will be a meetup with Terry and Miranda in their neck of the woods. You couldn't wait. This will be the first time we're visiting their place, right? You did tell them in advance that the wedding planner was bringing you and Cove out that way, so your friends were expecting you today. But as far as you knew, they didn't have any idea of what you were preparing to ask. Pulling into the parking lot along the street, Cole was in high spirits. He eagerly hopped out of the car, and you caught up to him with light steps. You weren't that far away from the car when you heard familiar, friendly shouts nearby. You spotted Tara and Miranda running along the brick path to meet you and Cove halfway. No! I was like, no, we can see their house. Their apartment? I think they live in an apartment together, right? No, they met us halfway. I've already seen this scene. Actually, I talked over you. I don't want to talk over you. Say it again. There you go. So good to see you. Hey, long time no see. You and Cove hurried over to meet up with them. He waved wildly. Hey, thanks for coming down. Pascal and I have something to ask you, have something to talk to you about, and it's really nice to be able to do it in person. Neither of them dared to interrupt, but Tara and Miranda did share a silent look. They both seemed eager to know the details. Terry, could you be a groomsman at my wedding party? Yes, I made the cut. Thrilled, he threw a satisfied fist into the air. Terry's grin stretched from ear to ear. Does that mean you accept? You laugh. Don't act too surprised now. I think that's a good sign. Yeah, let's laugh. You were genuinely relieved by Terry's reaction. Having second thoughts already? No. Good. I'm a groomsman, and you can't take it back. It's set in stone. We could take it back. No! Cole snickered, leaning towards you. Then Cole's attention moved to Randy. You watched her eagerly in anticipation. Miranda, it'd be great if you could be a groomswoman at my party. Her eyes darted from Cove to you, to Terry, and back to Cove again before she believed that this was actually happening. Yeah, I accept. Thank you so much. That'd be wonderful. Terry cheered again, pulling Miranda in for a one-armed side hug. Cole put a hand to his chest and let out a small sigh of relief. Go Team Cove! Yeah, Team Cove forever. Pascal's party is just as good. I'm marrying Pascal, remember? We like him. Go Team Cove! Yes. You cheerily moved your hand like you were waving a flag. That got a hearty laugh out of both Terry and Miranda. Team Pascal and Cove's waiting forever. Terry put his hands on his hips and nodded sagely. Randy, seriously, thanks for this. Yeah, it's super nice to include us in this wedding parties. Of course. We couldn't imagine the wedding any other way. Thanks for meeting up with us today. It's nothing, but you probably have to get going now, huh? Yeah, we actually have a wedding planner to meet pretty soon. The Baxman. With a curt shake of his head, Cole rolled his eyes, completely unamused, Miranda's brow forward. Wait, I thought you were joking when you mentioned that. Is he really planning your wedding? He is. Wow. Oh, wow. I remember when we were all here watching free-range fireworks, and now you two are getting married and Bax is the one planning it? Preposterous. I think it's definitely something, but that's what we're doing, and we're gonna do it now. Cope awkwardly rubbed his arm. Understanding, Terry gave a thumbs up. Safe travels. Bye, have fun. Thanks again. We'll see you both soon. Terry and Miranda remained on the walkway while you and Cole returned to the car. When you were alone again, you spoke up. That was good. Yeah. He wasn't facing you, but you could still admire the happy curve of his lips. It was nice to visit your friends for a little while, and it was even better to have another thing set for the big day. With a determined stare, Cole pulled his phone out and plugged Baxter's office into the GPS map. Once it was all set, he put the car in drive, and you both were on your way once more. While Cove drove, you pull your phone out and scroll along your contacts list. The rest of this task had to be done through long distance, so you turned the speaker up and made the call. Dialing up your big sister, you set the phone to speaker. You were already expecting the inevitable joke she'd have up her non-sleeves. Hello, Pascal. What do you need to inform me of? Hi to you, Liz. Oh, hi, Cove. This is gonna be good. Liz's intrigued tone became teasing, realizing she was on speaker. I guess you can't even pretend to have a normal conversation first. You're planning a wedding. You have to have something in the works by now. You could tell by the way Cole quietly took a deep breath that he was conflicted. In your gut, you knew he wanted to admonish her and shake his head, but she wouldn't see that. It's always nice to talk. Fine, let's cut to the chase. She's right, Cove. I'm so glad my big sis is on the ball. You roll your eyes. You laugh. Good choice. And Cove and I were hoping that you'd be maid of honor. Ah, yes. Excellent choice, Pascal. I'm so proud that my baby brother grew up to be a bright human being. All my years of being a good role model for you to look up paid off in the end. Are you done? Liz huffed in full offense over the line. You could easily imagine the smirk on her face. In case you didn't know, I had an entire acceptance speech ready. I would have thanked you in it, but I can be done now if I must. Liz cracked him over the line. She needed some time to collect herself, but when she did, she spoke much more earnestly this time. But that aside, honestly, I'd love to be your maid of honor. Thank you so much for having me. No, thank you. It means a lot to me. Me too, little brother. So glad you're gonna be a part of this too, Liz. It's natural that you would be. You've been there all along, for better and worse. But fair. I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna go. We gotta go and do some more wedding things. Talk to you later. Keep me updated. Bye. Bye, Liz. And with that, you happily checked another box off your to-do list. That was another invitation sent and accepted. Taking a deep breath, you pulled up the contact for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Eagerly, you waited for your cousin to pick up. Cole noticed out of the corner of his eye that you positioned the phone a little further away than normal. He nodded in agreement with that decision. Hey, Pascal. How's the wedding planning going? Any news? Here we go. Despite his amused tone, Cole still held the wheel more tightly, bracing for the volume of his incoming conversation. Lee was clearly already excited for any potential scoop. Oh, was that Cove? Hi! Hi, Lee. She uncharacteristically remained silent after the greetings, waiting patiently for what this was about. Hey, Lee, can I ask you something? Mm-hmm. Would you be a wedding attendant in my wedding party? Ah! Chuckle, you could feel Cole's affectionate gaze on your skin. It was easy for you both to imagine the way Lee must have been vibrating with wedding energy as she let her enthusiasm spill out loudly over the phone. Lee's cheering was exactly what you needed to hear. Eventually, she called an end to her mini celebration when she was forced to pause to take a deep breath. Lee, oh my gosh. I think it's safe to say that was a yes. Sounded like one to me too. Totally yes, I'm in. You know I am. Yes. I'm still just stunned about everything. My cousin's getting married. This is gonna be so amazing. Thank you, Lee. We appreciate the support. That's what family's for. I'm always just a phone call away. Thanks, Lee. We still have some more wedding planning related things to do, so we'll pick this up later. Works for me. Good luck with planning, and I expect a detailed report face to face soon. Of course. Bye, Lee. Bye, Pascal. Bye. I'm still here. I never forget you. Bye. Energized, you hung up, already awaiting the next time you see Lee in person. Stretching your arms out, you pleasantly took in the world rolling by out the window. Taking a deep breath, you pull up the contact list for the next person on your mind. You hit the call button and waited. Staring at Kira's name, you hoped that she wasn't too busy. She luckily picked up only after a couple of rings. Hello, Pascal, and hello, baby. I love that. She still always calls him baby. I love that. Hi, Kira. Hi, Mom. How'd you know I was here too? When are you ever far from Pascal? Especially with what's happening lately. I mean, she has a point. She knows the baby well. Yeah. How are my best kids doing? Good. Really good. Pascal and I actually have something that we wanted to ask you. Oh, I'm all ears. I was hoping that you'll be a groomswoman at my wedding party. My baby. Oh, my heart. Of course I'll be a groomswoman. You can count on me. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, thank you so much. Hey, that's what I'm here for. We have to keep going with more planning. We'll talk to you later, okay? Good luck, my babies, and take care. I'll see you both soon. Thanks again. Bye. Bye, Mom. Cole was elated when you ended the call. One more successful invitation was checked off the to-do list. Leaning back in your chair, you finally put your phone away and slid your attention towards Cole with an easy smile. The high excitement was fading and leaving a comfortable tiredness in its place, but you wouldn't trade the joy and support you got today for anything. Cove got a little cheer over your mutual success. We did it! We have wedding parties! Cove didn't take his focus off the road, but you could hear every bit of relief in his voice. The corner of his mouth curved. I mean, I guess it's not exactly surprising that things went fine, but it's hard to act casual about any of this. I know how you feel. It matters as much to me too. I can't believe it's happening. It's okay to lighten up, you know. Well, you wouldn't be Cove if you weren't panicking just a little. You put a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I know how you feel. It means the world to me too. Okay, let's hurry to Baxter's office. There's a whole rest of a wedding to plan for. Right. A new day and another visit to your new wedding planner came down. The rushing river that was your life at this moment. You, Cove, and Baxter were each settled into the same spots in the appointment prior, but there wasn't any of that initial shock. Instead, things were started off with a simple greeting. Hey, we have a wedding party now. Everyone we wanted accepted. Oh, you work faster than I do. Wonderful. I'll check it off and we can move fully forward. I hope you're excited. I couldn't be more. You gave a firm nod. I could take it or leave it, you teased. Yes! All you did was shrug. You bet your butt. Cove stutteringly giggled over the conversation. Well, he pulled out his pen while crossing his legs in his fluid motion. Our company has its own in-house photographer for your event, so that's taken care of. But there's the meal catering, cake, and any other dessert you want. I want a cake! Baxter coyly grinned at the abrupt interruption, unbothered. Well, we kind of already established that we'd have a cake smash, so... I'm sure you'll get your treat then, along with those of the outfits for you both. Both. Okay, I thought that was gonna be like an abrupt interruption based on the way this dash was, but I guess not. And you'll naturally need to decide whether the ceremony inception will be held. If you're feeling unprepared to make a call on any of that now, we'd always start with some dance lessons. What are you feeling? Knowing where the wedding is gonna be is pretty important to get done. But on the other hand, it's such a big thing that it's kind of intimidating to think about. Cove tilted his hand back and forth, mentally worked through his option on the matter. Maxwell watched the struggle for a moment before bringing it up. Pascal, any thoughts for your to-be husband? We can decide on venues now. We shouldn't put it off longer. How will we pick a caterer? Let's design a cake, Cove. We can go clothing shopping. It would be nice to begin the dance sessions. Well, I already have an idea for the venue. I've always thought if I were to be married, I would like to have a wedding at a outside, sometime in the spring or summertime. I know, I just can't imagine a wedding inside of a building. Like, unless it takes place in a like a religious building. Like, if it just takes us like a regular venue, it's like, you might as well go outside and enjoy the fresh air, enjoy the beautiful nature and things like that. Have a nice scenic backdrop that's, you know. Baxter rubbed his hands together and grinned at you. All right, now we're getting serious. Cove gulped, his Adam's apple briefly retreating up to his chin as if afraid, but he nodded his assent. Pascal's right. We should do this. His eyes met yours as he bobbed his head again. Let's do this. You sat up straight, your back tearing away from the comfort of the sofa's cushioning, as you readied yourself for such a critical discussion in your wedding preparation. Here we go. Good. There are stunning buildings in the area which used to be private locations, but have since opened up, specifically wedding ceremonies for any couple who'd like to make use of them. Naturally, there are also plenty of commercial locations which can easily host a full-sized after-party for your reception. His mouth twitched into a sly smile. Or, if you prefer something outdoors, there's always the beach. He chuckled, fully aware of what an obvious suggestion that was for his current clients. You can go for a spot that can host both parts of the wedding, so it's entirely in one location. But there's no harm in making a little trip from the ceremony to the reception afterwards either. It's entirely up to you. He held up a hand, stopping himself mid-flow, but continued to smile wryly. I don't wish to get carried away with in a preamble. Who would you like us to start? He leaned in, not planning on missing a word. He leaned in, not planning on missing one word. The hand which he held in the air now propping on his chin. Can we figure out where the ceremony will be first? How about the reception? Doesn't matter. Ceremony. Yeah. He bit his lip before speaking again. His voice was soft and sweet, but a little sheepish. That's the one I'm most excited about too. Gladly. He relaxed a bit in his rolling chair, then took out a phone with one hand while extracting his pen in the other. I've got photos of the places I mentioned to let you actually get a feel for the scene. Baxter tapped away at the screen, pulling up the previews of potential ceremony locations for your wedding. While he was partially preoccupied with that, he rattled off the specific kinds of locations you could use. So, there's a few spots I'd like to show you. There's a mansion that was formerly privately owned, as well as a church, a mosque, or synagogue in the same vein. There's the beach, as always, or perhaps a different outdoor spot. Cole's eyes darted over to Baxter and back to you as he spoke up tentatively. So we're allowed to mention our own idea for places? Baxter nodded amiably. Certainly, what do you have in mind? Why do I have a feeling he's going to say the Papa Hill? I feel like he's gonna say the. I feel like he's gonna say the Poppy Hill, right? He was looking down at his shoes as he spoke. Taking a deep breath, he glanced over at you. I knew it. I knew it. It's so obvious. There's the Poppy Hill. You grinned sheepishly as you rubbed the back of your neck. With its star and roll, in your shared story, it made sense. Cole, still flustered, returned your awkward grin. He was clearly pleased to see that you had been happy to hear his suggestion. He turned back to Baxter. I told you about it. It's where we got engaged, and he swallowed. And it's where we first met. He tilted his head away and closed his eyes. I remember seeing it when I was there. Is it gonna be too small? I don't know. Cole's gaze was fixed on Baxter with rapt attention, awaiting his verdict. Yeah, I was like, it might be a little small, but I would love the Poppy Hill if we could manage it. It's rather small and round. Cole deflated, his shoulders sagging. Baxter opened his eyes again and continued. If you don't mind having your guests to stand, there's just not room for chairs. We can still set up a small ceremony there. Cole chuckled as he straightened up in his seat. It could be worse. The confidence had been restored to him. Having Baxter take his suggestions seriously and even offer ways to accommodate it had helped put Cove at ease. Then he checked over to you. We don't have to do it there, though. If it's poppies you want, there is another option. I know of a bigger, flatter field of those flowers in Sunset Bird area. It will be spacious enough to have a full setup there. Cove tilted his head as he peered at the phone, genuinely intrigued by the news of another source of his favorite flower. That's cool. It does sound like it might be quite a stunning location. He began considering the possibility. Good to hear. Then Cove jolted in the seat, his head snapping up as another idea came to him. Are people allowed to have weddings or whatever in Redwood Forests? Even though it's kind of further away, that's an amazing place to be in. He settled down in a warm nostalgia. We've made some good memories there. Baxter nodded shortly. There's an option for certain spots. We can get it set up if you want. Cole grinned, delighted. Baxter spread his hands wide, holding the pen and his phone with his fingers so that you can see the palms of each hand. Those are the ideas, it sounds like. Tell me, what's standing out most for you? Oof, this is hard. The beach, the Poppy Hill behind my house, the Poppy Field outside town, the historical mansion, the historical synagogue, the historical mosque, the historical church, the redwood forest. Actually, I already know the one I want. Okay, well, we're having a justice of peace instead of a religious minister, so it wouldn't make sense to have any religious buildings. The redwood forest. That was the place of our first road trip. I don't know if I want to have the wedding there. It'd probably be very pretty. But I kind of like the poppy. Motif since that's where we first met. A beach would be nice, but this is odd. What does this mean? Actually, I already know the one I want. Oh. So this one, so I'm just making a suggestion if I don't choose that, but this one tells me specifically what I want. This is very tempting, but it's small, and I think I want it to be big so people can sit down and stuff like that. And it's probably awkward to be right outside my house. Like, it's a little awkward. That could be our special place. We don't have to invite everyone there. let's try the poppy field outside town. Baxter made a ring with his finger and thumb as he gave you an okay sign. It took him a little while to find a good photo. That was fair, since it wasn't a venue that he'd initially suggested, but he soon had his phone turned towards you and Cole for inspection. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my gosh. Wow. Cole's eyes stretched open as far as it could to go as they could go, yeah, as he leaned in to examine the photo. That's just wow. He repeated his initial judgment breathily, utterly enchanted by the vast field of white poppies. Slowly, Cole managed to tear himself away from the screen and his thoughts, and he turned to face you. He cocked his head to the side, wanting to know what you were feeling about the prospect. It was beautiful. Okay, I'm definitely going with this one, but I'll look at the other ones just to see. Let's do the Starkle Mansion. Nice. Looks nice. Okay. Baxter brought up a series of promotions. Gilded columns framed sage green walls with arched windows that reached from floor to ceiling to fill the room with sunlight. That's fancy. His eyes were wide as he stared at the pictures. He gulped unexpectedly. I feel like somehow, no matter how hard I tried to scrub myself down, I still end up leaving bits of sand on that super clean floor. It's just inevitable. You laughed. I don't know how you'd manage it, but it wouldn't surprise me. Don't you dare. That's true. You nodded. You shook your head. You recall more on one occasion when Cove had pulled out his wallet and a dash of sand spilled down along with it. Cove, what is wrong with you? Hey, you know what this makes me think of? He spun to face you, looking tickled. That play we saw during the summer after high school. The historical drama romance thing. Oh yeah, true. And we talked about getting married at that point, right? He looked upwards, racking his brain for a title before shrugging. I can't remember the name anymore, but it totally looks like the kind of place those people would have been hanging out in. You're right. Oh wow, I totally forgotten about that. We could finally be fancily dressed people in a mansion. You simply smiled at him. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Cole's grin widened as he studied you, keen to get a sense of what you felt about the location. Okay, let's look at another. The synagogue. Yes, this is so beautiful. I've seen so many synagogues. So many nice Ashkenazi synagogues that look like this. There's the Torah Ark in the middle. And the Bima. I don't really see the Bima. I think the Bima should be somewhere in front of the Torah Ark right there. Baxter tapped on his phone for a minute before presenting the screen, now displaying the synagogue's interior to you and Cove. Wow, it's beautiful. Cove stared at the picture. Baxter flipped through the pages on his phone with his thumb before landing on the one he was looking for. He turned the phone around so that you and Cove could see. Oh, that's stunning. Cove leaned in to better inspect the fine details. It could definitely work for a ceremony. One thing I love about mosques is how the geometric designs that are characteristic of Islamic art. They really perfected geometric design since figural representation is kind of taboo. Church. Baxter's fake finger was a blur as he worked through the open tabs. This looks also very pretty. Once he got things set up as he intended, he showed the phone to you and Cole once more, now displaying the high-resolution photo of the church. Cole brought a hand up to his open mouth, nodding. This is gorgeous. The ceremony would definitely be incredible if we held it there. Okay, and then... Okay, I've seen all these other ones before, so... We can go back to... I think Cove. I think this is the one, do you? It's Poppy Hill, right? Yeah, okay. Cove's eyebrows rose in response to your statement. The poppy field? His wave of brows relaxed, sloping gently as he smiled softly. I would love that. It'd be perfect for the two of us. Your body tried to gasp and laugh in excitement at the same time, resulting in a short, breathish snort followed by an exhilarated giggle. We're gonna have a poppy field ceremony. He smiled indulgently like a teacher, allowing the class a moment of levity before bringing them back to their studies. Before you get fully carried away, there's still a reception location to consider. Oops. Before you get fully carried away, there's still a reception location to consider. Baxter glanced down at his phone, nodding almost imperceptibly as he clicked away to get information he needed. There's a couple of big halls you could consider, one which is frequently used for dances, and another for more formal events. There's also a large room in a historic mansion that could host a reception, the same one I mentioned before. Another new option is actually an aquarium in the city over, which now has a bandwidth to host private events. Yeah, I knew Cole would like that. I was like, oh, we could do the mansion again, but the aquarium seems much more appropriate. Cole's jaw dropped and uttered a single word. Really? It'd be in the main display room with the floor to ceiling tanks. His mouth continued to hang open, his face frozen. It was certainly a rare opportunity, and you couldn't think of anyone who would be as excited by the option as Cove. As such, the news had temporarily stunned him. At once, he blinked rapidly, closing his mouth in a hurry. Your attention returned to Baxter. The aquarium was certainly an option to keep in mind, but there were many other appealing choices to consider. Oh, if you want something outdoors, there's always the beach, of course. And though you wouldn't want to use the redwood forest for your ceremony, it could also work for the reception, so you're welcome to keep it in mind as an option. Like before, if there's anything you want to bring up yourself, that's perfectly fine. In fact, I could recommend it. He pursed his lips as he dug around in his mind, pondering the possibilities. As a thought struck him, he shifted his face to you. How about the country club your moms are a part of? He snapped his fingers over and over, trying to dredge the name back up to his tongue. They had their anniversary dinner there. You know the one. He closed his eyes, brow furrowed deeply as he tried to recall it. You were torn on whether or not to bail him out. Before you could come to a decision, Baxter caught on and filled in the blanks. Yes, the Cypress, I believe. You nodded. Baxter returned the gesture as Cole opened his eyes again, looking both relieved and like victory had been swiped from under him. I've forgotten the name of it, so thank you for that. They would absolutely be able to host a reception, especially since your family are already members. Cove beamed. It's cool if we could go with one of the other things. I just thought it was an idea. I agree. It was a smart suggestion. I have no doubt that they'd do an excellent job if you chose them. But it's really what feels comfortable for you. Baxter leaned in, perching his chin on his knuckles of the left hand. He was still holding his pen and phone, ready to leap into action. What's holding the most interest for you right now? We could talk it over. Well, I mean, country club is nice. Stark Mansion will be nice too. But I think the aquarium. We're gonna have to do the aquarium. Cole would love that. And it'd be so beautiful anyway. Baxter held a finger to indicate that he would be a moment. That was nearly all it took, and he was able to locate pictures of the aquarium's large display room with ease. Yep, this would be perfect. He showed a screen to you and Cove. As he gazed at his beloved watery world, Cove bobbed his shoulders from side to side. With his attention locked on the screen, you wondered if he was even aware of what he was doing. Oh, even aware he was doing it. It's like they made it available for weddings just for Cove, right? It's such a pretty place. I understand how you feel. You simply chuckled as you watched him. You shook your head in amusement. Yeah, for real. I think they did it specifically for Cove. Finally, Cove pulled his gaze from the phone and glanced over his shoulder to you. You could tell he's going to work. What do you think, Cove? Cove lifted an eyebrow thoughtfully. The aquarium for reception? The voice lilted at the end as though he was asking a question, but he didn't seem to expect an answer. Rather, it was as though he was contemplating the feel of the words on his tongue, checking if they felt right as a final test. Cole broke into a grin. I think you're right. That'll match with us for sure. You had been holding your breath as Cole mulled over the venue one last time. You let out a sigh of relief. You'd already began picturing the day with your reception here, and now that Cove confirmed that he felt the same, the tension drained out as swiftly as it had come. Your energy was mounting. With the venues picked, your idle daydreams of the big day moved from hazy madness to sharp clarity. The energy radiated off you and onto Cove. He began to fidget in his seat, shuffling his feet as though he couldn't bear to keep them in one place for more than a few moments, while treading his fingers together over and over in his lap. Sensing that his audience was becoming distracted, Baxter quickly spoke up. A ceremony at the poppy field and a reception at the aquarium after, Looking thoughtful, Baxter tapped his pen against the side of his desk. Your eyes were drawn to the sources of the noise. He tilted his hand as if to tap it once more, the pen idly rolling between his finger and thumb, and then he smiled. Sounds like a wedding. I'll make it happen. Cole spun his face to you, his eyes alight with glee. You got your wedding locations. Why does this line sound like a something in an RPG? Like you hear like a noise like dun, 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 dun. You got your wedding locations. You felt every thump of your heart beating in your chest. It was a thought so simple yet so monumental that you were struggling to accept what was going to be. You looked back to Cole thrilled. You seized Cole's hand. You put a hand on Cole's shoulder. You reached over for a sidelong hug. You leaned over to kiss Cole's cheek. Seized his hand. Your fingers closed tightly around his. Your grip was surely quite intense, though Cole still squeezed back as though wanting to nestle his hand even closer to yours. We're getting married, you cheered. We're really going to have a wedding, you marveled. This is going to be great. I'm so happy. Thank you, Baxter. You were speechless. We're going to get married. One of the most critical elements sorted, the big occasion was really coming together. Cove chuckled at your words. Gazing into his eyes, you knew that all that he could think about was the day that you just taken another step towards planning. Reviewing the options that taken up the bulk of your allotted time with Baxter. You would now need to reach out to location managers and make arrangements so you could continue the mutual agreement that you'd end it here and let him take care of the matters right away. Goodbyes followed, and you and Cole giddily left the office and spilled out into the streets together. It was a great way to end that day's work. You and Cole arrived at Baxter's office on the dot of the allotted time. Emotions were still high from the preparations of the previous day. After having settled down as the process had gone on, Cole's nerves had shot back to the initial appointment levels. Greens were exchanged, and Baxter didn't leave a space open for Cole to get lost in. The planner went right to the point. What shall we be doing today? Well, I guess we'll pick a caterer. All right. Cole's brightening enthusiasm was no surprise to you. Food always excited him. That should be a nice time. I'll make sure you find the proper service to meet your needs, but don't worry. I won't get in the way of deciding any details for the menu. Thanks. I appreciate that. After the rest of the session circled around finding a specific catering company, eventually you all agreed on one in particular. They were able to make arrangements with you right away. On phone call, and you had scheduled a time to go over the details in person. That included a meeting with the chef too. And as an added bonus, this all happened before your next appointment with Baxter. It was a relief knowing that the menu would be taken care of by the next time you saw him again. Until then, there wasn't much else to do. It was time to leave. Thanks again for your help. It's my pleasure, of course. I await your next visit. We'll be back soon. Bye. Baxter nodded with a genuine smile as you head out the door. Once you're outside the office, you notice a little pep in Cole's step. You're both in good spirits, chipping away at the wedding planning had a special way of doing that. On the scheduled appointment with the caterer, you and Cole eagerly arrived at the location specified over the phone. You were led inside the building past a seating room and directly into the commercial kitchen. Nice. This is a really nice kitchen. It was sleek, silver, and so clean that it sparkled. That observation alleviated some worries right away. Next to you, Cole's eyes wandered the space with intrigue. Along the back wall, you spotted a woman at a sink large enough to be at arm's length deep. She looked over the shoulder and grinned broadly. Rhonda. Rhonda. Hold on, I'll be right there. She finished washing up and swiftly crossed the room, drying her hands on her apron. When she reached you and Cole, she gave a slight bow. Hi, I'm the head chef and your caterer. I heard that you're getting married and are in need of sustenance for your friends and family. Yeah, we are. Well, I can assure you that you've come to the right place. We provide a full-course meal and a menu tailored to your tastes and requirements. We also include all the plating, silverware, and glasses. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Why don't you introduce yourselves? A bit stunned by the speediness of the chef's candor, Cove took an opposite approach and slowly, awkwardly pointed to himself. I'm Cove, the groom. And my name is Pascal. I'm the other groom. I love it. You can call me Rhonda. Okay, hi Rhonda. It's nice to meet you. Marvelous. Now, I have a little pamphlet I'm going to grab. You can read it, leave it on the counter, use it as a coaster. It's okay. I'm going to explain everything myself anyways. Think of it as an extra guide. Rhonda waved the idea of any formality with both hands as she also shrugged nonchalantly. Cove chuckled shyly, leaning towards you while she lightly jogged to the other side of the kitchen. She scooped up 2 information sheets and came right back. Rhonda confidently stretched her arm out all the way to offer you each a pamphlet. Both of you accepted one. Cove turned around in his hands, inspecting it carefully. You said one in your hands too. Well, now that I've remembered that, we can get into the nitty-gritty. Let's shop talk the menu. You can choose to have a single menu that consists across the board, easy peasy, or you can have up to 2 fully separate types of menus based on different dietary needs. Guests could choose between them, and we'll prepare as much as both is needed. And it practically goes without saying, but we'll be able to accommodate individual plate changes if anything comes up. For example, a situation where one or just 2 people need specific elements left out. We can work with that without needing to make another full selection for it. So what kind of menu would you 2 have in mind? Did you 2 have in mind? Well, with no special requirements, vegetarian, lacto-vegetarian, pollitarian, pescatarian, vegan, halal, kosher, you left it up to Cove, won't for scale inclusions for taste and allergies. Well, what's this mean? Okay. So this is like you specifically exclude the stuff that you don't need, that you don't want. Well, yeah. I was thinking about saying kosher since I eat kosher, but I also don't eat nuts. So it's like, this can just cover all the stuff that I just can't eat. Um, not a problem. The chef pulled out a notepad and pen. She listened closely as you explained the types of foods you'd like to be excluded based on the individual needs of the group. And that's the only minute side we need. And the second one, well, we know that, what's her name? Liz is vegetarian, right? So let's have a vegetarian meal because I'm not vegetarian and I want to eat some meat. So she could have a vegetarian meal for herself and whoever else needs one. Turn to Cove, you check to see if he had options on the menu. How does that sound? I'm thinking we have a good plan going. Great. That's the big already done. Let's keep that ball rolling. Yes, please. At the minimum, there's gonna be an entree in our service, so that's one course automatically. And if you're having cake or another dessert, that'll technically be another course for your guests. Although that doesn't count as one of the portions we offer here, I can go up to 6 courses, the dinner, and as many as 5 additional portions. So we're looking at salad, soup, hot appetizer, a cold appetizer, or another palate cleanser. Do you know how big you want the service to be? I think we'll need a 1-course meal. What about you? I feel like a 2-course meal is enough. What about you? A 3-course meal should be plenty. Do you think so? Having a 4-course meal would be fantastic. Okay. That's a lot of stuff, but let's try it. We'll just do a 6-course meal. Cole laughed abruptly and then he stared at you in awe for a moment. Do you seriously mean that? A 6-course meal plus the dessert we're getting? Let's go all in. Wow, okay. The whole thing it is then. The last thing I'm going to be upset over is more food. In that case, there's no need to select which types of extra courses you'll be having, since you'll be getting one each. The corners of Cole's mouth bent into a amused grin as he lightly reached over to squeeze your hand. You could tell he was getting more excited about this plan by the second. Me too. You shared that feeling wholeheartedly. Seriously, why bother picking between things? We can enjoy them all, for real. Perfection! Oh, and how much heat are you expecting for the dishes? We can keep it all very mild, or we can easily push the spice levels up. Well, mild is the base, please. Generally medium. Make it all spicy. The food should be burning hot. Spicy for the main entree, less spicy for the extras. Less spicy for the main entree, and hotter for the extras. Looking over at Cole, waiting for him to answer. Okay, when people say I cook, they say my food's spicy, so, I can tolerate spice, but I don't mind things that are not spicy. Like, I'm not a extra super hot kind of guy, but I do like to use pepper, in my stuff. I need black pepper, red pepper of various types. So, yeah, I need some spice, but it ain't gotta be piping hot. But let's see what Cove got to say. Cove met your eye. You could tell he was mulling over the same problem, and you caught the light bulb moment in the way that he brightened. How about we keep the meals mild and put out sauces and stuff on the table so people can adjust the food to their preferences? Is that possible? Yes, of course we could do that. That's the perfect idea. Cole's suggestion made sense, but his cheeks were still reddened from your compliment, and that only made your grin widen. And the chef backtracked through her notes for a second. She thought over everything that you all had discussed until she could pin down exactly what was slipping her mind. What about drinks? Are we just a water please party, a coffee and tea group, or hard drinkers? There's always at least going to be water even if you have other options, so don't worry about that. Oh, I'd like there to be sparkling water, coffee, tea, milk, fruit juices, wines, liquors, beers, mixed cocktails, just water, whatever Cole wants. So, can we choose multiple stuff? Yeah, okay. I don't like sparkling water, but I know people like sparkling water, so we'll put that in there. I like tea. I like fruit juice. I'm not really a wine drinker. I've tasted wine before and I just don't really like it that much. Maybe I just haven't had the good ones, but people will drink it, so you might as well put that in the party. We can just leave that at that. We can add some mixed cocktails, and then that's it. I think we've covered it. There's nothing else I want to add. I mean, people drink coffee, but I don't really like coffee that much, and we don't need to have it, so tea is perfect. There's nothing else I want to add. We'll make it happen. So that's the menu type: meal scale, spice level, and basic and beverage basics. Please, Rhonda, roll her sleeves up. Her gaze fell on you and Cole with a new determined gleam. Let's go deeper. Cole smiled nervous at the chef's intensity, but he didn't wilt completely. He had a sneaking suspicion that his remaining strength came from the topic still being about food. The conversation continued from there. It dug into the specifics such as the main protein and side ingredients, the style of cuisine, the foods will be based on, and so on and so on. It took a fair bit of time, but eventually the finalized selection was arranged. You couldn't get over how delicious everything sounded the longer the conversation went. Oh, we can't choose the cuisine ourselves? I would love to choose the cuisine that the food will be based on. By the end, Gove appeared to be just as relieved and excited as you were about the food. But most of all, you were grateful to have set up a menu plan for the wedding. Rhonda, however, hadn't slowed down at all. I see that you both are settling down for a rest, but hang on and stay with me just a little longer. We're not done yet. Oh, is there something else? Yes, and it's called presentation. We can do all levels of flair for your meal. Were you picturing a plain Jane approach or something more hoity-toity? Stuff just needs to be on the plate. The stuff just needs to be on the plate. That's how I feel, but we could do a little bit of arrangement. I would like if some care was put onto the arrangement. Extra steps to have an excellent presentation would be appreciated. He simply shrugged. I want whatever Cole wants. I like if some care. It doesn't need to be overly like too much, you know. It's all food. So as long as this don't look nasty, it's all good. Yeah, I think it'd be nice if it felt special for the day of all times. That works for us. So, as I started to talk about way back when, we provide the plates and utensils and such. Our plates are white, but they can be completely plain or have a little swirly details around the edges. What do you think of that? Before Yukov could even consider giving an answer, she held both her hands up to stop that and stole a glance over her shoulder. Wait, give me another sec. I'll grab some snacks. You should see before you choose anything. Again, without leaving a window to say anything in response, Rhonda darted deep into the kitchen. Cole stared at her as she went. His expression was deadpan. You can pick the plates. Thank you. Yes. Alright, I'll handle it. What? Does it look like I want to pick out the plates? You nodded casually. You shook your head clearly. Okay. An abrupt clatter came from the direction she appeared down, and moments later Caterer had reappeared. She kept her word, and the piles of plates bounced in each other in her hands. She stepped up to a clear counter space. Rhonda spoke cheerily, almost musically, while laying out the first set of plates and some forks to go with them, perhaps so you knew for sure what they'd look like together. Here's the white. Cole looked on distantly, but you leaned forward to properly scrutinize the pure white dinner plates. Ooh, and there's the swirl. As you promised this time, there was an extra design element on the plates. You considered it carefully. Now, what are you thinking? I like the swirly one. Like, who wouldn't want the swirly one? Got it. Thanks for humoring me. And because you're both getting the hot and cold appetizer courses, there's a little extra piece to this puzzle. Now, what we could do is just bring them out ahead of the meal and place them in front of each guest in their seat. But that's not our only option. We could have all the appetizers set out in one single table from the very start of the reception so guests can go over and eat as they please. Or we could even have servers walk around the room with platters of appetizers to offer guests throughout the party as they mingle. It makes sense to me to serve them on plates on the table before the entree. I would enjoy having servers walk around the party. I think it'd be best to leave them on a single table. You don't have anything to say on that matter. It's up to Cove. I mean, it makes sense to serve them on the table for the entree, right? And plus, people might eat up everything if everything's not proportioned, at least initially. That'll keep things straightforward. Righto, that's what we'll do. Thank you. And now you can breathe. We're done. Can I choose the cake? I want to choose the cake flavor. I would love to have a red velvet cake because red velvet is my favorite flavor of cake. If y'all saw my music video for Atakaito, you saw a red velvet cake in my music video because it's my favorite flavor of cake. It's so beautiful too because it's my favorite color as well. I don't like it just because of the color, but it tastes good too. But it's my favorite color and favorite flavor. Rhonda laughed happily as she closed her notepad and put it aside. Okay, cool. I'm glad we got that worked out. Thank you very much, Rhonda. Thanks so much. It's my pleasure. We're looking forward to knocking your socks off. It'll be a 6-course double menu, mild meal that your guests will be talking about for years to come. I promise. Neat. One last question. Sure thing. How do we get out of here again? Rhonda clapped her hands and let out a deep laugh. Cole's face reddened with embarrassment. Go down the hall, take a left to the other hall, and then right, and you'll find the exit. It was so nice meeting you two. Thanks. Again. After that, you and Cove left the kitchen and made it out of the building in one piece following Rhonda's instructions. You both returned to the car with a vigor in your strides. It was amazing to get such a nice meal arranged in exactly the way you both wanted it to be. The food was definitely something you were going to be daydreaming about from now until the big day. When you arrived at the office again, Baxter was already comfortably seated and scanning over his notebook. He glanced up from it at the sound of the door opening. Welcome back. What's on the menu? Baxter smirked, but Cove answered with complete earnestness. A lot of things. Delicious. What shall we be doing today? Let's design a cake. Okay, I guess this is where we can determine the flavor of the cake. Baxter nodded his head, confirming that he registered your choice. Besides you, Cole's excitement had bubbled over. He was bouncing in his seat, too eager to restrain himself. Good idea, Pascal. I'm already ready to plan treats. His open enthusiasm tickled you, eliciting an adoring chuckle that slipped out. Across the table, Baxter joined you in a soft laugh of his own. Meanwhile, Cole seemed oblivious to amusement. He figured he was too lost in imagining the delicious cakes to notice what was even happening around him. What you needed now was for someone to turn those dreams into reality. The agency had worked with supplies of all kinds, so Baxter had a list of bakeries that they could recommend for weddings. You and Cove had a few personal favorites too. Together, you reviewed the websites for all the potential bakeries. Baxter had a wealth of handy tips of what to keep in mind when it came specifically to commission a wedding cakes for you to take into consideration. The three of you whittled away the options until you finally settled on the one you wanted. With that decided, Baxter contacted them to arrange a meeting so that you could select the flavors and discuss design ideas before working out the practicalities. He easily secured a time that worked perfectly for both you and Cove. That brought you to the end of that meeting. The decision of which bakery to choose, the scheduling, the briefing them on the basic requirements, had taken up all the remaining time you had with Baxter for today. The three of you rose from your seats, one after the other. Yeah, I can't believe next time we see you, we'll have our wedding cake picked out. Right, if everything goes to plan. Of course. I'm sure you have a great time together. I look forward to hearing what you decide on. Though I won't be there in person, you can always text me if you want advice during the process. Thank you. We'll manage. I'm not sure I trust your taste. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm sure Cole's going to be on top of this, you joked. You nodded along. Simple thank you. It was reassuring to know that Bax would be able to guide you if you got stuck. Though you doubted that would happen. I waved goodbye as you and Cove left the office for today. Ooh, this is pretty. It's so cute. I love the pink. Hold on. XAKE. Is that the name of the bakery? The light tinkling of a bell over the door announced your arrival as you and Cole stepped inside, where you were immediately welcomed by a pleasant waft of sweet scents. The bakery was a delight for the senses, even before you had taken a single bite. Decked out in a pretty shade of pink, it was impossible to miss. Cole closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. There was a soft air of cakes and pastries baking in the oven, tinged with warm spices like cinnamon and nutmeg. The display case was full of daily selections of mouth-watering delicacies, neatly lined up and ready to be taken away. The selection ranged from intricately specialty cakes to more rustic, homemade brownies and cupcakes. Usually those kinds of treats would be everything you needed, but today was a special visit. You would entirely focus on the even better desserts waiting for you on the horizon. You could tell Cove shared your feelings. He waited beside you with every outward appearance of patience, but you could tell that his anticipation. By the way, he kept a close watch on the kitchen door as you waited for an employee to come greet you. This uncharacteristic restraint was a stark contrast to any other time he visited the bakery, where he'd rush over to the display case and immediately began picking out cakes to take home. As he shifted from one foot to the other, you knew that he was fighting to hold back those usual urges. Luckily, his self-control wasn't tested for long. Soon the door to the kitchen swung open and a friendly-looking face emerged. Spotting you and Cove, the person smiled and began heading over. As they approached, you saw that the name of the tag said Xavier, with a little purple button pinned on the strap of their apron with the words "They Dim" printed in black letters. Xavier walked right up to you and gave you a welcome so warm you could have sworn it had come fresh from the oven. So Xavier mixed with cake. I guess that's the name of it. Xake. Okay. Hello. Thanks for coming by Xake. Is there anything I can get for you? Hi. Cove paused, pointing first at himself and then at you as he spoke. We're Cove and Pascal. We've got an appointment here. His voice, which started out measured and even, became hushed and as the thrill of what you were here to do started to get to Cove. When he resumed speaking, it broke further still, devolving into a rushed whisper that Xavier needed to lean in to catch. It's to plan our wedding cake. We're getting married. What he said. We're glad to be here. Thank you for making time for us. Cove would sulk for days if we skipped out on this part. You nodded a polite greeting of your own. Thanks for making time for us. Xavier's eyes lit up at the introduction. Of course. Welcome, Pascal and Cove, our two grooms. Cove preened ever so slightly at those last words, his chin jutted out with confidence. I'm Xavier, the head cake artist here. We're so happy to be working with you for such an important event. You can take some seats right there in front, and we'll start talking options. They gestured to a nearby table. You and Cove obliged, taking your seats. As you sat down, your stomach somersaulted. You were really here to pick out a wedding cake, the cake that will be served at your wedding. It hadn't quite sunk in before, but being invited to begin had made it feel more official. But knowing that you weren't alone in this feeling, and feeling that way, comforted you, and you grinned at the love of your life. Cove beamed back at you. The baker had taken a detour over the back shelf, where they picked up a binder before coming to stand before you at the table. I went over the info our baking assistant took while the appointment was being arranged, so we can dive right into things. So let's get to it. Starting with the size of the cake. How big do you want it to go? We can go as big as 5 tiers high. One or two, 2 or 3 maybe? Cove tilted his head to the side as he looked at you for input. Yeah, 3 sounds fine. Cool. Seeing as you reached a conclusion, Xavier noted it down at the binder. A 3-tier cake it is. They glanced up from the binder, smiling. That'll give us a lot to work with. In terms of decorating, is there any kind of direction you want us to aim for in the overall style? Cove pursed his lips, slumped by the question. Artistic vision had never been his strong suit. Though you reviewed ideas for decorations and color schemes together, asking Cove to distill those visions and themes into words was doomed to failure. You took it from there and said, traditional, modern, elegant, unusual, trendy, rustic, floral, beachy, simplistic. Whatever you think is best is go with us. How about floral? We are having a wedding at the Poppy Field, right? So it's perfect. Cove sighed, relieved, and expressed his approval. Right, that's it. Yeah, that's right. We can work with that for sure. Any color ranges in mind? Again, Cole fell silent, like a kid hoping not to be called out in the classroom. Even though it was just the 3 of you and he had no chance of hiding, you could swear that he was shrinking low in his seat as if hoping to go unnoticed. As entertaining as that was, you decided to spare Cole before he slipped under the table. You spoke up and said, honestly, I love a white cake. Pastel earth shades. Muted tones, dark shades, bright tones, most of color pops. Let's see. White cake. Floral, wait. Floral cake with white icing. I would love a white cake, but I think there should be some color pop to it. Got it. And what's the one color you really want to keep on the top of my mind? I think pink goes well with white. Nice, nice. I'm getting you. Xavier looked up from the binder. Right. So we're going for a 3-tier pink cake that's floral. You could picture the cake clearly now. It was just what you wanted. Yeah, that's right. Cove was staring at you like you saved him from a life or death situation. Rather than answering a couple of simple questions in a pleasant bakery, I gave you a thumbs up. Xavier watched you both with a smile. This cake is really shaping up. Time for the fun part. I'll be right back. They got up and made their way to the kitchen. The fun part? Cove echoed the words, puzzled but intrigued. They peered after Xavier, trying to catch a glimpse of the magic happening behind the closed doors. Craning his neck didn't grant Cove x-ray vision, but that was just fine, as you weren't kept in suspense for long. Xavier quickly returned with a large covered serving tray. Cove gasped, his fingers curling into anticipation. Right? It does. That's kind of the reason why I picked it. I like the simple, elegant look of white and pink together. It's real nice. Careful, coming through. They lowered the heavy platter onto the table where it clattered against the hot surface as it settled. Ooh. Xavier lifted the cover to reveal several plates of little cake slices with mounds of different frosting and filling flavors. Filling. I've never been the one to like filling in my desserts. Maybe have I ever tried cake with filling in it? I don't know. Like only filling I've like, is icing. The beautiful array of colors and breadth of the selection made for a wonderfully presented array of treats. Cove gaped, wowed by the revelation. We get to try samples? Xavier giggled at Cove's reaction. Given just how much enthusiasm Cove had, you bet there weren't many previous grooms whose response could compare. You do? They pointed at the tray and began talking you through the selection, starting with the neat little slices of cake. So, we got a few cake flavors for you today. Vanilla, chocolate, red velvet, citrus, and such. Yes. They move over to the frostings and fillings. There's vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, maple, mocha buttercream. Over here we've got chocolatey, fruity fillings, though the inside can simply contain more frosting if you prefer. Yeah, I'd prefer just more icing to it. I don't really like fruit in my desserts that much. Having talked you through the simple samples, they straightened up. These are some of our more popular options, but not everything. You can see all our options on the order forms. As they talked, they took out 2 copies of the order sheet and presented you one with each. Of all the possibilities for each element of the cake were laid out before you. That's everything. You're welcome to eat whatever parts look appealing. Goodness gracious, I'm yawning a lot. Oh, you can have everything on the platter, if you have the stomach for it. Cove's eyes sparkled with anticipation, of course. Knowing Cove, you suspected that he tended to take Xavier up on that offer and to sample everything. I mean, I would too. He picked up the fork provided. And began systematically working through the platter. He took scoops out of the cake, frosting and filling options in turn, moving from left to right and from top to bottom. You chuckled softly, amused that your hunch had been correct. Though Cove was evidently intent on eating a bit of everything, you know that he was careful to leave at least half of each sample, in case you wanted it too. Yeah. I mean, which ones did they mention? Citrus. Interesting. That's an interesting flavor. Okay, so I'm just gonna choose the ones that look appealing to me. There were certain flavors you knew you liked. You really wanted to focus on those ones before making your choice. Picking up a fork, you joined Cove in sampling the cake, frosting, and fillings on offer. You murmured your delight to each other as you discovered new combinations and enjoyed the sheer variety laid out before you. Cove's eyes shone as he looked at you, glad to be sharing the experience. Aww. You were so enraptured that you nearly forgot you weren't alone with Cove, but this too was by design. The baker stood by approvingly, careful not to do anything that might interrupt your enjoyment. You held up a fork to feed a piece to Cove. You gestured to Cove that you wanted to eat the sample on his fork. You closed it up next to him. You seized the last bite of cake before Cove can get it. You relax into the moment, enjoying the experience together. This is cute. Cove spotted the poised fork in front of him, laden with cake. You knew your intentions had been understood as a blush spread over his cheeks. Even now, it was criminally easy to make him embarrassed. Still, he leaned in and opened his mouth to accept the offering. You brought the fork to his lips, and he happily ate the treat. Thanks, Pascal. He held up his own fork, where the bite he had been about to take was waiting. For you. You leaned in to be fed. Cove's eyes glittered, happy to reciprocate. You bit down on his fork. The cake seemed sweeter when it was being fed to you like this. Cove shimmied happily in his seat. The different varieties had gone down very well with him. They were all so good. He cracked a grin. Hey, can we get a tier for every flavor? Xavier laughed. Unfortunately, we can't. At least not in a single cake. I'm guessing you don't want several different cakes at your wedding. Yeah, we should probably just go with one. I had no idea we're going to choose with so many great choices. We're definitely ready to get our own cake after having these samples. It's okay, Cove. We'll always get cakes for our anniversaries in the future. You shook your head at Cove's antics. You're not in agreement. It's okay, Cove. We'll have anniversaries in the future. It would be nice to taste the experience over again, year after year, especially if we continue to get cakes from the same bakery that provided your wedding cake. The suggestion made him swoon for you. The promise of food and staying together was a perfect hit. Now that you had a taste of the baker's cakes, and Cove had several, it was time to figure out the details. We could do the cake all in one flavor, top to bottom, or let you choose two sets of flavors, different flavors. What works for you? Did it? They just say that we can't do it though? Hold on. Oh, okay, never mind. I see. They said that we can't do a tier for every cake. I mean, they can't do a tier for every flavor. But that doesn't mean we can't have multiple flavors in the cake. It's just that we won't be able to have a tier for every single one of them. Okay, I understand. I think just one flavor would make sense though. I think one flavor for the entire cake makes the most sense. Yeah, let's do that. Cove lifted himself up off the chair briefly to switch his position. He moved over from leaning forwards towards the tray and shifted for the situation on the side of the chair facing you. What are your thoughts? You don't need to stick it to it forever, but were we thinking something plain, chocolatey, fruity, or what? You picked up the copy of the form to review the options again. After studying it carefully, you said, simple and vanilla, chocolatey, fruity. Something that people probably haven't had before, but it's still good. I just don't know. Well, red velvet is chocolatey, so let's go with that. Okay. He rested his chin in his hand as he stared thoughtfully in your distance. A smile drifted excuse me. A smile drifted across his face as he pictured the possibilities for your cake. What about something like a marble cake with milk chocolate ganache on the inside and peanut buttercream on the outside? Well, I can't really eat peanut butter, and I don't like peanut butter as well. Peanut butter doesn't not taste good to me, and I think I'm allergic to peanuts anyway. So that's an option, but can I tell you my idea too? Of course, you know me. His impish gaze now fell on the empty platter. I'll be happy with whatever we pick. Cole was by no means a fussy eater. You could tell that he enjoyed the full selection of samples, and he had been happy with all the options presented. You were free to pick out something different. Still, you approached Cole's willingness to listen to you, whether it was a passing thought, a deep-rooted worry, or your ideas for a wedding cake. Thinking about the type of cake you wanted, you decided to suggest red velvet. No question. I didn't even need to look at the other ones. For the frosting, I like the idea of vanilla, chocolate, white chocolate, cream cheese, buttercream, matcha. Peanut butter, matcha, lemon, mint, orange, ube, strawberry, hazelnut, almond. If I got hazelnut, I would literally be sent to the hospital on a wedding day. Almond, coconut, maple, mocha. Let's see. Cream cheese icing. Is that what I'm thinking about? I think that's my favorite type of icing. Is it cream cheese or buttercream? Okay, I'm looking it up, and apparently cream cheese is a common icing for red velvet cake. So I think this is the type of icing that I'm thinking of that I like. Yes, we'll go with cream cheese. When it came to the inside filling, you proposed more of the buttercream in the same flavor. Yes. Cole, who had been nodding along with your suggestions, recapped the idea. So, you're thinking of a red velvet cake with cream cheese frosting and cream cheese buttercream on the inside. That's right. To me. Then your mouth-watering cake flavors are all set. You will show what's going to be a hit at the wedding. The inside of the cake is great. All that's left now is the cover. Should we wrap your baby up? Do you like fondant or maybe ganache? Coach shrugged. You said. I know people say they don't like fondant. Chocolate ganache. Let's just have buttercream. Got it. Almost done. They scribbled that down on the banda. Finally, what elements would you like me to include in the design and the presentation of the cake? A double groom cake topper. That'd be wonderful. A raw icing piping. That'd be wonderful. Meringue detailing. I have no idea what meringue detailing is, so let me look it up. Oh. Pretty. That's nice. Let's see. Meringue buttercream. I'm seeing different images of what a meringue would be. Okay. Let's just say yes. Let's just say we'll do meringue. Fresh flowers, ribbons on the tiers, chocolate decorations. She can make decorations. Fresh flowers. How about a ribbon? I have no idea what type of cake this will look like in real life, but let's just try it. And that's it. Extra fancy, huh? That works for me. Awesome. We got ourselves a cake plan. The baker's words made it official. You picked your wedding cake. You couldn't help being especially thrilled about that. The wedding cake was a focal point at the party. It will be featured in photographs and shared among your family and friends. The joy of the day distilled into a beautiful confection. Just thinking about it left you breathless. You glanced at Cove out of the corner of your eye, wondering if he was feeling as excited as you were. You were leaning forward in his seat, a rapt expression on his face. As Xavier continued speaking, you put yourself back to the present. I'll take all the info you've given us today and use it to think of the finished design. I'll keep you in the loop on how it's going. Though before you go, are you wanting any other dessert on the side? Maybe cupcakes or cookies? Or we could do something else if there's something specific you have in mind. Oh yes! Cinnamon rolls! Oh, these are all so good. I would love all of this. I would love cupcakes. I would love cookies. I would love ice cream. I would love cinnamon rolls. Okay, if we're gonna choose one, let's just do cinnamon rolls. Oh yes, that would be delicious. Unexpected, but that's not impossible. We can make sure you have some cinnamon rolls. Your own personal connection with cinnamon roll beamed with delight. The three of you talked over the details of your additional dessert. That's it. Oh, I was like, maybe we should get some ice cream though. No, cinnamon rolls is good. Xavier skillfully guided you through it all to determine everything from your preferences to flavor and texture to the quality you needed. Eventually it was all set up. Xavier reviewed their notes in the binder. So, you're getting a 3-tier cake with a floral kind of feel that's chocolatey? And you're also getting some cinnamon rolls along with that? Your heart fluttered as you imagined the cake once again, you and Cole standing over it and ready to take the first cut. The side dessert beautifully complemented the cake, completing the picture perfectly. Yeah, those are desserts. Cove bounced in his chair again, his hands clapped against the edge of the table. His excitement was as palpable as your own. This is gonna be so good. Xavier grinned, pleased to see the two of you so happy. Thanks again for coming to us for your wedding. We'll make the desserts of your dreams. You worked through the outstanding specifics of your order with Xavier, who was determined to get everything right for your big day and had an answer ready for everything you could throw at them. Once the final arrangement has been confirmed, you left the bakery feeling confident that your wedding cake was going to be just as wonderful. Cove naturally shared your optimism completely. As per usual, you, Cove, and Baxter met up on another day for another session. A few lighthearted words were exchanged as Baxter watched the two of you amusedly. Cove's mood was still shining, and Baxter could tell. I take it the cake designing went well. Like a child who was excited to show off the latest work of crayon art to their teacher, Cove shared the news with pure happiness. We're getting a really big one. I'm so pleased to hear that. What shall we be doing today? Let's settle on our clothes for today. Yeah. Wonderful. He clapped his hands together at the thought. I can imagine you both will look incredible, so I recall that the two of you are intending to keep the outfits nice and secret for this special day. Does that mean you're each shopping alone, or were you thinking of extending the invitation to someone else? I want my dad to come. Sounds like something the best man should do, right? I mean, I know my mom will want to come too, but she doesn't live close, so you know. Cole shrugged weakly. Baxter nodded with a faint quirk of humor in his expression. It'll be nice for Mom to see it on her actual wedding day, though. You felt for Cove. Familiar with the issue yourself, you could think of a few geographically unavailable people it would have been nice to bring with you as well. Teleportals will make life so much easier. Maybe you can send your mom pictures? That'll be a fun surprise for her. You nodded. Maybe you can send your mom some pictures. Cole considered the idea, tilting his head in thought. He wasn't completely against the idea, but he didn't fully commit either. I'm not very good at that. That is true. Even though it had been nice for Cove to share the experience with his mom, he was sure that no matter what Cove wore, Kira would still just be excited to see him on the big day. And it was great that he was still able to bring his dad. Tell him I said hi. For your own shopping adventure, you picture how you wanted the experience to go. Then you direct your attention back at Baxter, finally to answer his question. I'm gonna go with my mom's. You welcome your mom's help on the shopping adventure. The trip was far less likely to end up with you scrutinizing yourself in a mirror when trying that at the 13th outfit for 15 minutes, trying to judge in the previous dozen options yourself. With that decided, Baxter rubbed his hands together in satisfaction. Perfect. But before you run off on the next outing, it would be best to choose where you're going. Do you have a preference on which stores you'd like to visit? There are two excellent local shops that should be able to set you both up with whatever you need. One is primarily a dress boutique, but also has romper and skirt options. The accessory selection is also divine. There's also a shop that focuses on suits, pantsuits, skirt suits. They have it. They have all the relevant additions that you likely want. I'm gonna wear a suit, so I guess I'll go to the suit shop. And you, Pascal? I'm interested in the suit shop as well. I want to go to the outfit. I want to get my outfit at the boutique. I want to visit both to be sure. Let's visit both. Let's make sure we go to different times. Let's make sure we go at different times for the suit one. Otherwise, the whole plan of keeping things secret might be foiled if we run into each other there. Suddenly, you had a very clear picture in your mind of Cole stumbling into you like some comedy skit until you're failing not to catch glimpses of the other's choices. Which store do you want to go first? I'll just go sooner or later, whenever you're at the dress one. I guess I'll just go to the boutique sooner. Felt like a smart place to start. You look forward to discovering what options were laid out. You make this so easy for me. Baxter sounded pleased as he reached over his notebook at the nearby desk. He clicked his pen and jotted something down. I'll leave the rest up to you. I'll see you both during our next session. Good luck. His smile was curled but bright. He waved you both off. Thanks. Cole's voice was nervous as he started to shuffle out. You got up following him. Bye. See you next time, Baxter. Thank you. We appreciate you making this easy for us too. Toodaloo. He waved goodbye. See you next time, Baxter. Time passed from your meeting with your planner, and soon both you and Cole were going out for the big shopping trip. You temporarily said goodbye to your fiance. You hugged Cove and he squeezed your back with a grin on his face. Have fun, Pascal. I will. I'll try. You have fun yourself. You shrugged. Cove nodded, bouncing on the balls of his feet. You could tell he was slightly nervous, but still looking forward to the rest of the day. Your car beat when you unlocked it and climbed into the driver's seat. Cove waved you off when you left. You swung by the neighborhood and picked up your parents along the way. Mom and Ma joked about who called shotgun first and who would spread out in the back seat. It was a pleasant drive, full of conversation. For example, you learned that there was a rumor going around Sunset Bird about finally fixing up the old park. Ma doubted it was going to happen, since it apparently had been going around the grapevine for a while. Mom didn't think there would be smoke without a fire. But that's going off topic. What are you hoping to find today, Pascal? You mentioned a few of your ideas and your parents listened eagerly, chattering about the possible ideas for the rest of the drive. Up ahead was a very proper, fancy building. You could tell it was going to be really nice. Oh, beautiful. You entered the boutique and took in the view. The first thing you noticed was how warmly lit the shop was. Despite most of the merchandise being stark white, the lights had a soft glow. In the air, there was a faint scent. You thought it was something floral. You also thought it was something that smelled like vanilla as well. Whatever it was pretty and not overwhelming. Fancy. Ma's eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the place. Yes, this should do well. Mom chuckled as she walked further into the shop. Well, if Lonnie says it's acceptable, then we're in good shape. The woman with the official semen binder stepped across the floor. Her high heels not clacking once. She made eye contact with you and smiled. Hello, is Pascal here? Yes, I'm Pascal. Thank you for coming in and congratulations. My name is Gabrielle and I'll be your stylist for today. We'll be doing everything you can to find your dream look for today. She grinned brightly and gestured for you to follow her. She led you over to the seating area. One sec. Before you settled in, let me get a few measurements. You obliged, and Gabrielle took out a measuring tape from her pocket and wrapped it around you. You could tell she had a lot of practice with how efficient she was at it. Thanks so much. Now feel free to sit. We can get this going. You sat in the middle of the seats. It seemed appropriate with how the spots were arranged, as you were able to get up and out easily. That would be helpful considering why you were there. Your mom's filed into a couple open seats. Mom still seemed to be expecting her surroundings while Mom beamed up at you. Gabrielle flipped over her binder and tapped the laminated pages with her manicured nails. To get an idea of your vision, I have a few questions for you. This will guide the selection process. I find it makes things a lot more manageable if I bring you the options based on your preferences instead of you going over every single piece we've got. We wouldn't want to overwhelm you. Ma smirked but made no comment. She has supervised the boutique since you were a child and liking you more than most employees here. However, you appreciate that she was respectful in their process. I know it's a lot to think about all at once, but just take one question at a time and remember that we can always go in another direction later if you want. Okay, sounds good. The stylist handed the questionnaire over to you and you skimmed over the questions. It got more details as it went, but the start was fairly simple. The type of clothing you brought up was a dress, a romper, a shirt, and a skirt. Okay, I have to look up what a romper is because I don't know. Romper. A romper is a one-piece or two-piece combination of shorts and a shirt. It's known as a play suit. It generally has short sleeves and legs, contrasts of a long jumpsuit. Oh, nice. A romper. Hmm. 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 Okay, so we got a romper, shirt, skirt, dress. Oh, let's try. I would kind of want to go back to try the other options, but let's try romper first. That was in a traditional shade and a non-traditional shade. Well, it should be a traditional shade, specifically white, off-white, cream, pearl, ivory, and champagne. Ooh, this is hard. Excuse me. So many different types of whites. Okay, let's try ivory. Well, what kind of garment you wanted and desired color filled out, the questionnaire transitioned to most style-based questions. You went down the list, picking the descriptor after descriptor that sounded best. Let's have fusion. Let's have texture cloth. Let's have it fitted at the top and looser pant legs, fitted top half, puffier pant legs, frilly, flowy, well-fitting. Let's have a flowy. Ooh, I like lace. Long sleeve, short sleeve, 3/4 sleeved, sleeveless. Let's have long sleeve. Floor length, ankle length, knee length. Let's have ankle. Finally, Finally, you handed the binder back to the stylist. She ran her gaze up and down the page. I'm on it. I'll go get you something. Gabrielle turned on her heels and headed back to the store out of sight. The distinct sound of the stylist's heels, deliberately not cracking on the ground, alerted you that she was coming back. She carried the romper that seemed right out of what you picked it from the questionnaire. It was the right color, right fabric, the style you indicated. Seeing all the elements put together in a single piece, the romper had a unique feel to it. I think that's very much you, Pascal, and it's so lovely. Absolutely, Lonnie. That'd be a look that's all your own. What do you think, Pascal? This is it. It's good, but can I change part of what I'm looking for? Can I go through everything again? This is good for here, but I'd like to visit another shop before deciding. Let's see. I want to see, like, what does a wedding romper look like? I just want to look it up. Interesting. Yeah, that looks really nice. Yeah, so I think that looks nice. So we'll go to a different shop before deciding though. This is the first stop to make today. The stylist nodded. It seemed like this was common. Gabrielle smiled. I understand. That's no problem at all. I'll make sure to hold on to your romper for you then in case you want to come back for it. But before you go, would you like any accessories you want to add on to the hold? Let's have a shawl, earrings, anklet. Let's see. Let's Let's see. Shawl. Train. I'm seeing some wedding rompers on Google Images. They have a nice train to it. That might be nice to have a train. Yeah, let's add a train to it. Train. A bracelet, and that's it. You shared your ideas with the stylist. From your description, she had something in mind, and you left to collect what you requested. One outfit option to go, you made your way to the other store. I like this suit right here. That looks nice. After a short drive from the boutique, you arrived at the suit shop. When you stepped into the store, you noticed the striking differences in shades in the dress boutique. Like in general, like you probably tell, like I like suits that have brighter colors to it. Like I do not really like black suits and things like that. I need to have, even this is kind of plain, but at least it's bright. It has some, it's not dark, you know. After a short drive from the boutique, you arrived at the suit shop. When you stepped into the store, you noticed the striking differences in shades from the dress boutique. The floors were slick and shiny. If you ran your shoe over it just right, a squeak would echo through the space. It was surprisingly well lit, showing off all the striking palm prim wares available. Each rack of clothing had its own dedicated spotlights. He shivered a little at the temperature, but that was appropriate for the heavy formal wear customers be trying on while in the location. This'll do nicely. Phew, that's a relief. I don't want to know what would have happened if this place wasn't up to snuff. Ma rolled her eyes at Mom's teasing and grin. You were glad they approved of this place. A man in a pressed gray suit and a green spotted bow tie approached. He brought a hand up to his chest. Hello, I'm Tall and I work as an assistant. How can I help you? I'm Pascal. I came here to look for an outfit for my wedding. Of course. I'd be thrilled to work together to find something. Toll took a step closer to you. What do you want to wear in terms of basic pieces? Shirt and pants. Roger that. Do you have colors in mind? For the top, I'd like off-white. For the bottom, I like off-white. I can do that. What are you thinking about with the style? You hesitated, not sure what your options even were. Tell you what, I'll list some words and you can pick what matches your vision best. You nodded and listened to him speak, picking the descriptions you liked one after the other as you recited them. Traditional suit. Shiny cloth. Long sleeve. Button jacket. No. Unbuttoned jacket. Button vest. I love bow ties. But do I want a cravat for a wedding though? Let's see. I mean, that's let's do a bow tie. I like it. Just let me measure you and I'll bring the parts out for you. Toad took out a measuring tape from inside his own suit jacket, and took out your measurements. I will be right back. Toad reappeared in no time at all, with your described outfit draped over his arm. He lifted it up and let the full length of it flow out for you to admire. You could definitely tell he had a fanciful feel to it. Oh, Pascal, this is exactly the kind of thing I imagined when I knew you were having a wedding. Oh, Pam, it does seem like something out of a dream. This is perfect. It's good, but can I change part of it? Actually, can I start from the beginning? This is good, but I prefer that out from the boutique after all. Thinking. A lace romper with long pants legs with a shawl and train and some jewelry, or do I want a suit, a three-piece suit with a bow tie? Do they have any other accessories though? Let me see. So they do have more accessories to choose from. What do I want? Well, I feel like that since this is a wedding that's taking place out in nature, I feel like that lacy flowy romper would give much more floral spring, you know, vibes than having like a traditional suit. You know, I feel like the floral romper would fit much more in that type of setting. This is a hard choice, but I think I might go back to boutique. I think that fits the wedding theme in general. I haven't been able to forget. And plus, Cole is going to be wearing a suit, so it can add some variety to have a non-suit. The sister respected that and shot you the okay sign. There's no obligation to stay. Thank you. The assistant put the outfit back on various racks that he pulled it from, eventually walked outside to the car. I thought you might go with the other outfit. It's a good choice. I agree. That suit shop was fun, but the boutique outfit was a clear winner. Your mom was the last one buckled in the car. The engine roared to life and the AC kicked in. After a short drive, you were back at the boutique. Gabrielle brought out the suit saved from before and you put it on in the changing room. You inspected yourself before you left the dressing room. The view from the mirror was breathtaking. You truly were about to have a wedding. You slid the thick cloth partition aside and stepped back onto the main floor of the shop. You paused in front of another well-lit mirror and beam. Gabrielle walked up and accessorized you. The look was finished. In the mirror, the day you were planning for a look back at you. You and the romper you wear to the ceremony, it felt real. You were nervous. You smoothed down the fabric at your sides. It was a lot to take in. You nodded at your reflection and then spun around to face the others. Ma hugged around Mom from the side. It's amazing, honey. Mom took a moment to recover from being bowled over from the unexpected hug, but rallied. You never looked better, kiddo. And you twisted around, looking back at the mirror. As anxious as you felt, it was the right choice. It had to be. You went back to talk with the stylist together, and she helped you get things sorted out. Gabrielle took more of your measurements and discussed the shoes you'd be wearing. The boutique would tailor the romper to fit you and your shoe size exactly. It didn't take long to wrap everything up. You thanked Gabrielle for her help and had every belief that the next time you put on this romper, it'll be one of the best days of your life. When outside, the first thing on your mind was calling Cove to let him know you were done. You selected Cove's name in your favorites and tapped. His name was in our favorites contacts and tapped the call button. He answered right away. His voice was chirpy over the phone, eager to talk to you. Hey, Pascal. Hi. How did it go? It went great. Another thing to check off the list. It sounded sweet, and a small part of you melted. Talking to him made you even happier than you had been for successfully finding your outfit. How were things for you? I did it too. Me and Dad are kind of struggling a bit, but it worked out. I'm pretty sure it's all good. You should like it. I can't wait for you to see me and what I found. I can't wait for us to see each other. Why am I not surprised this was a challenge for you? I'm sure your efforts will pay off. I can't wait to see. Can't wait for us to see each other. It's going to be amazing. This is the prize I can wait for. Suddenly the days before the wedding seem even longer. Now you will be in suspense. Should I say sorry now if I cry when I see you? I know it's going to be perfect. But I should probably let you go. We can see each other in person once we get back. Goodbye for a little bit, Pascal. I love you. Love you too. Bye, Cove. You entered the call gleefully and tucked your phone away. You put out your keys and hurried off to your fiance. You gave your appreciation to your mom for not interrupting your conversation with Cove. They had been able to sense that you'd been missing him and needed that time. You parked in a familiar street to drop off your mom's. With the car parked in front of your old house, you said your goodbyes. For letting us come along. Hopefully we didn't cramp your style too much. I'm sure we'll see you soon. You thanked them for joining you and waved until they disappeared into your house. In the car, with the scenery flying past you, you reflected on that day. You thought back to what you had put together and you felt your heart flutter. The image was crystal clear. You could see yourself in it, and the view of your wedding day had become that much more defined in your mind. Right on time, you entered Baxter's office for your next meetup. He was waiting there for you. Were you able to find the pieces you were pleased with? I think so. It's gonna be wonderful. Yeah, as it should be. What shall we be doing today? Well, there's only one thing left. It's the dance sessions. Oh, you want to get started on that? Exciting. Baxter gestured down to the other door in the space, rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand rolling his wrist to point with his whole hand an extravagant gesture. There's a room here in the building you can use for dance lessons. I'll need to schedule it, of course. We need to be certain there wouldn't be any conflicts. If you could wait a moment, please. He pulled out his phone and swiped a finger a few times, his brow furrowed as he checked some sort of calendar. He tapped something with a flourish and looked up with a grin. Cove watched with open antsiness. Cove and I can attend lessons this afternoon. Then, Pascal, we can have the evening. I believe I can pencil us in as early as tomorrow for the first sessions. Happily, there's enough vacancy in the event room for individual sessions. One-on-one lessons are ideal for this. Every person's at their own level and will need guidance with different aspects. I can get everything arranged today if that works for you. Cove nodded seriously. There was no hesitation coming from his corner despite the jitteriness. Let's do it! You shot Cove and Baxter to please thumbs up. Yeah, that's good. Baxter placed his phone down to clasp his hands together. His enthusiasm was hard to miss. I'll make it happen. And he did. Baxter made the necessary arrangements right afterwards. He asked for your input occasionally and finalized the times. He planned each detail out exactly. Any specific idea that Cove or you had was jotted down and added to the considerations. What kind of music are you thinking of? Would you rather go with something fast or slow? It doesn't have to be ballroom staples. I'm more varied than that. A recent wedding I helped out with went with classical music for the first half and then early 2010s music for the last half. There's no wrong answer for this. Cove shrugged and left the space for you to answer. What is traditional wedding music? Besides, do 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 or da 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 da. I mean, those aren't dance songs, so I don't know what traditional dance wedding music is supposed to be. I like classical music. I would want love songs to dance to. I enjoy theatrical music. Can we have pop music? Alternative, rock, country songs, preference be jazz. Cool to have throwbacks when we're growing up. I think it'd be fun to use video game tracks. Ooh, do 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 do. I like classical. I do. You felt they were classic for a reason, and they lend themselves well to dancing together. Baxter nodded approvingly, and Cole was even more supportive of the recommendation. Cool. I think I can guess some of the songs you were hoping for. Of course. And speaking of, let's chat about particular tracks. After continuing to discuss music selections for a while, your office time with Baxter finished, and it was time to leave for today. Goodbyes were said, knowing that the separation wouldn't last long. Tomorrow wasn't far. The hours passed by quickly. It felt like a blank by the time the session rolled around. But after lunch, you drove Cove over to his first solo dance session with Baxter. He was definitely nervous on the drive there. Despite his usual anxiousness, he insisted that he wanted to do the lesson on his own. He would show you his moves after he practiced. I can't wait. You wished Cove luck and dropped him off, hoping he had a good time. You drove off as soon as he had disappeared into the building. The plan was to run errands until it was time to pick him back up. He had heard about a new store that had opened up recently. It was close enough that you decided to check it out and see if they had anything worth getting. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good connection. Unfortunately, the store didn't have a good selection compared to the other options. But you stalled in the snacks section. You debated buying something in order not to leave empty-handed. You bought chips, a chocolate bar, box of sugary fruit snacks, healthy fruit snacks, pre-portioned package of cheese and jerky. Let's still not buy anything at all. Well, one thing I usually do is I buy chocolate bars. You plucked the bar off the shelf and bought it. Another store that you knew would have what you needed was minutes away. A short drive later, and you were on your way to finishing your errands. It was nice to keep busy while you're waiting for Cove. When the time came, you drove the car up to the front of the building, stopping where Cove stood on the sidewalk. Cove greeted you with a smile and hopped into the car. He closed the door behind him and buckled his seatbelt with a click. How did it go? Cove shifted in the seat while rubbing the back of his neck. It was awkward, as you probably guessed, but not that bad. He brightened as he thought back. You listened to the vivacity in his voice, even as you focused on driving through the parking lot. Baxter's just kind of a good guy, not a bad teacher. You pulled out from him in front of the building and started making your way through the first intersection. What did you want to talk about with all the time? What did you talk about with all your time together? That's great. You nodded quietly. We'll just say that's great. While kind of a good guy wouldn't usually be considered high praise, from Cove to Baxter it wasn't too shabby. Baxter must have really done his best to put Cove at ease. Yeah, I'm feeling even better about all this stuff going forward. I'm glad. You finally pulled into the parking space and parked the car. You couldn't linger in the car too long given your own lesson. It was time to go. You looked at the grocery bag in the back seat with the snack you had bought. You offered some stuff to Cove. If you're hungry, feel free to snack. You probably needed some fuel after dancing for so long. You pointed over at the food and Cove's eyes widened at the sight. That's gonna be good. I'll see you later. Bye. I love you. Love you too. You left Cove with the car and walked with a bounce in your step to meet up with your wedding planner turned dance instructor. The doors of the office building would let you in after a firm yank. The air was cooler than what it was outside. You followed Baxter's directions from yesterday to navigate the wide halls. A left past the fire extinguisher and a right at the first set of doors. You found a set of thick glass doors. You put into a large event room. This had to be the place. Ooh, nice. You entered the space and noticed the towers of chairs on the sides of the room. It was easy to imagine the room filled with a crowd, but now it had all been cleared out for your private class. You walked across the empty tile floor to the counter at the back where Baxter was. He raised his hand and waved you over, setting aside some notes he had been reading. With the paper and elegant fountain pen left on the counter, he strode forward and met you in the middle of the large room. Pascal, glad you could make it. Hello, hey. You waved at him and smiled warmly. I hope you've been well. I'm fantastic. I'm ready to boogie. I'm fine, but I'm hoping you're tip-top shape for this. I've been worse. You okay with your hand wordlessly? Excellent. Baxter pulled a remote from his jacket pocket and clicked the button. A familiar speaker you hadn't noticed before crackled to life. A familiar music filled the room. He must have been busy to already have the songs that you had talked about yesterday ready. He tucked the remote back into his pocket, and then Baxter turned his attention on you. He offered you his hand. I'll lead. At least. At first. We can switch later if you prefer. His gesture felt grandly formal. He had enough performance practice to really feel as if he stepped out of a fairy tale ball. You took his hand ready to get started. His fingers linked around yours, and he put his other arm across your back. Your other hand hovered awkwardly in the air. You weren't sure where to place it. His shoulder, his back. He noticed your confusion and directed you into proper form for a slow dance. When you were comfortable, he guided you into the steps. You watched your feet, carefully following his lead. He was a good teacher and a reliable partner for dance. It didn't take long for you to start moving to the music, following the rhythm rather than worrying about what foot went where. Baxter suddenly smirked, the twitch of his lips getting your attention immediately. I recall that it wasn't just dance lessons I was available for, was it? I also offered to give you rides whenever you needed them, didn't I? Hopefully I haven't let you down with that. It took a moment before you understood what he was talking about. You laughed clear and bright. I think I'll be alright. We have our own cars now. You and Presley still remembered, but then again, you also remembered it. It had been a particularly memorable summer all those years ago. Being firmly in the flow, the discussion died down. The only exchange was the music and the sound of your shoes on the sleek flow with each other's. So, tell me, how did things go at Cove? Do you still dance often? What happened to you after that summer? You focus on your movement. Okay, He didn't seem like he wanted to talk about this, so it's like, should I bring it up? But I'm curious though. I'm curious. Let's just see if he's gonna respond. He faltered in the step, throwing the dance to a halt. Wow, okay. He recovered quickly, his toes going back to precise the form motions. But his face still showed the strain of the upset. It's kind of strange how completely you disappeared after your vacation. Did something happen? He took a deep breath. Tremors went through his shoulders from the effort of keeping his perfect poise. Okay, I didn't mean to get you so worked up, sir. I'm sorry for asking you this question. I apologize for vanishing so thoroughly and not even attempting to keep in touch. It was unkind. His lips twitched. It was closer to a grimace than anything resembling a smile, even though you thought it was what he was attempting. I didn't think it mattered at the time to end it completely once I left Sunset Bird behind. At least, that's what I told myself. Or rather, that's what I hoped would be true. I wished hard that when you and everyone there didn't see me anymore, that you wouldn't think of me again. You would go on with your lives happily, and I wouldn't factor into it. Why, though? How do you feel that? He did, though. It was such a different side of him that we haven't seen. It was really cute. He was just so smooth and so put together. So seeing that was just, you got to see another side of him. He paused again. How did the music sound so much like cold silence? That doesn't make sense to you, I imagine. Baxter offered a one-shoulder shrug for your supposed trouble. You waited for him to explain. You made a soft, encouraging noise. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. He took a... Oh, excuse me. He took another deep breath and determination sparkled in his eyes. It's the eternal story of my life. I want to be liked, but I can't be important. A friend for a season, a planner at a wedding. That's me. I'm not like him. Cove is a fiancé. He stays. He tries. Clingy. I think your friends and family like the joke. I never thought so. He didn't even care for me, but he was still willing to dance together to do a better job for his wedding. In life, there are just some ones, And then there's the one. You found your one, and I'm genuinely glad you did, and that he found his. All I want to is assist with that happiness, not to get in the way of it. Is he like, wait, let me reread this. Is he kind of like admitting the fact that he kind of liked me? Like, let me see. Like, you could determine your relationship level with Cole, whether it's like indifferent, friend, or fond, they say, crush and love. And I don't think I ever set any crush level for Derek. Because I think you could also set your relationship level with Derek, and I didn't set it to crush. But Derek still confessed to me in step 2 as a small child. And now it seems like Max is kind of saying, well, Cove won. He stays, he tries. He's not like me, who just leaves all of a sudden, things like that. And it's like, do both of the characters like you to some extent, even if you go with Cove? But neither of us are here for our old relationship dynamic. That's ancient history. We don't need to get mired in the past when the future is so bright. Max's tone was pointed with finality. That was as much as he would say. The pace of the dance sped up, going back to what it had been before. He nearly stepped on his foot at the sudden change. Since he was clearly not going to discuss this more, he didn't attempt to pry for more details. This has gone into incredibly personal territory. And I'm like, he didn't even explain exactly what happened. He just said that, oh, yeah, that's the type of guy I am. He didn't even explain. He didn't even explain, like, what happened. But I think we can find out, though. At least he is in he's in our life now and forever as a character as well. So maybe we can find out more about him as a character in our life too. Since he clearly was not going to discuss this anymore, he didn't try to pry for more details. This had gone into incredibly personal territory. Thank you for saying that. I accept your apology. I still don't understand. You deserve to be important. You said nothing else. Well, I'll just say nothing else. There just wasn't anything you could say that felt right. Baxter schooled his face, and for all the world appeared like the conversation had never affected him. So, do you still dance often? I don't compete anymore, if that's what you mean. I haven't I haven't even kept up with it as a hobby lately. I do it for weddings, if the couple would like me to assist. He gazed into the distance, somewhere else for a hot beat. Then he came back to and smiled. I still love to dance, clearly. He wiggled his eyebrows and put emphasis on his movements. You had to admit that he appeared happy enough during the session. There just isn't room for everything. I imagine you've dealt with similar situations in your adult life. I see. Thanks for giving me an excuse to make time for a dance. No, thank you. The feeling is mutual. At least all those lectures were paid off for your career. You nodded. No, thank you. You appreciate his expertise in the area. It was incredibly fortunate that he had the skill. You felt grateful for all the hours upon hours he must have spent to get as good as he was. So tell me, how did things go with Cove? Baxter chuckled as he led you to the left. You followed, watching his reaction more than your feet. Krev? Goodness gracious. Cove is a remarkably sweet man. You have nothing to worry about, in more ways than just his dancing. But I won't say anything else. Instructor-client privilege. That response piqued your interest past simple curiosity. What had happened? The question was plain on your face, but Baxter suddenly focused on your heels. With him staring downward, you pay more attention to your timing. Yeah, like, what do you mean more than just dancing? What does that mean? I'm curious. Very nice. It was clear that you weren't going to get any more out of him on the topic. You focused on your movement. The acoustics of the room were surprisingly good for dancing. The music was at a good volume, and despite the tile flooring, the tapping of your steps didn't echo distractingly off the walls. You both continued to dance as the song cycled through and back. Thoughts played in your mind about the surrealness of reconnecting with Baxter again after all these years without contact. However, that was secondary to your goal of dancing well in the upcoming wedding to the love of your life. It wouldn't be too much longer until you would be doing this with your husband. Let's take the lead now and see. Also, I said we could probably find out more about him in our life too. I forgot you could literally date him in this game, so he might be more open to talk about himself when we do his route. Can I lead now? I was about to suggest that if you want to give it a try. You both rearranged your positions and you were off across the floor. It was different from following Baxter, but it didn't take long for you to rediscover the right tempo. By the end of the session, night had fallen. You said goodbye to Baxter and Cole came back to pick you up in the car. You mirrored his actions from earlier in the day, climbing into the passenger seat and clicking in your seatbelt. You're taking the opportunity to copy you as well. So, how did it go? The amused sparkle in his eye let you know that choosing your words was completely and utterly intentional. It was nice. It was fun. This is such a me answer. I always say this. It's a running gag in my family that I always answer things by saying, it was fun. It was awkward as you'd expect. I'm glad I did it. I'm not sure what to think about it. You raised your shoulders with a simple shrug. You hummed one of your songs with a grin. It was fun. You appreciated the session, but it wasn't something you want to make a habit of. Also, did I thank you for buying me the snack earlier? It was good. You're welcome. I hope there's some left. You craned your neck around to inspect the back seat. You saw an additional snack, and Cove laughed. Don't worry, I didn't eat everything. I bought some drinks to go with them. I thought that'd be nice for a post-dance pickup. Cove better know how much you loved him, especially in moments like this. Hey, seriously, what did you and Baxter talk about? You settled in quietly for the ride. I said I wasn't gonna say nothing, but I'm curious. Hey, what did y'all talk about? The wedding preparation is going well. We've basically finished all the preparations now. We just finished our dancing sessions. So I think we're pretty much done. Almost done with that. You couldn't forget how Baxter phrased it all. You were too curious. When you were together, did something happen? I don't know. He sounded truly confused. He did try to think back, but it was apparent that nothing came to mind for him. We didn't talk about anything important. Why? Did he say something to you? It seemed like he was implying something. The angle of Cole's eyebrows crept into concerned territory, so you elaborated. It wasn't bad. It actually seemed good. He thinks you're sweet. Cole's eyebrows then pinched together. They were approaching deep thought. I guess, well, I'm not good at dancing. I've never been. You know that. It's hard and nerve-wracking. And I made it clear why I was going there with something I'm not cut out to do. Who it was for. He showed you a soft smile and your eyebrows have evened out to normal. Maybe that's what he meant. You blushed, your eyes straight into the window. The parking lot had emptied out from earlier for this afternoon. It was just sweet. It really was just you and Cove. Maybe it was. You felt lucky to have such a loving fiance. With the day's arrangements taken care of, Cole pulled out the empty lot and started to drive away. Next time you were scheduled to come by, but it will be for the usual kind of office visit. No dancing required. You highly anticipated getting back into the other aspects of wedding planning. No footwork, just working on making your wedding too perfect, Cove perfect. When you arrived for your session that day, you noticed Baxter's foot was tapping against the floor in a set of rhythm. It seemed that the lessons from the day before were still on his mind. Heya. Hi. It's so nice to see you again. With all the work, planning, and effort a thing of the past, you were having your final appointment with Baxter. The two of you situated yourselves on the purple couch in your normal spots, though Cove was unable to treat the visit as anything near normal. His legs had stiffened from the nervousness so badly that the bend in his knees was like the snap of two branches. He nearly fell into the cushion. Baxter, on the complete opposite end of the comfort spectrum from Cove, smiled with natural ease. Well, then. This is the last time we're likely to see each other until the day of your wedding. Are you feeling prepared? Yes. No. I'm not sure. After how many meetings and appointments we went through? Definitely. I am, but I'm not sure Cove is. Maybe Cove is, but I'm not. I mean, we got everything situated. Cove didn't react whatsoever. Not to Baxter or you. He was frozen solid. Baxter ran his hands along the inside. Baxter ran his hands along the inside edge of his jacket and placed his most encouraging smile on his face. In all honesty, you've both done beautifully. Your wedding will be an event to be proud of, and I'll be there to make it certain that it flows smoothly. All you need to do now is enjoy yourselves. Each line Baxter spoke chipped away at the frosted shell around Cove until it cracked. Your fiancé replied in a small voice. Thank you. Wow, thanks. Now? Having broken the ice, Baxter easily shifted back to work mode. He touched the tips of his fingers to a pile of papers on the desk to his side. I've got the details of the hotel for you here. I was able to book two standard single bedrooms for you and your parties to use to get ready in. Okay, there you go. The hotel is minutes away from the ceremony venue, so you wouldn't need to make a trip out there in the morning of. Thanks, Baxter. You're good at this. Cousin Mittens was almost embarrassed. He scratched at his cheek and shared a look with you. He remembered how hard of a time the two of you had getting the room when you came to Sunset Bird for your mom's anniversary. It was an ordeal. Cove chuckled, knowing that you were reminiscing over the same experience. Baxter accepted the compliment earnestly without prying. He leaned an elbow against the chair's armrest and propped a head up against the hand. I do strive to be. He continued to relax, following up his prior motion with a cross of his legs. And I very much appreciate your gentle patience with the series of questions throughout this experience. I do still have yet one more topic I would like to discuss. When you leave here, the wedding planning is over. Do either of you have an opinion on seeing your beloved before the ceremony? That was not something Cove had considered. He didn't have words to back up the hasty interruption. Baxter smoothed it over by elaborating. I know some couples follow tradition of completely cutting contact in the lead up to the ceremony, so it's like a reuniting when they come together for the ceremony. Others stay apart physically, they'll communicate over the phone, and there are those who don't participate in that whatsoever and stay with each other. This time, Cove gave himself space to consider it, letting the concept sink in. I mean, I don't have plans to be away from Pascal. You know, I like being around him when that's an option. But I guess we could do that, if it's a special thing for weddings. He laughed breathily and sent back a question of his own. Are you gonna make fun of me for being clingy now? He knew just how much Baxter meant that. Cove, however, didn't have the same context. Huh? Okay. Good. People shouldn't make fun of him for that either. People shouldn't make fun of them for that. You really should change the stance. Teasing Cove is fun. That's lucky for the both of us. I'm clingy too. You're very sweet, Baxter, but he definitely is clingy. He patted Cove on the shoulder reassuringly. You had to laugh at Cove calling himself out for that. I mean, he is clingy, but it's sweet. It's sweet. Okay. Cove gasped dramatically when that wait. Cove gasped dramatically that Baxter would give him a pass, and his own fiance wouldn't. He then stopped clutching his pearls. When he stopped clutching his pearls, Cove instead put on a pout. You were charmed by both his unambiguous attachment to you and by how cute he genuinely was. But you made an effort not to be entirely distracted, and you gave an answer to the question at hand. Cove, would you mind staying in a separate hotel room? We can meet at the wedding later. Cove, would you mind staying in a separate hotel room? We could talk over the phone. Cove, I want to share a room with you. Okay, I do kind of like the idea of maybe having some physical distance so we can like feel all the more drawn to each other when we reunite at the wedding. That sounds nice. But I feel like that I don't want to torture him by having no contact at all, you know? So it's like, we could still talk on the phone. Cole started indignantly. You called me clingy, now you want to call? I'm doing it for your sake. Yeah. Does that mean you're not going to answer? Cole's shoulders and head slumped down and sank, his tough stance deflating like a balloon. No, I want you to call me. Cole shuffled the balls of his feet against the carpet, all while glancing over you at bashfully. You held on to a sweet gaze as long as you could. You were going to have to go without it for a while soon. Off to the side, Baxter watched the two of you from his spot on the office chair. The fondness in his expression for you and Cove had tipped past his usual professional distance. Not wanting to ruin the moment, he spoke in a soft voice. Very good. Everything's settled then. From there, the rest of the meeting was spent going over the final details and the whole plan step by step. Baxter went to make sure you were on the same page and prepared for the events ahead. He shared amusing anecdotes of past weddings he planned, some highlighting actual potential pitfalls you could intentionally avoid, and others were one in a million debacles. Debacles. The most unbelievable was the story of a particular orchard ceremony from the year before. The stage was set with flowers, a walkway, a seating, and a wooden ark at the end. He was looking on in a final survey, primed for the guests to arrive, when an out-of-control truck with a back end full of apples drove straight through. The driver was unharmed, but when he got the truck to stop, the couple was still married, albeit in a much simpler arrangement, but Baxter distantly remembers the almost comedic surrealness of it. Seeing a completed wedding and having it flattened back to the ground in a blink of an eye was something he never expected or hoped to experience. While the planner chuckled in recollection, Cove leaned over to ask if you thought there'd be any reason for a fruit truck to ask if there'd be any reason a fruit truck might have to be attributed to you. You're pretty sure there wasn't. The stories and laughter continued until the end of the appointment. It reminded you of the final day of class before summer vacation. Technically, you were still in school, but everyone was eager for the fun to begin. The goodbyes were exchanged as usual, with promises to see each other soon, like there had been every time you visited. However, when you left the office, y'all wondered if you would ever go back there again. When you saw Baxter next, it would be at the wedding location. Maybe you will return someday, if you and Cove decide to renew your vows and you needed to plan it again. Or maybe you could just visit as friends and not as customers. Yeah, like, come on now. Under the wide starry sky, you and Cove hopped into this car to head back. Despite having done it many times before, it felt completely different that time. After the click of seatbelts being snapped into place, there was silence in the cab. None of the boisterousness from moments ago had come along with you. Cole's expression was pensive as he rounded the curb and got the car out onto the street. A gentle rumbling resonated over you from wheels rolling across tarmac. That was the only word he managed to articulate before his mouth clamped up tight again. He had an internal struggle made visible, and ultimately he made enough peace with it to finally smile. Right now, I have a lot going on in my head. You probably guessed that. There's so much I want to say to you about us and what's happened. All of this. But it would probably make more sense if I said it during the wedding, right? His voice dropped to a complete whisper, but his grip on the steering wheel intensified. It's so close now. Cove took in a deep breath through his nose, allowing the fingers to loosen again. That was followed by him answering his own question. Pretend this didn't happen. I can wait for you. Oh, come on, you can give me a hint of what you're planning. You can say it whenever you're ready, even if you are. Dang it, I'm so curious now. There's no way I can act like I didn't hear that. He simply nodded. You whined in disappointed protest. I can wait. Thanks. You're always so nice to me. That warmed you up inside. Nothing felt better than knowing he could rely on you. But there are a lot of other things I'm thinking about too. Like the fact that these are the last moments of our lives together not being married. After this, I'm gonna be your husband, and you'll be my husband too. Unbelievable. Yeah. I love you, Cove. This is just amazing. It can't happen soon enough. He was speechless. Yeah. Twisted in your seat, you let the side of your face rest against the back of the chair. You rested there at the end of such a long project, watching your almost husband as he continued to drop ahead. Two of you are moving forward, full of hope, anticipation for the very near future. After days, weeks, years of waiting to commit yourself to the love of your life, the morning of your wedding arrived. Y'all, it's happening. It's happening, y'all. Okay. I'm gonna change the title. Even though we ain't going to a chapel, I'm still gonna say it. Going to the chapel and we're gonna get married. There we go. Save. It was a realization that hit you as you laid into the dark hotel room. You were still half asleep and totally cozy. You were awake and feeling peaceful. You were fully awake and full of excitement. You were wide awake from nerves. That would be me. You weren't able to tell exactly how long you had been up at that point. You rolled over to check the time, sat on the side table next to the bed. Was a stock standard digital clock, flashing the current hour and minute in bright red lines. It was time to get up. At least it was if you didn't want to be late or show up to your wedding in pajamas. And thinking that, it struck you that Cove had to have gone up as well if he hadn't woken up even earlier. Reaching over to the table, you got hold of your phone. Clicking it in showed a string of new messages. It wasn't hard to guess why people might have things they wanted to say to you that particular day, but one name on the list caught your attention over the others. Cove. He had messaged you. You opened your chat with him instantly and read each individual text. I'm awake. I wanted to call you, but I don't want to wake you up if you're asleep. It's important to have a good night's sleep, especially now, and all the time. You can call me when you want to. I love you. Oh, you started grinning before you even finished the set, and by the end, your heart had started pounding painfully. Cole brought you joy so effortlessly. You tapped at the screen to switch from messages to his contact page, clicking the call. There was already an answer the moment you lifted the phone to your ear. Hello? Pascal? Yeah, I'm here. Oh, cool. His tone grew softer. You pressed the phone closer to hear. Congratulations. Congratulations on your wedding. Oh my gosh. Congratulations on your wedding. Good morning. Is it a little too early for that, you teased? I'm looking forward to seeing you in your suit today. He chuckled. Oh my gosh. Congratulations on your wedding. He chimed back happily. Yeah. The night. Well, I guess the morning just before the wedding. Right now. Thank you. It was a lovely moment to share, both mundane and incredibly special in its own way. But then Cove gave a deep sigh. The gentle voice turned to a distant whisper. It's almost time. He brought some levity back to his tone with a joking question. Would it be wrong to say I'd rather go see you instead of getting ready? Yes, Cove. Not to say, but you shouldn't actually do it. Think of how much planning we did. We can't let that go to waste. Yeah, forget that planning we did. Let's just hang out. You joked. You firmly but effectually huffed at the suggestion. Not to say, but you shouldn't do it. I got a laugh from Cove. I'll stay. People are coming here soon for the wedding party. After making a declaration to be responsible, he stalled there. All right. Yeah. Cozy Eye wasn't directed at anything in particular. He was grasping to fill space, to buy time while he sorted his thoughts. We're getting married. I'm gonna marry you. The gravity of the occasion fell on Cove heavier and heavier as he vocalized it. My stomach hurts. Cove. You were able to say another word as he sucked into an audible breath. I have to go. Right now. I'm getting nervous. It's getting worse. But I want to do this. More than anything else. Your heart went out to the man you loved. You could relate all too well to the feelings he was confronting. There was a gasp as he finally let out the air he had holding in. Bye. I love you. It'll be okay, Cove. We'll make it through. Bye. See you soon. Don't force yourself too hard. I love you too. Goodbye. You can only end properly with I love you too. Without letting his determination lapse, Cove ended the call. As short as an exchange it was, hearing the voice had been such a nice way to start the day. You knew he made the right choice to not fully separate. You knew you made the right choice not to fully separate. Yeah. With great effort, you pulled yourself away from the safety of the blanket. You had to do it. You wouldn't be able to see him if you stayed there. Your clothes were hanging up against the door of the small hotel closet, and you went over to double check the outfit. It all looked fine. You assured yourself while taking slow, calming breaths. Everything will be alright. From there, you went to the bathroom to brush your teeth, to shower before anything else. Once clean, dry, and half dressed, you went out into the main space of the hotel room. Your phone lit up with a new message and you glanced at it. The wedding party had arrived and they were in the lobby. You put your own phone down to pick up the hotel's landline. When the desk manager answered, you explained the situation. They promised to lead the group up to your room. The call ended simply. A short time later, a knock vibrated through the heavy front door. You answered it right away. Liz was there with a smile to greet you. The rest of the party filed in after. Congrats and hellos were exchanged as they passed. Thank you for helping. You decided to do your own hair. You had a stylist come do your hair. You decided to have your mom do your hair. You decided to have your ma do your hair. You decided to have Liz do your hair. You decided to have Lee do your hair. Ooh. Let's have a stylist. Also, it's okay, Okapi Flower. Oops, why is my face sad? Okay. Hold on. It's okay, Okapi Flower. You can, come back another time. I totally understand that. I wouldn't want to ruin it for you if this is something you want to experience first and, on your own. Let's have a stylist do my hair. And put on makeup. The stylist also put on your makeup. We'll do the stylist do that. Liz knew the arrangement and would make sure it stayed on track. You and your party got to work, changing, primping, and polishing up for the occasion. During the flurry of preparations, the stylist arrived. Liz handled that, going down to the lobby personally to leave the stylist up to the hotel room. You got yourselves tucked, zipped, and buttoned in your nun romper when a series of rapid but not so loud knocks struck the door. Only a few people could come to the room without approval, and the sound was not Cove. There wasn't any of his usual notable pauses between knocks. That left one other option. You thought as your maid of honor went over to answer the door. Oh, Baxter. There on the other side was your partner and his wedding journey. Baxter. No. There on the other side was your partner in this wedding journey, Baxter. His outfit looked as though he had reverted back to his teenage self. It was all black. But you were aware that the staff would be dressed up top to bottom in dark shades, so you recognized the guests as employees, not as possible long-lost cousins twice removed. He offered polite greetings of his own to you and your party. Hello, and a very good morning to you. Hi, good morning. You look incredible already, but don't fret. I won't interrupt the processes for long. I'm here to check in. Is there anything you need? Everything is good here. Do you have a way to slow down time? You wouldn't happen to have a Cove on you somewhere? I've got it under control. You shook your head. No, everything's good. Yeah. The curve of a smile put ever so slightly high. Wonderful. Now let me add, I also came in order to keep you informed on the wedding status. Oh? A worried bent came through in your tone. Yes, the status is, it's ready when you are. It should go off without a hitch. That was music to your ears. You were so grateful Baxter had gone to as much effort as he had for this. With absolute earnestness, Baxter wished you well. Pascal, I'll let you return to your preparations now. Bye, thanks for coming. The frantic mood of the wedding work swept back in with no further distractions. You cleaned up your nails, you painted your nails, stylised your nails, mom your nail. Stylist, short for the paint you went with. French tips with a solid pastel. I mean, pastel, right? Your cuticles have a pastel look, right? Hold on. Oops. Okay. That was specifically pink. The party was there to get you through the whole morning of preparation. There were laughs, a few tears, all happy. There was a time investment, however. However, the look did eventually come together. The clothes, your hair, the makeup was all set to what had been planned for the day. You glanced down at yourself, fully dressed to get married. You did a happy twirl. You grinned, satisfied to see yourself. You swallowed hard. You wiped your brows, relieved. You released a steady breath. You suddenly felt lightheaded. You did a happy twirl. You stood in the center of the room, and then, after a moment to yourself, the rest of the group surrounded you. Period. Look at you. I love the all pink thing that the pink thing you got going on. Nice. You've never looked better. That's saying something. Just saying. Everyone's wearing pink. Goodness gracious. It's so beautiful. I love this dress. It's so beautiful. You're going to have a romp today. I love this. It's like it's giving Eastern. Nice job, kiddo. Oh, they both have floral dresses. Beautiful. I love it. You're all grown up. And then the moment had arrived. Your body felt hot under your expertly tailored clothes. You couldn't hesitate any longer. Your wedding was about to begin, and Cole would be there when you arrived. You took a deep breath. You took a deep, steady breath, and then stepped out into the hallway. Rapidly, you made your way to the elevator and then took it down to the lobby floor. It didn't take you very long to weave across the hotel lobby and exit through the front doors. Outside, you immediately spotted the rental car that was set to bring you to the poppy field. You slipped into the car. And your maid of honor tucked in after you. Well, obviously, the maid of honor has to come with us. Closing your eyes, you tried to get comfortable during the drive, but it was in vain. The car was bringing you to your own wedding. Glancing out the window, your eyebrows raised in surprise because you recognized just how far you were from the poppy field. There'll only be a few more minutes until everything you'd been working towards will finally come to fruition. Your nerves hadn't dampened at all. Your nervousness was replaced with building excitement. All your nerves were gone and you were filled with pure happiness. None felt real at all. When I have in big situations like this, my nerves don't go away until I'm actually doing that thing. A small strangled chirp startled you. Slowly it dawned on you that the noise somehow came from your throat. Lost in thought, Liz smoothed out a few wrinkles in her outfit before glancing around the back seat. She then turned her attention to you and cracked a small, satisfied smile. Everything's already going excellently. Liz lightly bumped her shoulder into you. You teasingly rolled your eyes in response. Great work, little bro. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here. You reached over and hugged her. You teared up. You smiled gratefully. I'm so glad you're here. Liz crossed her arms. Her face smugly lit up, and it took all your mental strength to keep a neutral expression. You should be. I'm your beloved big sister. I earned this front row ticket. She teasingly poked you in the shoulder for added emphasis. Shaking your head, a tiny laugh broke free. Baxter wasn't kidding earlier when he said the hotel was near the ceremony. The trip was already over and there wasn't another second to spare. Why am I actually getting nervous, to be honest, though? I just felt something in my stomach just now, for real. Carefully exited the car, went forward, and finally took your first sight of your ceremony. Oh, it's beautiful. I love the flowers. The field of white linen poppies. Warm rays of sun drifted down on you as floral-tinged gusts of winds came out from over the expansive hills. It was soothing. Beyond the chairs for guests was an arch bursting with leaves and flowers as if it had sprouted from the ground itself. Everything was aglow. Even the petals of each individual poppy seemed to sparkle more than usual. Pascal? Your planner had immediately been informed of your arrival and came to greet you right on schedule. I'm actually nervous. Oh my gosh. How good to see you again. And so soon after the last time. He tilted his head in your direction casually while chuckling. Your attempt to laugh along with him came out more like a strangled hiccups. Your nerves still had a complete chokehold on you. Luckily, Baxter completely understood and offered a reassuring smile. Then, all presence of casualness for the day left Baxter's poise. A bright fire lit up in his dark eyes. It's showtime! Let's get into proper positions! The wedding parties are being lined up at the front, where they'll stand by while the guests are getting directed to open chairs in the audience area. Pascal, please go further back with me so you can be ready for the aisle walk. I'll send Cove over next. On the promise of being reunited with Cove, you let yourself be led away by Baxter. You only had to hold on to a little longer. Then you get to see him. You went back down the bin, and there was an eager hastiness to your pace. A corner was turned, separating you off from the main scene. Good luck, Pascal. I'll congratulate you when it's over. Baxter trusted you enough to handle the rest and waved you coyly over his shoulder as he left. He had to handle more of the arrangements behind the scenes so that you and Cove could have your spotlights. You stood there alone, foot tapping, resisting the urge to pace. You never been more grateful for how quickly Baxter worked. When only a minute later you heard someone approach. At long last, What you've been anticipating came to be. You saw him again. Oh, Cove Holden. Yes, Cove. Yes. Why's it gotta look like me a little bit? we got a similar type of white flower. Boutonnière, as they call it in French. Pinned to our blazer. And it's lightly colored. Cove Holden. Oh. Without a word, Cove lifted his arm for you to take. His blue eyes were crystal clear. You could see your future together sparkling within them. See him like that, completely ready to marry you, was breathtaking. You wrapped your arm with his gleefully, creating a secure link. The touch coaxed one of his precious wobbly smiles onto his face, though he still couldn't say a full word. An assistant joined in only briefly to hand you the delicately crafted white poppy bouquet you had designed with Cove. You gratefully accepted it, taking hold of the base with your free hand and gripping tight. Cove grasped his own, though not without almost falling through his fingers, then pressed it against his chest protectively. The assistants made their exit, while you tried to relax by breathing in the gentle perfume of the bouquet. It was sweet and beautiful, reminding you of Cove. You peeked at him from behind the petals. He was watching you too. While waiting in the wings, footsteps, the distant chatter of a crowd, the heavy breathing of your partner, and your own heartbeat pattered in your ears. Your eyes closed as you strained to hear the cue above the rest of the noise. But there was no need. You knew the moment had arrived when everything in distance went silent. It felt as though your heart froze in place, not wanting to be the one thing to interrupt. The first note was struck. Cole's holding you tight into a trembling squeeze. And that was all you needed to move forward. You began to walk forward with the love of your life. Oh, he was right there by your side. His legs were shaking too, and from the corner of your eyes you could see his cheeks were wet with heavy tears. You never beamed brighter. You were an absolute sobbing mess of emotions. You smiled softly with tears gathering in the corners of your eyes. You were stone stiff with nerves. You were unsteady on your feet, afraid you might faint before Cove even had the chance. You had to resist the urge to drag him down the aisle to get to the end already. He never beamed brighter. You watched as his mouth opened and closed. It was as if he was speaking to you, though if he was saying actual words, they were too quiet for you to hear. The crowd was full of joyous smiles and loving glances, but no one made a move to distract you or Cove away from each other. You wouldn't have noticed if they had tried. All you were aware of in the entire world was the wonderful man holding desperately to your arm. And somehow, on one of your shared strides, his knee locked and Cove stumbled. You rooted yourself in place, pulling up against Cove to keep him from falling completely. He leaned into you and you both swayed to the side, but he stayed on his feet. The two of you straightened yourselves out and kept going. You were equally committed to reaching the end of the aisle. It may not have been graceful, but to you it was beautiful. I mean, it wouldn't be Cove if he didn't make one mistake like that. And you made it. When you arrived, you loosened your hold on one another to change positions. You stood in front of him face to face. Softly, Cove's lips parted again. And finally, that time you knew what it was. Your name. Pascal. He shifted the bouquet way over so he could use one hand to caress your cheek. He brought his hand lower to be closer to yours, his fingers advancing further to touch the edge of your ears. Tears of joy began to fall from your cheeks. You felt overjoyed. Tears of joy began to fall, and you pressed your forehead against his. You felt overjoyed and pressed your forehead against his. Well, if he's caressing our cheek, then let's do that. It couldn't be helped. The delicate way he held you had made your emotions swell more, but you embraced it, nuzzling against the one person who impacted you in such a way. A hush came over the crowd as the justice of peace began to speak. It was time. The ceremony speech flowed over you. You listened to each word, but the senses faded out of focus the second day had passed. It was like being in a comfortable dream. There was a safe sense of distance from the world as the consciousness drifted around within it. What did break through to you were Cole's bashful gestures, shuffling feet, quivering eyes, a palpable nervousness energy that was barely swallowed down. Not a single movement went unnoticed. Before you could completely lose yourself in Cole's gaze, your attention had crystallized in an instant. The justice of peace had said vows. It struck Cole as well because his knees visibly locked from underneath him. In slow motion, he began to tip backwards. You instinctually grabbed onto his wrists, pulling onto his sleeves into an attempt to keep your beloved from leaning further. Numerous sets of arms rose from all around as both your wedding parties poised themselves to catch Cove if he fell their way. Cove regained control of his legs and caught himself by anchoring back on the ball of his right foot. He kept that firmly planted. He was still so absorbed in the moment that the notion to be embarrassed by his near faint didn't take up any space in his mind. It was as if if it hadn't had happened, at least for Cove. The justice of peace, however, lifted a brow, assessing if your groom was physically capable of completing the ceremony. For all his trembling, Cove stood stiffly, a pillar that could not be moved. It was enough to appease your justice of peace into continuing. The couple has chosen to prepare their own vows, and they will share them now. Cove Holden, please begin. He took in a long breath through his nose. After so much build-up in the wedding and all the effort that it took to create it, this was the final hurdle for him, articulating his deepest feelings about you out loud. Cove looked into your golden eyes, searching for the words he needed. You waited, impressing as much encouragement as you could into your gaze. Finally, Cole began his vows. Pascal, we met when we were 8 years old. And, well, I wanted to run away to Nevada. Somehow that first summer, I moved into the neighborhood. Truthfully, I planned to do it before my dad and I even made it to the Sunset Bird. It didn't matter what it was going to be like. How could it ever be okay? But I saw you the first day I was there, and nothing went the way I thought. You changed everything in my life. He sunk low into himself, sheepishly, and offered a goofy grin. I'd still make an attempt at my child mind genius, but it was just gonna be for a visit. And you came to find me. You tracked me down all the way to the end of town. Every far-off image playing out in his mind brought further joy to Cole's features. He laughed nostalgically. You picked my side over your own sister, and even put up with me even when I'd be pretty selfish. You were there for me when I was actually upset. I got to have a childhood thanks to you. You didn't let me lose it all because I was sad. I had someone I could make those memories I cherish with. Making sandcastles, watching the clouds, catching fireflies and everything else. But then puberty happened and so many things seemed harder than before. At least you and me had really become friends by then. It definitely helped me survive it all. That was the time I started sneaking out to visit you through the window. I wanted to be with you when I was happy, or when something was wrong. I couldn't stay away. Luckily for me, you didn't mind spending your days or nights in my company. With a light touch of wistfulness, Cole recalled experience after experience from those years. Going on trips together, big ones and small ones, just hanging out around the houses and the neighborhoods, talking about who we were as people, playing cards. And that time there was a sun shower. We'd stick together during parties, and you'd even make it fun for someone as socially awkward as me. As he continued to reminisce, he chuckled adorably. And I started getting closer with your family too. Well, at least your mom's. Elizabeth wasn't exactly interested in being good friends when we were teens. I appreciated that you always put up with my parents and their wild plans, by the way. How badly I wanted to grow up as an awkward tween. Then suddenly, we graduated high school, and it really was time to be an adult. getting my first job and taking my first long drive without parents, accepting how small our little town was in the grand scheme of things, just trying to figure out how I was even going to do with my life, what I was even going to do with my life. I was lost. And all I wanted was to make sure I didn't lose what mattered when things had to change. Most of all, you. You were my special someone. You were the first person I was able to open up about my sexuality when I finally knew for sure what that was. And you were the one who would tell me when I was wrong. His speech of all of that he treasured about you went on in an uninterrupted stream. He couldn't stop himself. I could talk to you about anything, like the accident when I got my scar. I knew you would understand. And as mundane and drudging adult stuff could be, I had a source of relief from it because you had been around. You always gave me the best gifts. You loved me even though I'm not a cool merman who could take you on a magical adventure. And you lived with how long it took for me to be able to do anything romantic. I was feeling a lot and didn't do great at managing it, but I was so clingy too. I never wanted to be apart then. I think I'm a little more of a big boy about it now. Maybe. He at long last stopped to breathe before his emotion-driven attempt to convey himself continued in full force. You make me happy in ways no one else ever could. My dream came true when I got to be your actual, real boyfriend. And, well, a lot has happened, huh? We're definitely adults. I fell in love with you. We're at our own wedding. We made it through it all. All the months and months growing up and and all the months and months growing up and through making this day happen. Though with how nervous we both were, I think we weren't our planner that we might have just eloped to get away from it all. I love that we can panic together. You're such a charming human being. It was the happiest moment of my life when you accepted my proposal. Until now, anyway. I couldn't believe that you wanted to be with me as much as I wanted to be with you. I don't try to imagine how many tears you've wiped away from me in all these years. You've helped me have the confidence to grow as a man. And you can still make me feel like a kid again. With you, nothing really ever ends. It just begins in a new way. And basically, what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard I could try, I can never thank you enough for being mine and letting me be yours. Cole wept heavily, no longer able to stay above the wave of emotions that Open himself had so fully wrought. So much, Pascal. And he futilely wiped his sleeve against his eyes. Every tear the fabric caught was immediately replaced. Those are my vows. I don't know how you're supposed to end them. I hope you'll marry me. Oh, Cove. You were so touched by his words. You couldn't stand how sweet he was. You giggled at the way he closed it out. It was just like him. You struggled to keep your own feelings in check. You were absolutely stunned by Cole's vows. Oh, Cove, I can't stand it. You squinted your eyes, and your eyes turned glossy, and you shed a tear, and you were crying too, and you were bawling too. I mean, at this point, I would probably bawl. Thank you, Cove. Pascal, you may say yours. The justice of peace had all but disappeared from your mind. All that you had been aware of was Cove, but that request couldn't be ignored. Now you would have to take on the endeavor of explaining everything Cove was to you, and everything he had been to you throughout knowing him almost your entire life. You chose to say. I want to thank you. I promise. I adore. Cove, all I want to tell you is who you are to me. Do we show gratitude? Do we make a promise? Do we show our admiration? Or do we just go like this? I feel like we should go the last one. Cove, all I want to tell you is who you are to me. You're my beloved crybaby. You're a wonderful man. You're my precious ocean boy. You're my sunshine. You're my soulmate. You're my Cove. I mean, we're crying right now, right? Did his face change? Yeah, his face changed. And I know we were meant to be together. And I know, and you're the one I love for the rest of my life. And I'll be there for you no matter what. And I'm the luckiest person in the world that I get to say that. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. And you're too emotional to say anything else. Oh, I don't know. These are all such good things to say. I'm the luckiest person in the world that I get to say that. Oh my God. Cove covered his face with trembling hands. He was murmuring, crying all around, about to pass out again. Cove. Oh my gosh. Your justice of peace, not a contently, accepting those vows as your sworn oath to your very nearly husband. Cove Holden, do you take Pascal Whitlock to be a lawful wedded husband? He let his hands fall, ready to face you directly. Cove shaken, dripping wet eyes stays locked on your Cove shaken, dripping wet eyes stays locked to yours, and with the confidence of a man who'd been waiting for this moment for years, he answered with complete surety. It was absolutely heart-stopping, but your turn to respond had come. And do you, Pascal Whitlock, take Cove Holden to be your lawful wedded husband? I do. I do. I do. I do. What he said. How could you ever do that? Oh my gosh. You nodded with certainty. I do. Cove's smile was radiant, and his tears were constant. You sincerely made him happier than everything ever. You sincerely made him happier than anything ever had. Your maid of honor and Cove's best man stepped forward. They held out a small box that contained a wedding band. Cove's hand shook as he reached for the tiny treasure chest. With a focused furrow to his brow, he reached the golden ring, and the white diamond sparkled gorgeously in the light. You gladly offered your hand to Cove. He cradled it gently in one of his own. For a few seconds, all he could do was stare at your skin. Cove was still for a moment, but then he used his free hand to bring a band closer to your fingertip. Wow. Wow. Look at me. Look at us. He carefully slid the ring to its proper place on your finger. Your gaze locked onto it, utterly amazed. I should have picked a different nail color though. I don't like the pink. I think I like I would have liked an orange better. An orange would have been so much better than the pink. Anyway, it doesn't matter though. You guys locked onto it, utterly amazed. Literally now kiss. I want to kiss CG. Like I know that we're supposed to be highly customizable, but it's like, you know, you could do a CG that doesn't really show off all the details of us, like of the MC's face, but that shows like the lips, right? Swallowing thickly, Cove raised his hand out to you. He held it in return, brushed your thumb against his palm. It was your turn. With that, you retrieved the matching ring from his box. It slid onto Cove's ring finger beautifully. He gasped under his breath, fixating on the ring. You tenderly squeezed his hand, and Cole finally met yours again. He held your gaze with electrifying stare. You were in awe of the whole moment. Then, by the power vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce you husband and husband. You can now kiss. Come on now. Cole's knees may have started knocking together once more, but his gaze was nothing but eager. You reached for each other in a loving kiss. You kissed Cole on the cheek. Cole kissed you on the forehead. You threw yourself into Cole's arms to kiss passionately. Let's reach for each other. Cole's lips brushed against yours ever so sweetly. He indulged into the touch, caressing your cheeks at the same moment. You leaned into the touch welcomingly. Oh well, no CG. Oh, that would have been beautiful though. If there was a CG of him going like that, I would have loved that too. I would have loved that. The beautiful flowers of the bouquet tickled against your skin as Cole's body pressed up against you. After, your faces shifted away just a hair's breadth so you could see one another fully. Your expression was wholly adoring. You could still feel his warmth lingering. Aww. And finally, it's time for this couple to jump the broom. It's beautiful. A member of the wedding party went and grabbed the decorative broom. They brought it over and excitedly laid it down in front of you and Cove. Together, obviously. Cove held a hand out to you. His mouth pulled into a bent smile the second you interlaced your fingers with his. Together, always. You both leapt forward over the broom. You both landed to happy cheers erupting from the crowd. You both burst into laughter, deep laughter. That was it. You were married to the love of your life. The crowd erupted with cheers and applause around you. Giddy, you ducked your head towards Cole's shoulder and laughed. All around you, confetti. Oh, look at that. Confetti rained down like delicate flower petals. Your smile widened, watching your friends and family excitedly throw it into the air in celebration. Peeking over at Cove, you realized he was barely paying attention to the jubilance around you both. Instead, his gaze was solely fixated on you. He gently took your hand. He linked his arm around yours. He walked by your side. He scooped you into his arms. He scooped Cove up in your arms. Does that mean like Carrie Brattle style? I want to scoop him up. Cole recognized the mischievous look curling your lips. You swept him up into your arms with a wide grin. Someone out in the crowd whistled, but you took the time to admire the adorable blush that rise on Cole's cheeks. You went down the aisle gleefully. As you passed by your friends and family, you caught several thumbs up, proud nods, and cheery waves. Some were even clapping, sniffling. Your vision threatened to fill with tears after witnessing more than a handful of people dabbing their eyes with tissues. When you briefly came close enough to Mr. Holden, he patted Cove on the shoulder. Despite his weepy expression, you could tell that he had the greatest pride for his son. You blew kisses to the crowd. Thank ya! You kissed Cove on the cheek. You smiled. Kiss. You pressed a big kiss on his cheek. Mwah! And then shared a quiet, close moment staring up at him through your eyelashes. After leaving the ceremony in the late afternoon, it was time for wedding photos. You and Cove met up with the wedding party and the photographer, while the other guests headed over to the receptionist spot. The excursion was filled with fun and laughter, while the photographer set out to get ideal shots. Cove lovingly held your face, not afraid to show his affection in front of the camera for a change. His thumb brushed lightly against your cheek, and then pressed his forehead to yours. His breath was warm on your skin. And you closed your eyes shut to relish in his love. When he pulled away, you were speechless. But you also had a feeling that was going to be the best shots of the lot. When the sun began to set about an hour later, you knew it was time to rejoin with everyone else. And so you eagerly got back into the car again to finally see the second location. Oh, it's beautiful. Excuse me. You and Cove enter through the main doors and into the reception space. There your friends and family were patiently waiting for this moment. The room filled with familiar cheers, whistles, and applause at your arrival. As the noise lessened, you began to hear various calls of congrats and welcome backs. The love emanating from your friends and family was palpable. Baxter made his way to the center of the room to begin to gesture people back. The rest of the staff followed his lead and made space in the crowd. When the path had cleared out, you took a deep breath. It was time. The beginning note of your first dance song played. You heard a few of the guests speak in hushed tones, anticipation rising as the medley kicked in. It was slow-paced, moderately paced, fast-paced. Let's do moderate. Cove met your eyes, as ready as it could be. You took his hands. You heard the high-pitched whine of a microphone and saw Baxter smiling. And now the couple will have their first dance. You eagerly led Cove to the dance floor, mood still high, sky high. Cove did his best to keep up with the cadence of the track. Ever so often, he had to take a cautious glance down to make sure he wasn't about to crush your toes. Your dance lessons were worth it. You managed everything in the dance. You did well enough for your level of dance experience. You made some missteps. The dance lessons were worth it. You danced beautifully and mentally said thank you to Baxter for the dance lessons. Because of that work, your dancing was perfect. With Cole's hands in yours, you both made your mark on the dance floor and gave the crowd a show. Two of you gallivanted across the floor, hearts pounding and expressions bright. Partway through the dance, the music reached its slowest part. The dance for the section was simple, allowed you a chance to prepare for the more complicated steps coming up. Cove took a second to speak softly to you, leaning just enough so that you could hear him over the. This is the first moment to ourselves since even before the wedding. Cole was clearly grateful for the chance to finally talk to you. You're gorgeous. You too. I'm so lucky. No one's more lovely than you. You blush speechless. You squeeze his hand in affection. You too. He truly looked divine in that suit. Cole flushed a light rosy pink and beamed at you. This makes me think of that Orca fundraiser dinner. That makes me think of that night of the Orca fundraiser dinner. You continue to sweat with your husband. What's the difference between these two? Are these the same? Cole's expression became wistful with old memories. I was thinking of that too. I remember exactly how it felt dancing with you years ago. I had a lot of hopes then. I wanted it to last forever, but I also desperately wanted to skip ahead so that I know what things would be like for us in the future. And now we're actually here. We made it. Cole sighed dreamily as he looked into your eyes. Thank God the ceremony is over. We can just be married now. Oh, not the wedding is bad. He winced as soon as he realized how his words sounded. He shook his head. It's okay. I understood what you meant. I just kept thinking I'd ruin something, or something terrible would happen. At this point, a trunk full of apples could come through and destroy our dinner, and I wouldn't care. Don't jinx it. I feel the same way. I'm touched that you wouldn't get depressed over missing out on a meal. Please, no. You're so adorable. Now that will be something to remember. You shook your head affectionately. Please, no. A produce truck was not on your guest list, and you do not want to be jinxed. Then the music reached a bridge of the song with complex choreography. Both of you had to focus more on the dance. That stopped your conversation in its tracks. Two of you became absorbed in the dancing once more as the song's end grew closer and closer. The final note was struck, and the dance ended in a spinning flourish. The dance ended with you dipping Cove. The dance ended with Cove dipping you. The dance ended with you both landing in the final step. The dance ended with a bit of stumbling, but you kept each other up. How about a spinning flourish? Two of you pulled each other close and then twirled together. The wind blew past your face, and you both started giggling like children. Faster and faster you spun, till you ran out of breath from your joyful laughter. Cove's lips brushed over your ear. You're really a good partner. Your face felt hot, and it wasn't only from the dancing. You heard a clap that steadily transformed into wild applause. Turned to face the crowd, you looked over at your friends and family cheering. You bowed. You curtsied. You did your best. You did your own mini celebration dance to mark your success. You wiped your brow. Your shyness reared its head and you had to look away. You grinned at all the encouraging faces. I'd be shy. Why had you invited so many people who all had to watch? You stopped inspecting the floor and caught Cole's eye. He smiled sympathetically. Cole continued to watch you rather than switching his attention to the guests. He twisted his wedding band bashfully around his finger. With the first dance done, you both left the open floor to join the others and probably reached your seated guests. Cole offered you his arm to take once more. Took hold of his arm. Your arm wrapped around his, fitting as snugly together as matching pieces of a puzzle. It was a hold that could not be easily broken. Physically and legally linked to one another, you and Cole went forward as one. After only a few strides, you arrived at the nearest table in the arrangement. It had your close family all the way around, including your mom and Ma. The two had scooted their chairs close and were eagerly whispering to one another, trading words of excitement back and forth. Feeling awkward about having to interrupt, not realizing there's no need to feel that way, Cole cleared his throat to announce you're in his presence. Snapping out of their private fervor, your parents turned enthusiasm straight towards the two of you. Hello. You waved at them. You went between them to give them a hug from behind. You reached over the table to take their hands. Hug. You leaned into their shoulders. The two leaned into your shoulders to return the embrace. After keeping hold long enough to be warmed up by the shared body heat, you let go in order to stand up straight. Again, kiddos. Ma folded her hands together on the table to top daintily and followed Mom with her own greeting. Welcome. It's so good to have you here at the reception now. Thank you. Yes, thank you. That ceremony was beautiful. You sure nailed the theme with that venue. Absolutely incredible. All the effort paid off then. Hearing people actually discuss the wedding as a real event, Cole became tongue-tied. Your mom watched over the both of you with a gaze as doting as it was knowing. Greeting everyone else. We'll be here if you need us. Lonnie's right. We'll entertain ourselves while you're busy with your big day. Love you, moms. Thank you so much. You're the best parents I could ever have. I appreciate everything. You're so lucky to have such lovely children. You know that, Charlie. Love you, moms. Oh, you can call them mom now. There's mama-in-laws. That's true. Thanks again, moms. Mom's fingers squeezed together even more tightly, a visual representation of the restraint she was exerting not to cheer inappropriately loudly. While Ma attempted not to spook Cove after his tepid attempt to use the new title, Mom had no qualms saying something embarrassing. Woohoo! We got upgraded! It's about time! Pam? Cove's gaze immediately dropped to his feet, and his near constant flush from the day reappeared. You gave your husband a reassuring pat on the arm, proud and pleased at his braveness. Okay, bye. Oh, yeah. They're his mom now. They're his moms. Cove scuttled off, needing an escape, and you gave your parents a wave as you snuck by him. Goodbye. Good luck out there. Yo and Cole's moms took their glasses of wine in hand and clinked them together celebratorily. To Pascal and Cove. To Pascal and Cove. As matching images of each other, they sipped the drink in good cheer. Located at the same table were Cole's parents. They were taking it easy until Cliff noticed you and Cole had eyes on him. Oh, look at him. I love that red tie. His grin ramped up to 1,000 watts. It's our local celebrities of the day. Cliff folded his arms, self-satisfied. The wedding's all going to plan, I'm pretty sure. I'll keep watch still and see if there's anything I could do to get... Wait. But I'll keep watch still. And if there's anything I could do, just give me a shout. Cole brightened in a similar way. His tone was full of affection for his father. Hi, Dad, and thanks. Hi. Can I say hi, Dad? I want to say hi, Dad. You clapped his back happily. You walked around the table to give him a hug. You had a thumbs up. He smiled shyly. Hug. It was tricky to weave around the space, but you were able to get an arm's reach of Cliff. He opened up his arms wide for you and then squeezed your back. Soon you had to get out from behind the chairs and other guests. You let Cliff go and nudge your way over to Cove again. Cliff began to chuckle amusedly at his eyebrows lifted high on his head. You know, Pascal, I was there in the hotel early with Cove today, and it was an event. You should have seen how excited my boy was when you rang. Aww. Aww. Oops. Trying to make up for you not being there in person, he put on a full imitation of the scene. Cliff tugged at his cheeks and raised the pitch of his voice. Oh my God! Pascal's calling! The real deal was proven to be far superior when Cove followed right behind with a genuine explanation of shock. Dad! Cliff let his arms return to the relaxed cross positioning after that performance, shaking his head fondly. The two of you met when you were 8, and Cove still gets like that from a phone call. It's nice. Your heart flooded at the thought of that. It made you happy to know he missed you, and that flame he held for you is burned as bright as ever. Aw, I'm glad you missed me. Cole made a meager attempt to give his father a cross look, but was soon overrun by a blush. Your positive reaction was a far bigger deal to him than the teasing. Cliff slyly winked, waving you and Cole off. I don't have to hug you. Everyone wants to see you. Okay, see you later. Bye, Dad. Bye, Dad. A loud gasp escaped Cliff. You glanced over at Cole for his reaction. He grinned sweetly with misted eyes, agreeing wholeheartedly with your statement. Now all that was needed was to see if you get Cliff's own acceptance. You didn't have to wait long for it. Overwhelmed with emotion, his voice squeaked out first, but he barely noticed. He was beaming with joy. Of course, of course. I don't know how it ended with 2 kids as good as you. Cliff surveyed the 2 children, proudly with his chest puffed out. I have to say, well, actually, I'll say it a little later. You have to wait for my big speech. Here it comes. Get ready for Pascal. Come on, sport. It's gonna be great. Now go on. I love you. You're an amazing dad. Thank you for being here all these years. You smiled. Thank you for being here all these years. I wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else. Dan finally rounded the table's edge and reached the side where Kira sat. She was patiently sipping at the chilled cup of water, placing it down when you noticed. She was patiently sipping at the chilled cup of water, placing it down when she noticed it was time for the meet and greet with 2 of you. Hey, Mom. Yes, Kira. Beautiful. Hello, babies. She called both of us babies. Hi. Nice to meet you. Leaned over to give her a hug. Placed a hand on the shoulder, waved at her, hug. Took some stretching, but you were able to gain enough access to Kira's space to give her a solid hug. She put her arms around your shoulders gladly. You shared that affectionate touch for a moment and then shifted yourself back up. Thanks for coming. It's really nice to see you. It's fantastic to be here. It's been wonderful. Also, that was a marvelous dance. Such an incredible way to make an entrance. And I'm impressed you found this place. Talk about a perfect local. Talk about the perfect locale for a little ocean man. I like the fish. Cove kicked the tip of his shiny shoes. Nothing in particular, and his shoulders shifted from side to side shyly. Cole was forever incapable of seeming like a full-grown man in front of his mom. Carol's brows bent as she looked at him adoringly. But then she shut her eyes and brought out more energy. I'll see the two of you again soon. You should go explore the rest of your exquisite reception. Oh, right. Oh, all right. We should probably do that. Bye. Bye, Mom. She froze for a split second. Her hand flew to her mouth as her gaze landed back on you. Slowly she lowered it, revealing the widest smile you had ever seen on her face. In her gentlest tone, Kara cooed. Goodbye, baby. Cole was positively melting with happiness seeing you and your shared mom speak to one another that way. I love you. Hope you have a great rest of the night. I really appreciate you always supported us. You're wonderful, Kira. You left it there. I really appreciate you always supported us. It was no trouble. You're good for him. Then you had to continue on to the next table in the scene arrangement. There were still guests waiting to see the both of you. You had a pleasant conversation with your aunt and uncle on mom's side. They couldn't have been more pleased that you had found someone who made you as happy as Cove did. Right by was their daughter, your cousin, as well as your older sister. They were throwing looks, not so subtly waiting to speak their piece, but didn't interrupt your chat with other family. But when it was officially their turn, the ladies placed down glasses of juice and put on matching curved smiles. Cove shifted on his feet, embarrassedly. They didn't have to say anything. He grinned at the two of them. He went over to hug them around the sides. Well, we're hugging everyone. You were able to shimmy around the furniture to get yourself behind both. You then wrapped your arms around their backs. Lee squished against you while giggling, and Liz gave a true big sibling ruffle on the top of your head. Also, speaking of Lee for a moment, I was looking at the GB Patch Tumblr page, and on the Tumblr page they post different like updates and they answer questions like Q&A and type stuff. I don't really check that often, but sometimes I go in there and find different posts that were posted. And I found this one post on the GP Patch Tumblr page that Lee was actually a backer created character. So for the Kickstarter for the game, Lee was not originally created in the game. She was a backer created character. So yeah, it was originally written that both sides of the family did not really have contact with both mom and ma, Nolani and Pamela, didn't really like talk with their families that much. But when Lee was created, it was made that Pamela still has a relationship with one of her sisters, I think it's a sister, right? Our aunt's a sister. And Lee is the cousin that we have. I'm glad that they made Lee. I can't imagine the game without Lee. Lee's okay. I read that. No, I didn't. Lee squished against you while giggling, and Liz gave you a true big sibling ruffle on top of your head. No, I did read that. After the embrace, you slipped out from between them to head over to Cove again. We did good work, didn't we? It's nice to be able to relax after all the preparations. Everything went incredibly. You're both beautiful, and it was just touching and amazing, and perfect. Cove laughed airily. Lee's energy levels were as high as ever. Hello to you too. Mm-hmm. You must be relieved that there are no accidental drownings with those waterworks going off during the ceremony. Lee couldn't suppress a snicker. Cove, on the other hand, pouted indignantly. To be serious for a moment, you sensitive souls did very well with those vows. Thanks for all that and everything. It was nice to see you. You're welcome. And thanks for coming to see us on your wedding tour. Bye. You get farewell soon. See you soon. I love you too. I'm so glad you're my family. It means a lot to have you in my life. You one of the days you're gonna be running out of ways to tease us. I'm so glad. The feeling's mutual. With everyone at that spot properly greeted, you and your husband began to stroll along to the next one. One of the more boisterous tables had Derek, Terry, and Miranda huddled together. They were celebrating wholeheartedly. Hi, everybody. That pleasant greeting was paired with a little wave. Your friends turned in unison after realizing you were there. Then the trio of buddies lifted cups full of juice and cheers to you and Cove. Oh, look at the outfits. Period. Oops. Hold on. Okay. Nice. I love this vest. Sup, and congratulations. Hi, thanks for letting us come. Hey, congrats to you two. Hello, you grinned at the group. Well, a hug. Everyone gets hugs. Each person waited patiently to stretch their arms to you as you came to their sides, each one by one. You received your 3 warm hugs, and then returned to Cove's side. In a tiny voice, Miranda began to fawn over you and Cove. I wanted to say that I thought your vows were beautiful. I was so emotional. Still not as much as those two, though. It touched the whole crowd, I'm sure. Cove Charlotte basked in affection of his closest friends, sucking it up like a delicate sapling in sunshine. Thanks, and thanks for coming. Dude, we wouldn't have missed it. We had to be. Cole and Pascal are having their wedding. It's momentous. Yeah. We're really enjoying the reception. Don't worry about us. You have to go do important groom stuff now. I appreciate that. It's weird to say, but we do have important groom stuff to do today. We're greeting all the guests right now. Uh-huh. We'll see you later, though. Enjoy yourselves. You're my best friends. I love you 3. Thanks for everything. I'm glad we met. You better invite me and Cove to your wedding if you have any. You teased. You waved goodbye sweetly. You better invite me and Cove to your wedding. Miranda and Derek awed as Terry wiped a dramatic imaginary tear from his eye. Thanks, Pascal. Cove skipped ahead, buoyed by the brief but fun interaction, and you went along right along with him. The next table along the path was filled up with friends you and Cove had made in your adult years, as well as a much older friend, a person you had known since your earliest childhood days, with all the ups and downs that such a long relationship entails. Shiloh did come. Shiloh Fields. Dressed in minimally formal attire, as well as his well-worn hat attached to his now longer hair, he had settled himself right in with the rest of the crowd. His legs were hanging over the left side of his chair so he could more easily face the other guests next to them. There had been plenty of lighthearted chat until the focus switched to you and Cove as the couple of the hour. Oh, look at that blush. His wide eyes sparkled seeing the two of you. It was a level of enthusiasm that used to be reserved for your older sister alone. Pascal, Cove, congratulations. It's amazing that you're married now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. It's amazing to see you again. I didn't think you'd show up. Why'd you accept the invitation? Why would I ask this? If I invited you, like, why would I ask that question? I'm not going to start no drama with this. I'm looking forward to see how this goes. It's amazing to see you again, Shiloh. I think so too. You held out a high five for him. You reached over to hug him in his seat. You then gave his shoulder a little push. You offered a hand to shake. We can just nod. We can nod. It was nice of you to come. I'm sure you're busy. Shiloh's perpetual smile widened as he slowly shook his head. Oh no, it was nice of you to invite me. Shiloh's right. We're generous to give him a chance. You better be nice to Liz. We should see each other more often. You're still a friend of mine, you know. You should have visited sooner. You simply shrugged. You're still a friend of mine, you know. He continued to smile non-specifically, pointedly choosing not to comment further. Awkwardly, Cove attempted to carry on the conversation further, but the list of topics he knew to discuss with Shiloh was severely limited. Yeah, so have you said hi to Liz yet? Shiloh pressed his hands to his chest gleefully. Of course! She was the first person I talked to when we got here. It was great. Cool. That was as much as Cove could carry on his own. He sent a look over your way for assistance. You grew your hair out some more. Why did you have to wear that hat to our wedding? I'm relieved to see you still got that hat. How's work going? You left the conversation there. You grew your hair out. Yeah, I thought it'd be nice to do something a little different. It looks good. That got Shallow blushing, though most things did. Aw, thanks. I'm relieved you still got that hat. I had to, it's a classic. You both chuckled. Shallow wanna be shallow without a hat. Oh, okay. I was like, why did it seem like there's less options that I had? Because one of them are mutually exclusive. Okay. How's work going? Oh, it's great. Everything's going well, but it's a little boring to talk about. He turned away bashfully. I'm going to speak more on it. What type of work do you got that you blushing so hard like that? You already asked everything you could think of, and he didn't expand much beyond them. Shallow's gaze shifted casually between you and Cove. He could read the situation. Your chat was coming to an end. He finished off the reunion sweetly. Honestly, I know the two of you will be together forever. It's wonderful, and I'm so happy I got to be a little part of your adventure. I hope the rest of your day goes perfectly. As unreliable as Shallow could be to you, that felt like a new start rather than the end. You were content and ready to close the book on that relationship. You couldn't guess what the future would be when it came to him, but that was fine. You felt you should have given on the relationship sooner. Liz will have her hands full with that guy, you thought, but you'd be there for her. You couldn't guess what kind of future, but it was fine. Thank you. Cole was at a loss on what to think of the man he had known since he was 8 years old. Thanks. Take care of yourself. You and Cove took a moment to say hello to the rest of the guests at the table. Child didn't interrupt or engage further at all before you moved to another section. You took a moment to scan across the rest of the tables and the guests seated at them. You would have recognized everyone who had gathered there today, but you did note an absence. A gentle push against your shoulder. Smiling, Cove took his poking finger and used it to point out the distance. Wait. Oops. Point out in the distance. Hovering around the fringe of the vineyard space was a pale, miserable face dressed in all gray. To anyone else, it may have been a sight that turned you cold, a harbinger of misfortune. But for Cove, a little rain cloud brought a warmth to his heart. He came. You didn't have to look for long until Jeremy happened to glance your way. Eye contact was made across the floor. Jeremy visibly sighed, making enough of a show of it for you to tell Jeremy visibly sighed, making enough of a show of it for you to tell some of the prepositions in that sentence. Even from afar. He then briskly walked forward. Yes, Jeremy, yes. I love your hair. And I love you still got that braid going on. It's so cute. He only stopped when he solidly placed his feet right in front of you and Cove. Happy wedding, you insane people. Why did you invite me to this? He's so cute. I love Jeremy so much. Why did you come? He answered the question already. We're insane. I had to see what would happen. Wow, it was so good to see you. This is a happy wedding. Because I wanted you here. Thanks for coming. Yeah. He snorted through his nose at an uncomfortable huff for good measure. Then you smiled at him. Then you smirked at him. Then you winked at him. Then you had a hand to shake. Then you pulled him into a hug. Then you gave his arm a little punch. Now smile at him. Jeremy completely wilted under your welcoming gaze. Cove watched the interaction joyfully. There would always be a spot in Cove's life for a difficult man in front of him. Hold on, I want to save right there. Okay. Thanks so much for coming. It wouldn't have been the same without you. True, it would have been better. Well, it's nice of you to want to come to share the suffering. Again, a lot of prepositions. Misery loves company. He was sarcastic, but he was far more playful than dismissive. You should come visit more often. Is Pran doing well? How are classes going? How's your girlfriend doing? You left it there. Oh yeah. Also, yeah, I'm curious about that. So if you play the end of XOXO Droplets, Jeremy's route, the MC, his girlfriend, he's going to a college somewhere, right? And no. How does it go again? How does the ending go again? He's thinking about going to college, and I think no. Well, he's planning on going to college, but eventually he says he's gonna be pulled back to live at his family's place, right? He's eventually gonna be pulled back by his family to live with them, which he doesn't like. And the MC says, "Hey, we could live together if you want to, right? You don't have to go back to your parents' house if you don't want to." And then they're planning on making XOXO Droplets too. Droplets too. So we could probably see what happens after that. But I wonder if he's gonna explain, like, did he go to college? Does he live with the MC? I'm curious about that. Let's see. How's your girlfriend doing? She's as delusional and as pushy as ever. I don't know what's more absurd. The two of you keeping in touch with someone that they only know as a pain they had to randomly interact with, or her still not dumping me after years. Why don't people go away? Why do they keep sticking around me? Because you're not as unlovable as you think. Jerry made another sound that wasn't quite a sigh that time, more of a disbelieving puff. Maybe people have worse taste than I give them credit for. But anyway, she's doing groovy. Don't worry about her. How about classes? They're a pain, but it's definitely better than high school. You should visit more often. He smirked teasingly. I hope that wouldn't end up happening, but I've never been lucky. We'll leave it right there. He crossed his arms as his eyes drifted over the scene, searching for something. In a low mumble, he changed the subject. I guess this is one of the better functions I've had to attend. As opposed to Jeremy's murmur, Cole shouted, "You're saying something nice about our wedding?" That left Cole flabbergasted, but Jeremy kept his lukewarm stance. It's not earth-shattering. Yes, it is. It's incredible. All pigs flying. I appreciate that, Jeremy. You're right. We did do such a good job. What a sweetheart. You know what to say. I appreciate that. Aww. And Jeremy's talking to himself again. This time he brought flushed cheeks with him. But suddenly a bright voice broke through the tiny party of three you had. Wait. But suddenly a bright voice broke through the tiny party of three you had going. Oh, we're gonna see them interact. You're here too? That's so cool. As musically as your childhood friend tended to speak, they were all sour notes in Jeremy's ears. His hackles immediately went up at the realization of who else was a guest. He was frankly ticked. You hadn't seen that furious expression since he was 12. He really had gotten the energy to be angry back. But the defensive reaction had no impact. Charlotte joined the bunch, taking a spot right at Jeremy's side, leaning even closer toward him with an ear-to-ear grin. Hi! And Jeremy shifted his weight to the opposite way to gain some distance, the rock-solid glare never wavering. Couldn't us have waited until that terrible group reunion? I'm certain we're gonna have to go in 6 years or whatever. What? Solomon knocked his own hat off with how dramatically startled back from such a suggestion. We shouldn't hold off for that. If there's a chance to hang out, we've got to take it. We'll always be group mates, even if we graduated. And of course, that's your perspective on things, because life is an endless series of disappointments. He followed that up with a long sigh through gritted teeth. His sensitive husband rapidly looked back and forth between the two men in distress over Jeremy's potential distress. Hey. But you weren't the only one who could feel the anxiety coming off of Cove as Charlotte began to speak placatingly to him. Don't worry about Jeremy. He'll be sad no matter what, and it's your wedding. At least there's free cake. That'll be something, right? The last line was sent over to the person in question before Charlotte turned away from him in a grin. Jeremy has a soft spot for baked goods. He's probably excited about it. I do know that. Charlotte shared personal details that were probably a secret so easily that it was as if a single second he'd forgotten Jeremy was right there to hear him do it. As if in a single second he had forgotten Jeremy was right there to hear him do it. Really? I feel the same way. Jeremy chose to ignore Cole's attempt to relate completely. He rubbed the tips of his fingers to his eyelids. Why do you do that? Why do you remember that? We haven't spoken in years. That made Charlotte chuckle. The cheery bend of the tone was undecipherable. It could have been coming from an affection for Jeremy's prickly attitude, or amusement from getting under his skin, or something else. I never forget anything about you, Jeremy. Jeremy's eyebrows twitched and his frown pressed into deeper into his cheeks. He was as confused as you were, and even more frustrated at what Charlotte was even trying to accomplish. Yep, you're still Shiloh. Of course. Who else would I be? Someone better, maybe? Or at least someone less grating about how unpleasant they are. Oh no, I'm just me. We should catch up. Let's get drinks. That sounds like a terrible idea. But he still did it. Jeremy gave a slight nod to count as a goodbye and then stalked off towards the drink counter. The old group mate followed eagerly behind, step for step. Charlotte gave a wide wave over his shoulders towards you and Cove. Bye! Congratulations! Having spent the entire exchange as an observer, Cove recalled that he could speak and sputtered his own goodbye. Oh, bye. Thanks for coming. Have a good night. Thanks for coming. Enjoy the party while you can. You bet I brought a gift. Have a good night. Cove's days from the encounter continued to linger as he watched him go with a bemused expression. He literally shook it off by shifting his upper half body side to side, then he spoke lightheartedly. That could have gone worse. Way worse. I'm glad we invited them, and I'm glad they came. Yeah. Cove lifted his shoulder unsurely, but his smile on his face was content. It was what it was. Table to table, you continue to greet each attendee of your wedding, from family who flew in from Hawaii to be there, to those who lived right by your place. You appreciated everyone who took the time to come celebrate this day. There was so much love to go around. Every question was just as enjoyable as the last. The one person you hadn't seen during your rounds made himself known when Baxter's voice echoed throughout the space, amplified by a microphone. Good evening. Thank you all for attending the wedding of Pascal Woodlock and Cove Holden. We will now begin the bouquet toss. A smattering of applause and light murmurs followed the announcement. Baxter let that settle before continuing. Cove, Pascal, please come to the open area in the center. Anyone wants to play can. You and your husband eagerly obliged to start the tradition, going over to stand alone in a cleared floor. But that wasn't for long. Glee hopped out of his seat right away, taking Liz by the arm to bring her along for the ride. Your sister wasn't as impossibly excited as your cousin, but she was intrigued. Miranda rose to her feet as well, her boyfriend pumping her up to win the whole walk over. Excuse me. She giggled bashfully and waved at Terry while waiting in this forming crowd. Derek decided to get in on things as well, grinning amusedly among the rest of the players. Placing a freshly obtained drink on the table, Shala happily followed along to participate. But not without insisting Jeremy come to the group with him. There was a muttering too far away for you to hear, but Jeremy was obviously annoyed. To keep Shala from being in his space, Jeremy stepped away until he was at least close enough to the other people to kind of be considered as a part of the crowd. Kara looked on at the group, taking a second to consider it, but ultimately she became another member of the game. She strode another to the collection of younger folks and called out for Cliff to join her. Come on, don't be such a snorer. He shook his head, sinking lower into his chair. Lee, Miranda, Kara, and Liz all began to wave and jump, encouraging Cliff. Tara spoke up from the next table over. You can do it, man. He used the edge of the table to push out of his chair and stood up. The ladies cheered as Cliff strode towards the crowd. Your moms giggled, leaned closer together and whispered amongst one another. They were eager to be audience members to the spectacle, and no one else motioned to join, so Baxter kept things moving. Thank you for grouping up in such a timely manner. We've got a wonderful crowd for this. Now, keep your eyes on Cove and Pascal. They'll be tossing the bouquet in only a moment. Oops. Cove, Pascal, all you need to do is look the other way and throw your bouquet to the awaiting audience. As instructed, you and Cove turned your backs to the crowd. Side by side, you gripped your matching bouquets. His shoulders were drawn tensely. I think they're ready for us, Pascal. I think so too. The room became silent as you wound up for the toss. There was a pause, and then gave it a solid, steady throw. You sent off your bouquet delicately. You did a tricky side shot, keeping the players on their toes. You attempted a good throw, but it awkwardly flailed over your shoulders. You tossed it as high as you could. You heard it back as fast as you could. Toss it as high as I can. A flurry of heel clattering, jewelry clanking, and light-hearted yells burst into the space. The bouquets would land in seconds, and the crowd was vying for that prize. The clamor rapidly reached its peak volume, with nearly everyone in the crowd either gasping or cheering. The game had ended. You took a glance over your shoulder to see what the results were, and your big sister was handling the bouquet and tapped the end of it, satisfied, against the other palm. She looked at every other person in the crowd with a smirk. But I win. You were positive she didn't care about the beat of the catch in the bouquet. It was purely about the victory of the catch. From there, you continued your scan of the crowd for the whereabouts of the second bouquet, and Miranda was crouched nearly to the ground, having just barely snatched the bouquet before it landed to the floor. From the scene area, Terry's glee could be heard. You did it! Yeah! Miranda's face lowered to the flowers as she stayed curled up, but the petals didn't hide the fact that she was blushing and smiling. Your planner took to the mic again to make the results official. Stunning work by our winners, Liz and Miranda. It is loud outside my door right now. Goodness gracious. A whole rush of people just came into the hallway. Goodness gracious. I hope the microphone's not picking it up that much. But it's kind of distracting me. Yeah, nice catch. I'm glad someone got them. Congratulations on your future wedding. Dang, that's not who I was aiming for. Yes, I was shooting for you. You applauded success. Congratulations on your future wedding. There was laughter all around. Your guests were good sports. As ever, Bax was able to manage the flow of the day on your behalf. He took the mic and addressed the assembled crowd, his clear voice resonating through every speaker. Please, could everyone return to the seating area for our next event? The couple has arranged for a special dance between themselves and the parents of the grooms. Their eyes met Cove's aquamarine ones as you instinctively glance towards each other. Expressions brightened before you stepped apart, ready for the event. Cole's parents came over. Kara was clearly excited, hurrying to join you, while Cliff loitered bashfully half a step behind her. Once they were beside you, Cliff held out his arm. You accepted, slipping your hand through as you offered your other arm to Kara. She took it immediately. The three of you kept a spot in the center for the dance space in front of the reception area. A position, ready for the music to start. You had a chance to really notice the expressions. Both of them looked proud, but you could see that there were hints of tears threatening to fall. As the music began, Cliff released you so that Kara could have the first dance. You flowed and swayed along to the tune. Kara spoke up gently, her words only audible to you. I really am grateful that we were able to meet. You're an amazing person, Pascal. You smiled at her, at a loss for how else to respond to such sweet praise. But soon it was Cliff's turn. Kara handed you off to him, and the two of you got into the swing of things together. Once you had fallen into an easy rhythm, he had his own thoughts to share. I know I've relied on you a lot over the years. That was one way of putting it. You smiled wryly, attempting to tease him, but decided to let him keep going without a challenge. With everything we've been through together, it made it feel like we were kind of a team. So, well, I'm just trying to say that I'm glad you're officially part of the family. The unexpected compliment struck you like a bullseye to your heart. Choked up, you only nodded by way of response, but you could tell Cliff got the message by the way he beamed at you. You truly did love both Cole's parents, and it meant a lot to you that they were both able to be there on this day. As you turned on the dance floor, you caught sight of Cole dancing hand in hand with your parents. Cole's brow was furrowed in concentration as he very carefully took each step. Despite his obvious nerves, your moms were elated and seemed to be encouraging him. The sight of it cheered you as you moved back towards Cliff and Kara. Cliff made a bow at that point, intending to make way for you to dance with Kara again, but she had other plans. She grabbed his hand and yours, and you danced together as a group. After a little while, she relieved Cliff's hand, and you danced with her as one-on-one again. Before long, you swapped back to dancing with Cliff. You took turns dancing with them both individually as well as dancing as a group, changing it up often so that no one was left out of the cold for too long. Eventually, the song came to an end, bringing the dance to a close. Cliff clapped you on the back. That was a heck of a time. Kara, who hadn't released you once the music had finished, still had one arm hooked around you, was was clutching your wrists with the other hand. She nodded fervently. Absolutely. This has been a marvelous evening. He grinned at them, relieved and delighted that they were enjoying themselves. Today might be about you and Cole, but it was also about your families coming together. The approval meant a lot to you. Thanks. Cole, flanked by your moms on either side, came over to rejoin you. Their spirits were high, and you had no doubt that they enjoyed themselves just as much as you and Cole's parents had done. Though Cole still looked a little flustered. That was wonderful. Bravo. Baxter's voice rang out through the speakers once more. For our next event, we would like the family to stay right where they are. Everyone who would like to join them is more than welcome to do so. The couple have arranged to continue the evening celebration with a traditional money dance. Baxter's words had the intended effect. People came over and then, led by those who had experienced one of those dances before, performed a loose circle around you and Cove. As more guests joined, the ring filled in until it was tightly packed with eager, familiar faces. Despite being the center of attention all day, Cove wasn't inured to it. I've never heard that word before. It looked like that it was especially true when the onlookers were so close. You caught him biting his lip unconsciously, but he busied himself with taking your hand and getting a position for the dance. He squeezed his hand reassuringly, your heart pounded as with competing exhilaration and tension. The guests went to the festive spirit of the event, already laughing and grinning when the chosen song began to play. The money was thrown in the air. You and Cole began to move together to the beat of the song. Around you, guests were readying themselves for the action. Some had their money out already, while others were digging out purses and wallets. No one more prepared for this moment than Cliff, unsurprisingly. He was clutching huge thick stacks of bills in both hands. You didn't need to count them to know that he easily had far more than anyone else. But Cliff was always one to share the wealth, and he offered the bills out to those around him who didn't have quite as many. Some habits died hard. People tossed handfuls of bills high into the air so that they could rain down on you and Cove. The notes gently fluttered around you. It was a vision that was simultaneously familiar and peculiar. You participated in these dances before as a guest, but actually standing in the center of it all was a completely different experience. It was surreal to see money drifting down all around you like a green snowstorm. As you and Cole swayed together to the music, your families and friends kept the supply of bills coming. You were overjoyed to see their smiles as if the money that represented their wishes for you and Cole's future together. There was an art to the throwing in such a way that it felt like a shower rather than like a stone. That seemed to bring out a competitive streak in some people. As you laid your hand on Cole's shoulder, you spotted Cliff and Derek openly vying to beat each other's best. You felt absolutely swaddled in love from your family and friends, and happy faces around you assured that everyone was having a great time getting in the spirit of the dance. Assistants from the venue collected the money off the floor, as well as any errant notes that had landed on you and Cove and gone stuck there. One of them was retrieved as a stray bill from Cove's collar. The song was nearing its end. There was a flurry of activity as everyone made sure to use up their cash before it ended. People cheering as the dance reached its conclusion, applauding and whooping and whistling at the excitement. The boisterous energy of the money dance had set the mood right, and your classical music got turned up, inviting people to come forward. That had only been the start of the celebration. The dance floor bustled with more and more attendees, and, over in the scene area, family and friends were catching up over animated conversations. Satisfied that people were having a good time, you decided to I would probably be one to probably sit down. You dropped into a chair in the scene area, thankful to put your feet up for a while and enjoy a reprieve from being the center of attention. Cove came over to join you, taking the spot next to yours, and the two of you got to catch up with the other guests who chose to stay out of the dancing. Some of them were later lured to the floor by a particularly catchy tune, but others came over to take a breather. You were never short on people to chat with. The merrymaking continued right up until it was time for dinner to be served. All the action made must have helped them work up an appetite, as the guests complied readily. They quickly filed back to their tables, ready for a delicious meal as soon as it was announced. You settled right into your seat at the head of the table. Cove sat up in his own chair excitedly, reached over the napkin wrapped silverware in preparation. He was ready for dinner. A waitress clad in black from top to bottom came to stand across you. She had a frosted pitcher of water in her hands. While setting that down at a spot on the tabletop between you and Cove, she spoke out in a friendly tone. "Can I get you something to drink? Something else to drink? Can I have some orange juice, please?" Juice to me too, please." "I've got it. I'll get that right to you." You both thanked her as she spun on her heels and made a beeline to the drink counter. At the same time, more servers began pouring into the space coming from the opposite direction. They were spreading out between the tables collecting orders from the rest of the guests. One of the darkly dressed figures stood out from the rest of you. With perfect poise and not a hair out of place, Baxter stood on the sidelines to supervise the process. He was well into his work. Servers ebbed and flowed between the tables as drinks were provided to each individual who requested one. That wasn't where it stopped. Soups, salads, and other appetizers were then carted out before the main course. Cove took in a satisfied inhalation of the steam coming from the soup. You could catch a whiff of the scent yourself. It was savory and rich. You scooped a spoonful out and dug right in. The rest of the guests followed, taking the first taste of what you had to offer them. Spirited discussions were had between bites. There were plenty of compliments. Your mom, Miranda, and Liz sounded especially pleased with how it came out. They were chatting to others at the tables about the subtle flavors. And many of your attendees made use of the extra spice that had been available. Cliff, Kara, Ma, Terry, Derek, and your own lovely husband each added their own levels of added heat. for your own meal. We had a little bit of spice. It was delicious and exactly the way you wanted. Mom's jovial tone carried itself above the rest of the voices. So, how much are we getting here? There's all this already and the meal hasn't even shown up yet. I'm gonna lose track keeping count. I asked and it's a 6-course meal, not counting dessert. That many? Mom was hit with a wide-eyed shock and Kira only smirked. My guess is that was the maximum amount, and that's why they went with 6. The two mothers began laughing together. Now that sounds right. When the bowls were polished clean, the servers began to reappear, clearing the dishes away to make room for more. The main course was ready, and the guests were ready for it. You and Cove had the dish placed in front of you first. Cove shifted back and forth, even letting out an excited squeak. When the rest of the plates were brought out, you could pick out the oohs and ahs of how amazing it looked from the generous portion size. You even heard mention of the swirls on the dishes by some discerning guests. Very few words were spoken as the dinner truly began. Everyone became fully immersed in their food. It was quite the hit. Guests were given time to enjoy their meals while they were fresh before the reception events continued as you had planned. Baxter strolled up to a side counter set on the opposite side of the end of the table. You had a perfect view of it. Casually, he took up the microphone that he had used throughout the rest of the event to make another announcement. Good evening. From the staff and I'd like to thank you all for being such lovely guests to serve. I hope you've enjoyed your dinner. This mic will be left open for a time to let anyone who wishes to make a special speech about the couple. You are all welcome to share memories, words of congratulations, and or your appreciations for Pascal Woodlock and Cove Holden, if you feel comfortable doing so. He didn't hold the mic any longer than necessary, placing it back down on the center of the stand as soon as his brief message had been made clear. Okay, so this is supposed to be when it's finally revealed the sketch of circumstances under which I first met Cliff Holden, and what he wanted me to do as an 8-year-old boy for his son. I can't wait to see his reaction to this. Baxter directed a soft smile down to you and Cove as he left the space open for others to speak. A nervous rhythm began to play out next to you as Cove's fingers were drummed against the edge of the table. You watched a furrow grow deep into his brows. He was preparing himself for whatever was about to be said. There we go. There would likely be some friendly teasing, and almost certainly he was going to get emotional again. Once the mic was available, the first person to stand was your ma. She hopped right up and made her claim to the front table. Softly, she spoke across the space directly to you and Cove, her words being carried through the air to where she sat. Congratulations once more to my wonderful children. This wedding feels like a dream, and much like my own did when I was around your age. Her head tilted to the side toward the other guests and began a formal speech. Our Pascal has been a joy to our family's lives and everyone else who's met him since the day we were brought together. But watching how he's grown with Cove has been special. The way Pascal treasured the little stuffed crab keychain Cove had bought for him, holding on to it all these years after. Cove's nervousness over attending a formal party but doing it anyway because it was with Pascal. There was one long weekend where Cove came day after day to take Pascal on charming trips for no special reason at all. Her eyelids rested closed as she let out a sentimental sigh. And I could keep going. There's so many more memories. Pascal can clear the tears from his eyes better than anyone else when he was the one causing them. Happy tears, of course. He was beautiful, and still is. Her tender gaze shifted to the two of you once more, signaling the end of her talk had arrived. I can only hope that you'll be able to continue growing together for many more years to come. I love you both, very much. Your husband's eyes had already begun misting. After knowing her for all this time, Cove had developed a deep affection for Ma. Hearing that she cherished those important memories the same way you and he did had an impact. He slipped the mic into its proper place, brushed out her bangs, and walked to his seat again on light steps. Your mom brushed down her dress as she stood on her feet and began to walk. This was her chance to take the stage, and she was going for it. When she put one hand to the mic, the tip of her finger tapped the top of it doing a sound test. The puff of sound echoed out, and your mom was satisfied with that. Oh gosh, ever the joke, ever the comedian. She lifted her head high, facing the crowd and smiling merrily. Thanks everyone for coming today and all the gifts you brought. I don't know how we're going to pack all that up and get it to their place, but we'll make it work. When there's a will, there's a way. She had to lower the mic a bit, already snickering under her breath. Oh, wow. Well, Pascal, Coves, our family went through a riot with you two being brought together. Talk about a force of nature. You took some time to feel things out, but after those rockier years, it was time to watch out. You even ran away together for the very first summer you met. You were only 8. And Cliff almost had a heart attack when we all took the RV out, and Cove had disappeared from his sleeping bag in the morning. And it turned out he snuck into the loft with Pascal. Grinning ear to ear, lost in those old memories, she shook her head. But, in the end of it all, I think you were both good influences on each other. Or at least, you made one another very happy. That's good enough in my mind. You really took that promise when you were 13 to treat Pascal well to heart, huh, Cove? Thanks. Cove smacked a hand to his cheek automatically. It didn't do anything but hide the color burning to his face. And you know, I'm sure things will work out because of how much you have in common. Like your genders. Says me and Lottie. Oh my gosh. Mom sort of laughed at her own line. She waved that away with a free hand. Wanted to be more serious. When she could muster the even tone she had been aiming for, your mom finished her speech. I love you, kiddos. And it's true that you're hardworking adults now, but don't forget that your ma and I are here if you need something. Your family will always be there. She had been able to coax out some chuckles from Cole throughout. He was mostly amused to hear a penchant for jokes than the actual jokes themselves, but the laughter had been shaken with emotion. He had really come to love your mom. With a quite pleased grin, Mom left the mic behind to return to a spot right by her wife. Smooth as silk, Liz rose from her seat and glided across the floor to the speaker stand. But Liz took her time before saying anything, even out her bangs, clearing her throat, fiddling with the angle of her mic. When she did take hold of it, she didn't have a care in the world. That couldn't be said for everyone. Cove tensed in apprehension of whatever she was going to say. He had to know what she was planning. Luckily for him, she did eventually begin the speech and end his suspense. As I'm sure many of you know, I'm Pascal's older sister, so one of the very few people who have been around him for longer than his husband. She smirked already. She was smirking already, only 2 sentences in. We're pretty close, is the thing. She flicked the hand without the mic into a non-committal half shrug. But honestly, Pascal, if I realized you'd be marrying the new kid back when I was 10, I might have had to disown you. A scrawny, grumpy boy who didn't even know how to play pretend, right? Certainly not, even if I did joke about it happening. Hey. Oh yeah, I do. That was one of the very first events that we had, right? I completely forgot about that. She wanted to play pretend adults. And he was like, no, let's not do that. Hey. Cove gasped indignantly that she would say such things. But things being said, continued on regardless of his objection. And yet, here we are, at your wedding to that very crybaby. Exasperated at Liz's anger for her congratulations speech, Cole slunk lower into his seat, took his drink in both hands and sipped at the juice like a furious elementary school kid. Cole was so cute. Her head slowly shook, the ends of her eyebrows bent, and a less crooked smile came to her face. The tone wasn't silly no more. But, with all that out of the way, what I actually want to say now is that you made the right choice. He's the one for you. Day after day, week after week, year after year, Cove was there, even more than I was a lot of the time. Don't get your hopes up about this meaning I'm done teasing you about it. But for today, I want to thank you, Cove. Those big watery eyes of yours have never lost sight of Pascal since he caught them. It brings me peace to my heart to know that there's another person out there who cares for him as deeply as he deserves to be. Oh. Oh, so sweet. He didn't have another comment then. Liz's grin widened as if she knew exactly the reactions she'd be getting. Congratulations on my good old baby brother. And my new baby brother. Love you. With that, she tilted the mic towards the two of you as though she was toasting a glass. At the last moment, Liv made Cole smile, and his wide eyes were as damp as she had described. Liz daintily left the microphone where it belonged and returned to his chair, fully satisfied. There was a clatter of silverware and dishes as Lee sprung out from her table. She skipped away, not paying any mind to that. She was too impatient for the chance to talk. Somehow it reminded you of all the times you chatted over the phone, the fun and excitement of sharing what was going on, even when you weren't right next to each other. She took the mic right into her hand, projecting plenty of stage presence standing in front of an audience. My cousin Pascal and I are the same age and got to grow up together. Because of that, I've gotten the joy of watching the story of him and his next door neighbor, Cove. They barely noticed each other first of all, and they were totally just friends. And then when the romance finally happened, I was invested in the twists and turns of the tale. So let's just say I was a tiniest bit worried when neither of them had the nerve to propose. If they waited any longer, I was going to offer to do it for Pascal just to get it over with. She giggled with just as much joy as when she first found out the big news. Thanks, Cove, for taking care of that. This couldn't have ended better. I'm your biggest fan. But as happy as I really am about your adventures in love and marriage, the best part for me has been my own relationship with the two of you. Leandra took a moment to slow down and express her thoughts with complete honesty. Pascal, you're among my closest family and my very best friends. And Cove, you're not just my cousin's husband, you're my friend too, and my family just the same. Congrats on your sunny future together. I love both of you. Aww. Cove had to bite his lip to keep it from wobbling. The earnestness truly touched him. Her high energy attitude quickly returned though. Lee dropped the mic down and blew a couple kisses your way before she switched back to her seat. Derek came out of the seating area to give his own talk. Oops. He had a relaxed stance when he grabbed the mic and waved over at the head table. Again to you, Pascal and Cove. You found your other halves and anyone could see it. You're good for each other. Whether you got married or not, no one would have questioned that commitment, though it's been a hell of an event, too. Derek beamed with a boyish charm, looking just like he did the first time you met him. Thanks for being my friend. It's been a pleasure to know you two. Derek's heartfelt appreciation had to awkwardly be interrupted with one quick addendum. Oh, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm getting that management thing under control. He took the chuckles from the crowd in good stride and wrapped things up for real. For letting me talk. Carefully, Derek hooked the microphone back to its stand. When he let go, he hovered his hands nearby for a second to catch it if it fell. When he was sure he was all well, he nodded confidently and lightly jogged to his seat. Cove watched the entire exit with a smile growing larger and larger on his face. A beat passed and then Miranda stood. She gripped the front of her flowing dress, pulling it from the ground as she walked over to the mic. Her shoulders were shyly hunched up and her head was low. If she wasn't surrounded by tables full of people watching, you might have thought she was sneaking out of bed while trying not to get called by her parents. When Miranda finished tiptoeing to the front, she gathered up the microphone in both her hands. Her eyes continued closed rather than directly facing the crowd. She may not have been comfortable with public speaking, but her desire to participate outweighed that. Close focus was set ahead, but you caught out of the peripherals of your own gaze that your husband mouthed a high back to her instinctively. "Thank you, Pascal and Co., for inviting me. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm so happy for you two." The stiffness in her presentation smoothed out the more she got to talking. She was even able to giggle as an affectionate feelings for her friends eclipsed the worries of saying them in public. It's been great attending a party for yours after the two of you were nice enough to come to mine. Cove laughed along with her. Warm, far-gone days of bounce houses, noisemakers, and the pin to tail on the donkey reflected in his jubilant face. "You're both amazing, and I really appreciate the support you've given me, being there when I needed someone to talk to. You had such a positive impact on my life. I'm just really lucky to be your friend, and I hope we'll always be friends. Congratulations, Pascal and Cove." Cove nodded firmly in silent agreement with her wish while scrubbing at her eyes. Miranda put down the mic with some oomph and twirled around to return to his seat. His steps were much lighter than before. Tara was waiting there with open arms to give her a squeeze, clearly proud of his girlfriend for doing so good. Her smile stayed bright even from a distance. Tara jumped up onto his feet with a grin, strolling right over to the counter. He scooped up the mic in one hand and gestured ahead of him with the other. "I met Cove and Pascal in high school. I didn't know them the longest out of everybody, but I could tell they were some cool people right away. Them and Randy were my best group of buddies back then, and we kept that friendship train going despite all the stuff that's happened." He tapped a finger against the tabletop this time, with every specific he mentioned. "Graduating school, moving to different places, me and Miranda dating, the two of them getting married, and the things about us not being what other people thought they were. And we also lived through that one summer when it wasn't just the four of us. Sometimes it was the five of us. Right, my pal Baxter?" He brought the mic even closer to his grinning mouth for emphasis and dramatically pointed off to the side. Now we're all here again. You probably hadn't planned for that." And he was right. Having been quietly discussing the next steps with the server, Baxter's mouth hung open mid-word. Suddenly being brought into focus outside of his expertly laid schedule knocked him completely out of rhythm. Cove barked a gratified laugh, equally as shocked but far more amused. Baxter's head turned in the direction of the sound, his mouth finally closed into a wry smile. "Seems Tara brought the gift of teasing someone other than you or Cove. It was more than a welcome offer as Cove was concerned, especially since it was taken in good spirits. There was something remarkable about being able to include Baxter in your group's merrymaking, the same way as everyone else." Tara nodded knowingly, then casually transformed into his main point. "And I guarantee our friendship is going to stay on track. No matter what. There's no one who could take your places. From me to you, and from you two to each other. Good work tying the knot. Your catches." Terry left his speech and the mic there. He paused to applaud your union graciously before flipping his hand out into a wave as he walked off. Cove gave a big friendly wave, and in return, his eyes were glossy. As soon as Terry hit his chair again, Miranda took his arm and happily began whispering to him about the speech. Kara pushed herself up from her seat and went right to the front without hesitation. Eagerly, she lifted the mic to her lips and said, "I can't believe my babies are having a wedding right now." Unexpected declaration sent chuckles rumbling throughout the crowd. Yes. Kara continued with a wink and a smile. "It was such a treat getting to meet Pascal in person for the first time. Though, I already felt like I already knew him. Thanks to all the stories Cove loved to recount about him. In a pound whisper, Cove spoke out about the description of events. Mom. Whenever I got to visit Sunset Bird or you visited me, I came to see firsthand more and more what marvelous individuals you were growing into. You bloomed right before my eyes, like perfect white poppies on a hill in your childhood neighborhood. Every moment I've been able to spend with each of you has been a gift. We had some pretty wild times over the years. I count my lucky stars that I got to be the mom to such an amazing boy. And Pascal? The buoyant tone of Pascal's words, Kira's words fade into something softer, sweeter. I'd like to thank you again for personally helping my baby make himself a home again. I'm truly grateful for that. They were sniffling at your side after that. Cove tugged at the tablecloth in front of him unconsciously. Need to do something. Mom. Congratulations, both of you. I love you. I love you too. It didn't matter that she couldn't hear. She knew. Kira used the bottom of her palm to wipe her eye, placing the mic on its stand with her other hand. She took an additional moment to look up at you and Cove gently, then Kira strode back to the table. Mr. Holden leaned over towards her and gave her 2 thumbs up for that speech. His zealousness made Kira cover her mouth in amusement and embarrassment. And then Mr. Holden raised from out of his seat. Okay. It's a contentious figure. The most contentious figure in your husband's early life who grew to become his best man. Cliff took large strides to reach the speaker's stand, but the singers froze in place before they could grasp the mic. He stared down at it, collecting his thoughts, or his emotions, or both. When he was ready, his hand locked around the base of it, and as he lifted up the mic high, a grin pulled across his face. There was a crinkle around the corner of his eyes. Sport? Hi, Pascal. Hi, Dad. Cole's reply was barely audible. He might not even realized it. Cole's irises were shaking as he looked ahead intently. Well? Cliff's expression turned distant. He was facing the crowd, but his gaze had drifted even further away to something in the past that was long gone. I remember the first day Cove and I moved to Sunset Bird, when I met Pascal. Your hands clenched around the tablecloth. You could also remember how the two of you met, and how you never mentioned what happened during that meeting. So me and Cove were still unpacking the car when he ran off on me. I didn't know where my boy was then, or what I was doing, or anything at all really, as you'll soon be able to tell. Cove leaned forward at the recounting of events, an eyebrow raising in concern. You remained stiff against your chair, only able to wait and see what happened. I was sitting around on the curb when Pascal showed up to the road, heading home. I knew him, or I knew of him. I met Pamela and Nolani already. Talking to them is how Cove got away from me. Cliff shook his head, trying to get too lost in the complicated mess of thoughts on those times. But that's not the point. What matters is that I heard Pascal was their 8-year-old, the same age as my Cove, and that Pascal was the only one that age in the neighborhood. In my infinite wisdom, I picked out a place that wasn't exactly a family-friendly community. It was mostly a bunch of retired vacationers. He gritted his teeth and placed a hand to his forehead, feeling the sting of that day as if it was fresh. And speaking of, did I mention it was the start of summer break when we moved? What was your little boy going to do now that I dragged him out there? I wanted him to have someone to play with, someone he could talk to. I wanted him to be happy. There was a heart-wrenching crack in Cliff's voice as he spoke about what his feelings had truly been. At that moment everything was going on, I felt like a dead end no matter which way I went. And I was sure that if there wouldn't be anyone for Cove, if it wasn't. And I was so sure that there wouldn't be anyone for Cove if it wasn't Pascal. In a violent effort to try not to make the mood of your wedding too heavy, Cliff gave a goofy shrug. So, I offered Pascal $20 to be his friend. You did? A cold shot was easily heard by every person in the area. No mic required. Cliff physically stumbled a step back over the outburst. He swiveled his head to glance between his innocent child and the said child's spouse. Then it clicked. You didn't tell him? Ever? He was absolutely slack-jawed. You looked away from the wide-eyed stare of your father-in-law to instead see how Cove was doing, but it wasn't any better. His hands were held up in front of his body, clutching the air in a desperate, "Are you kidding me?" gesture. I didn't think it was a big deal. That was supposed to be a secret. Sorry. You stared straight ahead, unable to speak from embarrassment. You slapped a hand to your face in exasperation. Sorry. When life returned to Cliff's body, he sprung back to the counter with a beaming smirk. I'm gonna give you another 20. Cove continued a far distant conversation, leaning against his palms, pressing the table, and lifting up from his seat. No, stop paying him. We're already married. Sorry. It's not a bribe this time, just a gift for being such a reliable accomplice. Cove petulantly crossed his arms and dropped back down in a huff. Is the wedding off? No. He mumbled an answer. The deep red cheeks revealed more embarrassment than true anger. Me too. It was so worth it. I am curious to see if we tell him earlier when we are alone. I want to see, like, you know, I'm curious to see how he reacts in those situations too. But yeah, this was worth it. Following that pattern, Cliff murmured into the mic while blushing and rubbing the back of his neck. Am I allowed to finish? Cove. The word was sharply spoken, but at a normal volume. It was impossible for anyone but you to hear. Cove paid it with a single, curt nod to get the message across. Okay, what I wanted to say was that perhaps he might just get embarrassed. But I feel like that, depending on the personality that he has and the different life stages he has, he might react as a different way. There might be some variation. Is it funny to me? The straight line of his shoulders lowered on each side like a roof sagging after years of having stayed solid. Maybe not. That's not the word. What I'm saying is that all my worries and my regrets were at their peak. I was acting crazy, I know it now. But somehow, it still turned out that there really wasn't anyone else for him. Or not anyone better for him anyway. No one else in this world who could be there for Cove the way he can. The sentence remained unfinished. As much as he tried, Cliff couldn't put the words together to express what it meant to him. Cliff placed a hand against his chest as his gaze lowered to the ground. His delicate words continued to be shared with a full gathering of people thanks to the mic, but it was as if Cliff was speaking only to his son. That day, such a long time ago at this point, when you found out about why Kira and I divorced, he was there. Pascal was there when the plan was just to go jet skiing. Then when that emotional bomb happened, he was still there. And when you felt ready to head back out, to keep going forward, you just had to turn your head to see someone who was ready to go with you. You had someone who supported you in ways I never could. It was just what I hoped for. I was so relieved. He glanced forward once more, offering a smile directly to you. You're an amazing person, Pascal. Inhaling deeply through his nose, Cliff stands pulled together, tall and solid. His dark blue eyes shone with a depth to them as they met with the far brighter blue of his child's. Son, being your dad will always be the best thing I've done in my entire life. And getting that condo on that street will be the luckiest card I ever drew. I bet the two of you would have found each other with or without that eventually. Because of my kid got to grow up right next to the person who could make him the happiest. I couldn't ask for more than that. Pascal, you don't need a dad with the great moms you've got, but I'm thankful I still get to be yours. I love you both, and I'll keep loving you for the rest of the time I've got. Tears streaked down Cole's face freely. He didn't fight they fallen. All confessions of secret details were washed away from his mind. I love you too. Watching you and your husband from where he stood, Cliff got misted out himself. He tried to wipe his clothes, completely forgetting there was a microphone in his hand. Cliff set it down, shyly waved over to you two, and then stepped away. He was unable to rub the ever-growing tears. No one spoke or even moved as Cliff returned to a spot. When he was seated, Kara reached over to give his back a pat. He had done good. Then the mic sat down touched. None of the attendees wanted to pick up after where it had been left off. That was going to be a final speech from your guest, you were certain. Cole's breath was shaky, taking in everything. A weepy smile reappeared on his face the more it sunk in just how much he was cared for. He leaned against your side, pulling it at the tablecloth and burrowing his face into your shoulder. You chuckled, feeling good. You shook your head amusedly. You were blushing wildly. You had a wry smile on your face after that. Your eyes were glossy. I'd probably be blushing. You sat there completely still, and you gave Cole's cheek an encouraging pat. You tucked your face into Cole's hair, and you brushed Cole's hair soothingly. That's cute. Slowly, deliberately, you stroked the smooth green strands of hair without disrupting Cole's positioning against your body. When her voice was amplified across the whole space once more, it was expecting your planner, giving his appreciation for the cooperation again and announcing the closing of the speeches. But rather than leaving the microphone on the counter, he strode up to your table with a device in hand. Before we shut this off for the night, would either of you like to give your own message to your loved ones? Oh. Cove lifted his tear face up to acknowledge Baxter, pausing to sniffle. I'll do it. I'd like to say something too. Here you are. Cove used one hand to scrub his eyes and the other to accept the mic, drawing it in close. Too close. The murmur cracked uncomfortably loud, and Cole's arm sprung out straight instinctively to get the noisemaker away from him. He winced, before much more cautiously lifting the mic towards his face. He cradled it in both hands, and his gaze dropped to the ground. Everybody, really, seriously, His eyes closed completely as he paused to bite his lips. So glad to be here, and all those things you said were... There was a cracking strain to Cole's voice that wasn't caused by technical error. He was choking up. Each word had to be pushed out with dedicated effort. Really nice. I love you. As rapidly stuttered as it was, what he meant to express came through to you, and the rest of the people there to hear it. Cole's earnest affection, and a fumbling motion that screeched out even more unintentional feedback. Cole passed the mic to you. His now free hands moved to cover his mouth. As you rose from your chair, your eyes casting over each individual in the crowd, you had to accept the bittersweet notion that this was truly a special occasion. You had no idea when everyone cared for you would be gathered together in the same place again, or when you'd even see some of them next. You wondered if Cove had been cognizant of the same thing while he was speaking, that this speech had a weight to it. That was your last big chance to share your thoughts with them. And all you could think of to say was, thank you for coming. It wouldn't be the same without you. We both love you so much. I will always be grateful to get to have each of you in my life. Alright, those were good. You passed the test. You joked. You're all too nice. I love you. Your speeches were beautiful. Thank you. I will always be grateful to have each of you in my life. And that brought the speeches to their last sentimental note. Your eyes remain focused ahead as you extended your hand out to Baxter, take the microphone, and lower it back into your seat. Applause erupted from the table to table, and Baxter grinned approvingly. He took the microphone back with him and then rejoined with the other staff members in order to give you and some alcove space to yourselves. When clapping subsided, emotions remained high. Further conversations were tentative and hushed for a time, but eventually happy chatter that frequented your reception filled the air again. It was an evening of good food and good company. When the meal was nearing its end, the final course you had requested from the caterer was handed out, the palate cleanser. From there, the evening continued to slip by in a dreamy haze. Before you knew it, all the attendees had finished and the dishes from dinner had been swiftly cleared from the tables. In spite of this, everyone remained rooted in their seats. It was no secret that there was more to come. Everyone was eagerly waiting for dessert, though none of them could match the vibrant anticipation of your husband. It was time for the cake. But before the big event, you had something else up your sleeve. The servers returned to serve the extra treats to your guests. Truly delightful trays of fancily plated cinnamon rolls were delivered to the tables and distributed to the guests. Dishes had been carefully selected to match the red color scheme. Derek had something of a chuckle over your choice. Catching your eye, he gave you a thumbs up. Very fitting for you two. The servers vanished from the floor with impressive efficiency, allowing the wedding cake to take the center stage. Sat on the center table was your fully realized creation, a 3-tiered floral-style pink masterpiece. You were pleased to see that your guests were as smitten with it as you and Cove were. It's so charming, Tara gasped. Are you really gonna cut it? That cake must have taken an eternity to put together. Liz nodded approvingly. Oh yes, that's how you do it. It's so cool that you went with pink instead of just white. Totally unpredictable. Honestly, I thought I went with white. Not even gonna lie, I thought I picked white, to be honest. I was like, pink? I don't remember picking pink, but I guess I did it. Oh well, they enjoy it, so. Baxter beckoned for you and Cove to come forward. You rose from your seats as one, and crossed the floor to the display table, where a waiting server offered the cutting knife to you both. Two of you took hold to the handle, hand over hand, so that you could make the incision as a team. Oops, skipped by accident. Together you hovered the knife over the lowest layer of the cake. You glanced at Cove, who smiled wryly at you. It really was almost too beautiful to cut, but just almost, and your guests were waiting for their portions of the delicious cake. Carefully, as to preserve the structure as much as possible for as long as you could, you pushed down with the knife. It slid through the cake easily, leaving a smooth cut all the way through. You and Cove drew the knife out, and then made another cut in order to create a neat triangle of cake. Oops. Yeah. The server produced a plate, ready for the first slice. With a bit of shakiness and the motions between the two of you, you slipped the knife under the plate and transferred it into the waiting plate. The first slice was done. You nodded, satisfied before reaching down to plunge your hand straight into the cake. The soft spongy treat squished between your fingers, beneath your fingers. Cole's fingers brushed against yours as he scooped the remaining cake from the platter into his own hand. You pressed your whole hand into his face. You flung cake at him. You rubbed the cake across both of his cheeks. You frosted the tip of his nose with your fingertips. This is cute. And this is also what I remember seeing at my parents' wedding photo. You washed your hand with trepidation. Cole washed your hand with trepidation. Swiping your fingers across the cake, you gathered the frosting. Cove closed his eyes as you raised your hand. But you daintily tapped your fingertip on the end of his nose, leaving just a dab of frosting behind. See, it's not that bad. That's true. I said white, right? And then pink is an accent color. So yeah, that's true. I did do that. Well, I guess it all turned out pink. Oh. Then, with fingers dripping with creamy confections and crumbs, he delicately caressed your cheek, leaving a trail of cake behind. The frosting was cool against your skin, while the fine crumbs of cake itself tickled as he streaked them across your cheeks. He tried to contain your giggles until he was done, not wanting to move at the wrong time to get cake in your eye. A few girl chuckles still escaped. When Cole's forward brow relaxed into his normal expression, he brought his hand away and finally judged it was safe. He exploded with laughter at his novel approach to cake smashing. It was just like him. Two of you were both caked in cake. A towel was laid out on a nearby serving platter, almost certainly for the purpose of helping people clean up after this exact scenario had played out. Cole wiped himself off with it as you laughed. When Cole removed the towel from his face, he revealed a tickled smile. He had taken the smashing with humor and grace, like an absolute champ, and he held out the towel to you. It was good that Cole was there to assist. You had been so engrossed in watching him that you completely forgotten the cake was still clinging to your face and fingers. You both happily made your way back to the head table, accompanied by the cheers of your family and friends. Though you spent a lot of time on your feet today, each step was buoyant. When you and Cove were back to your seats, a couple waited smoothly placed freshly cut slices of cake before you. Cove let out a thrilled squeak as he picked up the provided fork. Each aspect of it had been painstakingly planned to suit the occasion as well as your taste. Now, at least, it was finally there for eating. You were just eager to eat. Yes. And in short order, servings of cake were laid down at each table, a neat triangular slice in front of every guest. As the crowd dug in, along came a discussion on the dessert. Thank you, Pascal, for doing the right thing and having this chocolate and having chocolate in the cake. Derek was less blunt, but equally appreciative of your choice, rubbing his hands together with eagerness as the slice was set down in front of him. You can never go wrong with a chocolate cake. It's honestly the best option. Cove stopped shoveling buttercream into his mouth long enough to give his own praises. You know, I've had a lot of chocolate cakes over the years, but none of them have even compared to this one. It's actually amazing. You didn't hear a single peep out of Jeremy, yet whenever you spotted him surveying the scene, he was steadily working his way through the slice. Through a series of modest bites, the cake slowly vanished from his plate. That, combined with the absence of any complaints, was a huge accomplishment from when it came to that particular guest. You were hooked within one bite. It was just as wonderful as you hoped, and more. The bakery had outdone themselves. You and Cove wolfed down the delicious cake with gusto, polishing off the slices easily. You couldn't believe how quickly it was gone. Your plate scraped clean, but it had been much too good to resist. Luckily, there was no shortage of cake. You and Cove flagged down a waiter for more. Let them eat cake. By the time the meal was officially over, Cove had not only devoured 3 full slices of cake, but he double-checked with Baxter about what would happen to any leftovers. Baxter had needed to reassure him that any remaining sections of the cake would be wrapped up to go home with the two of you. It was pleasant to sit back and relax for a while, giving your feet time to recuperate from that long day. But the lull did not last for long. Newly fueled by cake, the party was beginning to start again. The celebration was able to begin in earnest. Derek, Lee, Tara, and Miranda got the dance floor going. They took turns pulling silly moves and cheering each other on. Liz sung along to all the songs she knew whenever an old favorite from your life growing up together came on. She chose to keep Shallow company throughout the party. She never lost that fondness she had for the guy. From the glimpses you caught, he was having a blast. Your 4 parents made their table a base camp and cycled between catching up with other family in town and rejoining with one another. They spent much of the time trading sentimental stories about when their babies were just babies. Cove's one uncle showed off his classic magic tricks to celebrate the day. Oh, I do remember him mentioning his uncle about that. When we saw The Amazing Alexander, he mentioned he had an uncle that did magic. Your husband was far more enthusiastic about the stunts as a 23-year-old adult than when he was an 8-year-old child, yeah. When he got the chance, Cove graciously offered Jeremy some of the leftover cake after how eagerly Jeremy had eaten his first slice. They were truly close for him to do that, and Jeremy accepted the kindness for a change. During the entire time, more casual photos were snapped of the best and funniest moments. One was when Miranda got Tara to hold up her dress so she could do a handstand. You couldn't wait to see them more fully developed. And many guests had been generous enough to bring presents that you and Cove might need. You finished opening each one and offering your thanks. Seafoam cream towels, dishes, a water purifier, a framed picture of the sea with the words "Life's a beach." Life's a beach. Or just one of your takeaways for the day. Oh my gosh, that's so good. Life's a beach. The most common gift, however, was the safe bet of simply giving cash. That's perfect. Is that a real thing? Like, I need a real, actual picture of that. Of course, the relationship that began with someone offering money would reach its head with that repeating. Good evening. This distinct voice of your planet caught your attention. He approached you with a polite wave. People you know are as welcome as you are. The people you know are as welcome as you are. They treated the staff, including myself, well throughout the reception. As pleasant as he kept the pleasantries, Baxter was certain to get to the point of the conversation quickly. Well, I'm here to say that you've got the space for a few more hours, but there are no more planned events or responsibilities on your shoulders, and today went off exactly as intended. He pressed his hands against the bottom of his spine and leaned his torso back against them to stretch. For a single side word, Baxter let himself clock out of the work mindset. Hallelujah. But the metaphorical bell rang, and he returned promptly to providing his service, standing up perfectly straight and pointing his toes forward. You're free to simply enjoy yourselves however you want with the time that's left. Of course, I'll personally be putting out any fires that do appear. You two don't need to worry about anything. Cool. Thanks for all of this. You really were the perfect guy to do it. Baxter's brows curved, his eyes softened, and even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich. Even pausing to steady himself didn't hide the emotion rich in his voice. That means a lot to me. Cole was right. You did fantastic. I knew you'd pull it off. You nodded along with Cole's words. Thank you for all your help. You get a 5-star review from us. It was so wonderful putting this together with you. Yes. The smile already prominent on his face warmed further. Baxter ran his hand down his shirt, smoothing out in a casual, fluid motion. It's been a joy working with you two, truly. The mood was light all around, until the feeling really hit Cove. He shifted in place uncomfortably, not knowing how to proceed from the point that was reached. So, does this mean we're friends? Oh. He blinked rapidly as his mouth closed into a tight line before saying a full thought. Bax always needed a second to recover on the rare occasion that something knocked him off his game. Well, that's your call, I'd say. Despite the prompting to talk, Cove couldn't put together an answer. We're definitely friends. I like to be friends. I think we're friends. We've always been friends since way back. It's so funny how you both can still barely talk to each other. We're friends. He gave Cove a confirming nod. We've been friends since way back. The two pairs of eyes from two very different men set on you, though eventually moving to look at one another. Smiles returned to both of their features. As Baxter would say, it was settled. To solidify the friendship, Baxter offered you his hand to shake once more. You gladly reciprocated. Your hands gripped together affectionately, lifting up and down once. Next, his hand went to Cove. He held it out evenly with confidence, not from a want to be self-assured, but he actually was certain that they had a closer relationship now. Cove looked down at it, considering, but he ultimately raised his arms and shoulders in a motion that was both an awkward shrug and an invitation to hug instead. The lopsided grin he gave was contagious, and Baxter took hold of Cove while positively beaming. Baxter was only tall enough to bring his chin to Cove's shoulder, but he rested there comfortably. Cove chuckled in bemusement. It took a long time, but he had been won over to Baxter's side. He gave his new friend a pat on the back before they ended the embrace amicably. I hope you enjoy your post-wedding bliss as long as you can, but when life settles back down to normal, we should have dinner. I know some good places. That'd be nice. I guess we'll call you. Definitely. We love to get together again. Perfect. And congratulations on your lovely day. Then he quite literally bowed out, tipping one foot back and ankling forward. He kept his head lifted up with that curled grin you become so used to featured prominently on his face. Oh, no. Lifted up with that curled grin that you become so used to featured prominently on his face. Okay. Baxter left two of you there, disappearing into the crowd of figures all in black to help keep the event running as smoothly as possible. He thought back to the very start of the special day, when Baxter promised he'd congratulate you when it was over. That gave his pawn words an extra sense of finality. But this wouldn't be a real goodbye. This time Baxter will be part of your lives for as long as he was welcome in it, and you believe him in that. With the staff busy and the guests mingling with each other, you and Cove had a moment completely to yourselves since the wedding first began that morning. You knew for certain that you could relax when you caught Cove pulling into a big stretch, his torso twisted to one side as his hands rose up as high as he could get them. He had to fight a bit against the crisp, fitted shirt he was buttoned into, but Cove was persistent. His eyes had been closed when he worked out the last of his jitters he carried throughout the day, but his gaze landed on you as soon as he finished. There was a radiant warmth in his expressions as he spoke to you with an eased heart. If you don't mind, I want to dance with you again before it's over. I would love to. I've been waiting for you to ask. I was about to ask the same thing. Of course, Cove. He nodded gently. Can we find a quiet place to sit instead? I would love to. He smiled openly and welcomely. It was more inviting than his direct words had been. As he had in the past, and as you were certain he'd do in the future, Cove lifted his hand for you to take. You accepted then, as you always would. You and your husband slipped away from the main scene area out to the center of the space. By that late hour, the dance floor was mostly emptied. Your fingers remained linked as you both took hold of each other with your second hands, taking form for a dance. Cove brought his chest near to brush against you and nuzzled his cheek against yours, though he was careful not to mess up your makeup. Slow, calming music drifted through the air. It enveloped you and kept out the buzz of distant conversation still happening. You began to sway to the sound, cozy and content. It felt as though you and he were in your own world. Watching you, Cove's features pulled together in a wry smile. You're lucky that you're cute, you know. I could have walked out of that wedding. I could have walked out of the wedding over that twist reveal. Oh my gosh. Thank you for taking it in stride, mostly. Are you really upset about it? It was the perfect time for that to come out, in my opinion. I knew you would never leave me. You turned your head away sheepishly. Oh my gosh. It's alright. That discovery definitely added to all the feelings, but it still paled in comparison to everything else happening. Some part of me doesn't believe it. It was so weird trying to imagine you being offered money by my dad that long ago, after all the stuff we've gone through. But the other part of me feels like I always knew somewhere in the back of my mind my dad would pull that kind of stunt. He tilted his head upwards, humming consideringly. Cove was sorting through his own internal reaction. Mostly my thoughts right now are, oh well. I should be grateful my dad finally spilled the beans. True. Thanks, Mr. Holden. Cove shrugged. ready to move on from the topic. As he said before, when set side by side against the reality of you being at the reception, his dad's plan felt pretty insignificant. Mr. Whitlock, congratulations on your successful wedding. Congratulations to you too, Mr. Holden. And if you're wondering, my plan is to be the last person who gets to congratulate you tonight. He waggled his wiggly eyebrows, being intentionally silly. I'm rooting for you. Such a goofball. In that case, I'll cover my ears if anyone tries to congratulate me again. You giggled. He was adorable. He sighed softly, his shoulders lowered comfortably. But Cove suddenly perked back to attention when something struck him. Though, I could just say it again when we get to the hotel room. I'd be the last person to do it then. That's one of the perks of being married. I pretty much always get to be the first and final with you. For me too. I'm good with that. There's no one else I want to be my first and there's no one else I'd want to be my first and last for everything. Me too. I guess I can manage that, you teased. You beamed agreeingly. I don't know, I could always call someone, you joked. I think that's wonderful. There's no one else, Cove. Thank you. His glistening eyes could see how treasured you really were. Cove whispered heartfelt words. Oh, and I also get to say this for sure. See you tomorrow, Pascal. I'll see you tomorrow too. Cove pressed himself into you most snugly and let a tiny throat squeak. Eek! Cove, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? Now that we have a minute, I want to mention how you looked. Cove seemed like he had something on his mind. You gave him a encouraging smile. You let yourself quietly enjoy his company. Well, I don't know if I complimented on how he looked, so let's do that. His stance tensed, blushing in his finery. The spotlight had been turned back on, and Cole was getting strange stage fright. Do you like it? Yes, you look incredible. I love it. It's flawless, perfection, unbelievable, glamorous. I was tearing up at how gorgeous it was. He nodded slowly. I love it. He'd be drop dead gorgeous in every photo that had been taken. I'm really glad you think so. You could tell from his blush that he ultimately enjoyed your attention. His posture relaxed and he seemed to be more confident in the clothes again. I like yours too. Thank you. Aw, that's such a deep blush. So deep, so red. Cole, is there anything you're hoping for in our lives after this? Oh. Nerves creeped back over Cole's features. We took in a breath and answered you honestly. Really like it if we could live together, have our own place and everything. I want that too. Yes, we can definitely move in together. Let's do it. The sooner the better. Obviously we can do that. We're married. Yes. The relief in his extra high-pitched voice was palpable. Great! That's great! Cove, I was wondering if we could also talk about starting a family. No, I'm thinking we could use some company. And I don't mind your fish. I don't mean your fish. I want a family with you. He was satisfied with that plan. I mean, I do want a family if I get married. If I got married, I would want to start a family. But, I mean, it's a Wednesday. We might as well talk about it. I was like, we could talk about that another time, but there won't be another time after this. So, let's talk about it now. You felt a pounding in your ears and your breathing became more rapid. I want to adopt. I want to use a surrogate. And to adopt children. I'll just say I want to adopt. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced as him, but you winced as a potentially fate became a real possibility once more. Instead of falling, he spoke. Okay. I'm so curious. I want to see if we were female. I want to see what his reaction would be. Like, you know, obviously we can't have biological children together, but so we don't have the option. But if as a female, I'm pretty sure we could get that option, and I want to see what his reaction would be to that, and the insinuation behind that, behind that suggestion, how he would react to that. For a second, he completely stalled. You winced as him potentially fainting became a real possibility once more. Okay, I've read that. Okay. The word was so quiet, and you needed to hear him so much. You instinctually pulled closer to him. You regretted that choice immediately after he reaffirmed himself in a shout. We can adopt a baby! Not right now. I mean, unless you want to do it right now. Gu was panicking, bouncing up and down on his feet enough to shake both of your bodies. You knew his heart was in the right place, though. It filled you with joy. Don't worry, we can take our time. He patted out uneven breaths, but calm enough to still himself. Good idea. Thanks, Pascal. Yeah, let's get situated in our house together first before we consider starting a family. Okay. Let's see. He chewed on the inside of his cheek as the silence grew longer. You remained patient, communicating your willingness to listen through your eager eyes. Pascal, there's something I want to say. The sentence faded out as his lips clammed up in a trembling line. He had forced it to back open. I want to say it without crying, but your vows were so nice to hear, and I loved them, and I thank you for doing that. Simply remembering the scene had gotten the tears flowing again. He couldn't help it. I meant every word. Thank you for yours too. You're so precious. I'm glad I got the chance to say it. I can say it again if you wanted me to. His kind words made you smile. Thank you for yours too. He sniffled once, then twice, and then grinned back at you. I tried to make it a nice sniffle, but my nose is kind of stuffy, so that did not sound pretty. You let yourself quietly enjoy his company. You kissed his lips. You gave every part of his face a kiss. You cuddled your cheeks together again. You moved your hands to embrace him. You smiled blissfully. Cuddled cheeks. You settled in comfortably, wishing that you could stay right there forever. Lovingly, he stroked your back with the tips of his fingers. It was so warm. But then you heard your husband sigh wistfully. It all went by so fast. And now that I'm thinking about it, I don't only mean the wedding. It's everything. Where did the years go? When did you and me become grown up? I have no idea. I don't feel grown up. Legally, it was when I returned 18 years of age. I think it happened a long time ago. We just didn't notice. You, the crybaby, grown up? Not sure about that one. You didn't have an answer. I don't feel grown up. I don't know if I do either. Though, his spirits carefully rose again as he spoke more lightly. I feel pretty good about getting older, not being a kid anymore, because I'm doing it with you. Before we could only pretend to play adult, and I was bad at it. Liz was out on that one, unfortunately. And now we're at our wedding. I know what it's like to be an adult, kind of. You just do it and keep going. I guess it's as simple as that. I wish I could have figured that out from the beginning. No, actually, I'm glad everything went the way it did. I am too. The song that blanketed your discussion was at its final chorus as guests were saying their goodbyes to one another. It was almost time to go. Too soon you would know what the ending note of your wedding was. The final glance, the last word. Those thoughts swirled in your mind until Cole brought you back to the existent present. Yes, however long. Let's just exist in the present. Let's exist in the present. I'm not ready for it to be a jet. They're dropping all the names. They're dropping all the titles. And all the names. I think our life is really nice. Our life. Get it? Not letting either of you get lost in contemplation again, Cove suddenly clapped both of his hands against your shoulders with utmost serious. You know, if you ever want to have another party like this, I'll do it. It can be every year, multiple times a year, whenever you feel like it. This is a game, so we don't have to worry about that. We're just supposed to enjoy the story as we want to have it. But I can imagine that this costs a lot of money. You know, but we're not going to talk about how much this might cost and how we might go in debt. But people go in debt over weddings, and this looked like this was expensive. I don't know if we can have this every single year like this. We'll keep Baxter in business forever. I love you, Cole, so much. Thank you for everything. I hope you understand how much you mean to me. You bet we'll have another. If it's with you, I'm up for anything. You nodded fervently. I love you, Cole, so much. Tiny, delicate water droplets pulled in the corner of his eyes. Cole let his hands travel from shoulders up to touch your face. He cradled you tenderly, never wanted to let you go. What did I do to get to be with someone who's there for me? Someone who honestly cares about me? Well, I don't need an answer, really. I'm just grateful. Pascal, always. No, Sydney! No! 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 It ended so quick. No! Well, that's it, y'all. That was the end of Our Life Begins as Always. At least the story that we had taken with Cove this time. Because we can make so many more stories again after that. But that Cove is done. No, I'm so sad. Oh, that's so sad. Oh, we've been streaming for about 7 hours. Wow, that's crazy. 7 hours. But I'm glad I just let it just happen. It was so sweet. You're right. It was so sweet. Planning everything together was a nice touch. I like that process. And then having everyone come back together to be at the wedding together. First, the wedding part was so sweet. When Cole went and gave us vows, that was so sweet. That was so sweet. But then have everyone else be there with us in the reception and hearing everyone else's stories and things like that. Goodness gracious. Well, let me see. Hold on a second. Before we end, let me look up something right quick. Okay, so yeah. Well, I think that the last stream of Our Life for now will be the Patreon bonus that Okapi Flower mentioned. And yeah, so it takes place during step 3, like the same time period as step 3. And you can skip over the 18 plus content. So we can do that and we can just enjoy, you know, the stuff, that it has to offer, and then no, we'll be done with our life for now. We'll eventually come back, either to do Derek or Bax's routes, or to probably to do them first, and then we can probably do another Cove situation. But yeah, we have the Patreon bonus, so we still have a little more content. We still got a little more content. But yeah. But besides that, it's done. It's done. And I have to see which game we're gonna play as well. Because I think I want to give Our Life a break, so that when I come back I can like, you know, it'll be fresh when it comes back, you know, right? So let's see which game we're gonna play after this. But yeah, thank y'all very kindly for coming. Much obliged. On Sunday we will do Forest of Drizzling Rain, the last bonus episode as well, and we'll have to choose a new game after that too. So we'll have 2 new games to be playing very soon. So a new game for Sunday and new game for Friday. I have to decide which new game we're gonna play. And then Monday we'll be back to Mamiya, right? Gosh, Mamiya again. I'm just thinking about. I'm still thinking about Link Clicked and Mamiya again, and I'm just like, I won't have Our Life. I will have the fluff of Our Life to distract me from the sorrows that I'm gonna be facing playing Mamiya again. And goodness gracious. But yeah, I'm really excited to go back to Mamiya on Monday. But yeah, anyway, see y'all later. I'm really glad that y'all came by. Y'all come back now. You heard me. Have a good night.